Hello, hello, and greetings, everyone. We're just getting ready in the background. I just ordered a load of milk because we ran out of milk, and that's a thing which we need for such strenuous activities. Because I need coffee with milk because I don't like Americano. How's it going, folks? We have a game to determine our final representative of the finals. That's a really bad way to phrase it, isn't it? But yeah, our last finals will be determined today. Hey, it's the real Nymaera today. Yeah, it is. I know. You can tell me whether that's a good or a bad thing. You can tell me whether it's a good or a bad thing. But yeah, no, we have Anyone's Legend waiting in the finals, and we have JDG and Top Esports, the old rivalry. The old rivalry. To determine our last representative. I say the old rivalry, but it's not as old as some, but it is. This has been the matchup of from 2020 to 2023, I suppose, or 22. Top East also has the JDG. We had a bunch of finals between these two teams. Most of the time, that was 369 and Knight involved in those. Insane speed of hair growth. Yeah, well, you know, maybe they're just all extensions. Maybe I put extensions in. Maybe that's it. Okay, so we'll be getting on to seeing these games shortly. I need to get myself a drink, really, don't I? I should do that. What have we got here today? Oh, Galaxy Slider Z stuff and promos and whatever. Sure, that makes sense. Oh, what I need to do is also post that I'm live in various places. But yeah, so today Nymaera died and reincarnated as a league caster. Yeah, that's actually the isekai we're talking about in the next podcast that we're doing. After BLG, I'm expecting a better performance from JDG, hopefully. Well, they did have a 5-game series versus Anyone's Legend, which was largely, sadly, determined by draft. Hey, Blade, good to see you. Yeah, I think that Top Esports looking really, really on form. I think Cream's having an incredible run of form, despite people criticizing his low champion pool in the past. He's been playing very well. I think that Top Esports is just such a gift. Enjoy what you are seeing from Kanavi right now. Enjoy what you're seeing. And yeah, I hope that Missing plays better today. Me too, but I ain't convinced. Missing, I think, has had a rough run of form now for a long time, but that's no surprise to anyone who's heard my thoughts recently on stuff like the podcast. Happy to give you content here. Thank you, I appreciate it. Oh, this is the plus bracket. Yeah. Determining our last representative today. Hey, Swag King. How's it going? We have LEC tomorrow, right? Yes, LEC is Friday to Sunday, not Saturday to Monday. But yeah, this is JDG. They had a 5-game series versus Anyone's Legend. I think they'll be kicking themselves for some of the decisions they made in that series, where it felt like their drafts were much harder to play. Game 5 was still pretty incredible. In terms of entertainment value. It was a bit messy. They could have won it, actually, after points, despite the draft disadvantage. They're very good players. Look at all those ones, because all those ones mean that they haven't played. They are the only, they're the only time they played them, right? It signals versatility. Shun leaning heavily on his Nidalee pick. I mean, Scout's champion pool is absolutely insane. His Talia was insane, man. I think it's been really cool to see kind of Scout kind of pop off in terms of versatility again. Stuff that his, his Talia was absolutely insane. I think that his Rise is one of the very best in the LPL. Guy's a good player, folks. Guy's a good player. His Ari was good mechanically too, even if it was a little bit of a poor draft. He played it well mechanically. Whoever makes it to the finals, I take them over Tarzan in the finals. Not saying Tarzan is bad, but he really drops the ball in finals. You know, as I love Tarzan, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Tarzan's played something like... He's won 1 finals, I think, in 2019. Or, no, did he even win then? No, he didn't, because he lost against T1 then. Tarzan has won, like, 1 finals in all of his time. And he's been in, like, 6 or 7 now at this point. 7 now at this point, I think. And of course we have Toppy as well on the other side. Kanavi for me is vying to be best player in the LPL. I think Jaculov comes off the back of an incredible series. Cream is reaching levels we haven't seen from him before in terms of consistency. His champion pool does not seem to be limiting him. Yeah, it is not limiting him in the way that we potentially were worried about. And they come off of a 3-1 over BLG, where they bluntly out-team fought them. They out-executed them. Maybe it should have gone to 5 games, because they were very lucky to win that game 3. Where BLG just kind of completely flubbed it around Dragons, and then, of course, there's one last Lilia sleep where Bin kind of threw the series. Folks. Wait, the only finals Tarzan has won is domestic. Is that true? Jesus, man. But yeah, I think that Top Esports, I didn't expect them to be this good. But Kanavi has been something else, and I think that, yeah, I think this team is very worthy of recognition now. Hey, Solo Puppy, how's it going? God, these teams are fun. I'm enjoying watching these a lot now. Would I call Tarzan a choker? I mean, historically he was. I think at Worlds he was fine, and I think at last finals he was fine. I don't think it's necessarily always him doing that. Oh, this was the throw. No, Bin. Oh, Bin. It really was night in Elo hell. He did the most damage in the last game, in game 4, on Tank Galio. Going from Yagao to Scout's pretty good. Hey, I'm actually a bit of a Yagao defender. But yeah, I mean, Scout is a player that will, much like Kanavi or Tarzan or yeah, a bunch of these players will just they will just grab your team by the scruff of the neck and drag it in the right direction. I think particularly when you've got a good coach behind them as well. But yeah, I mean, there are some questions about CV Max and the whole drafting strategy from JDG. I think Top Esports look better on that front. And they've chosen top lane as the key player matchup. Arlo versus 369. I think 369 had a great series versus BLG. I think he's been in much better form than last year individually. And though he might not be at the top of the tree currently, well, actually, maybe he is. Arlo and 369 all doing very, very well individually. Remember when JDG was obsessed as having Yagao as the mid laner? Well, it's worth noting it was Kanavi who wanted Yagao as his mid laner. It's Kanavi that really wanted him. Yeah, Kanavi loves playing with Yagao because he's very good at playing towards jungle. Belveth pick properly? I'm sorry, Joe. I'm not sure that's likely. Then Knight, then bring him back to kick him again. Yeah, well, Yagao retired this time, so it wasn't being kicked at that point. Management forced this. I actually don't know what this is. Top 10? I saw top 10 in there, but I don't know. But they wouldn't be into the hundreds for that, surely. And, I mean, lots of 3-2 votes. I mean, I can understand why. We've had a lot of 5-game series now at this point. Things have been going close. I'm trying to think who I think comes out ahead. I want top esports too. I want top esports too. Yeah, I think that top esports and Kanavi. I want to see Kanavi succeed. This guy's playing so well right now. Kanavi's had Shun's number pretty consistently. Yeah, pretty consistently. Yeah, for sure. And I think that Shun has struggled. Yeah, he finishes above BLG somehow, someway in this split, but he's struggled. He's quite firmly on the fraud wall for me. Minimum fraud watch. So cool that we get to see this rivalry reignited though in such an important situation. Oh, we have an interview. We can go on mute for that.
欢迎阿乐。那第一个问题想问到，在上一次跟 AL 的比赛失利之后，队伍有过怎样的今天的滔搏呢？
在输给 AL 之后，我们就是回去做了很多的复盘，然后去修改了我们做的不好的地方。然后今天对阵滔搏的话，会弥补上一场的不足吧，然后去好好学一下。
那你们是如何看待滔搏在最近这几轮的淘汰赛当中表现？同时，你们认为他们最大的威胁点会在哪里呢？
滔搏这几场是一直都打得很好，包括昨天打 BLG 那场1万经济的翻盘。然后我觉得滔搏的话，就小心卡拉米前期的刷野路线吧，然后还有哥哥的对线能力，都是需要小心的地方。
好，就让我们一同期待今天这一场对决吧。我们今天邀请到的是滔搏的369选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是滔搏的上单369。
好的，欢迎369。那大家非常关心的就是背靠背的这一场比赛，昨天休息的怎么样？调整的如何？
昨天休息的还挺好的吧，然后调整的也还蛮可以。
那今天其实又要跟 JDG 对决了，你这一次在心态上以及策略上会有什么不同吗？
这次和纠公对决的话，我觉得心态上也是挺好的吧。然后因为我觉得赢的好像我比较多一点，然后觉得这次也会拿下。
好，那就让我们一同期待今天这场对决吧。
And that was some words from our players today. Yeah. Sadly, I can't translate for you, but it's nice to have it on in case someone can translate in chat sometimes. Be surprised how many people hanging around for that. Belveth is scary, she can fight me when I'm in jungle Zyra, right? So much Belveth talking. But yeah, I mean, the fact that we get JDG versus top esports for this is absolutely incredible. And yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, JDG Scout is best in chat. Yeah, I personally, I think that top esports with yeah, I think with the way that Kanavi's playing, with the way that Jackie loves playing, I think this team is one which I really want to see to go forward. Oh, ZDZ's on the co-casting. That's cool. Always jealous of how well the Korean and Chinese signs are drawn. You mean the ones in the in the crowd? They're so cool. Yeah, they're very, very cool. I agree. Who underperformed on JDG last year? While Kanavi was good, Yagao was poor, Ruler wasn't great, Missing was very poor to me. And then I think that Sheer and Flanger are both good. Thank you for the follow, by the way, I appreciate it. Do you like Hotpot? I love Hotpot. Hotpot's great. Hotpot's great. Oh, hang on. That's in fact there's some milk I gotta pick up. Okay. Okay, so close towards game time now, folks. No, sometimes it takes a little while to do this. Why is there no official English stream for the LPL anymore? Because it was shut down last year. It was shut down last year. So now it's co-stream only. As for the exact reasons, basically they cited costs and the evolving state of the industry. Make of that what you will. Yeah, I love Hotpot. In fact, these playoffs are happening in Xi'an, which is where finals happened in 2023. And I really liked the Hotpot out there at that time. If every ADC was in top form, who would you be your top one in LPL? I mean, Jaculov on peak form is absolutely insane. I mean, I think Jaculov would be my... I think on top form it has to be Jaculov, right? No one really plays in the way that peak Jaculov does. Although, you know, I think recently, in recent years, that's you know, not necessarily been the case. I think there's been players who've done very well. I think that Elk and Kalista metas has been absolutely absurd. I think that, and that Gala has had some incredible splits too. Obviously, Gala historically has had some incredible splits too, right? If I ever set foot in Seattle or getting Hotpot, let's go. Oh yeah, for sure. Xi'an has great food. I never really got to see a lot of the actual surrounding area though, because no one wanted to go with me, basically. Yeah. Okay, folks. We are on to stage, and we're welcoming in our teams as well. I think this is where the teams come out onto stage, presumably. Okay, let's welcome out our teams onto the stage, shall we? JDG find themselves with a second shot at finals. Lost to anyone's legend in the upper bracket. Waited here for the winner of BLG and Top Esports. A lot of people would have expected BLG, but now they have to face off against Top Esports.
Beijing JDG Intel Esports.
Here they come out on stage. Xun and Scout. Hazen missing. All rounding the roster out. And their opponents today, a team which JDG is intimately familiar with. Top Esports versus JDG has been the matchup for a great many finals. 3 or 4, a lot of them. JDG overtook them really, of course, with the super team of 2023. Top Esports fell by the wayside and the matchup kind of became less relevant. Well, it's certainly relevant now. 369 and Kanavi on their roster now.
Kanavi. Zhongdan Green. Xialu Jackie Love. Fuzhou Crisp.
And Crisp, of course, on the roster now as well. Ever-changing rosters here in the LPL. I have to go answer the door, folks. Good start to the day. Good start to the day. Alright, folks. I hope you're ready for an absolute barn burner of a matchup. JDG Top Esports. Isn't quite another matchup like it.
LPL 第一赛段淘汰赛第6日，滔博对战北京 JDG 英特尔即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
And now we wait ourselves for a champion slate. I need to go put myself a coffee on in the background. I'm also going to put some adverts on right now on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, that won't apply to you. That's fine. That'll just mean that we're doing it just before draft, so we don't want to get them in-game at all. I'm going to quickly leave you alone. I know it's very dangerous leaving you unsupervised to get myself a cup of coffee, and then we'll see you on the other side. well, folks, let's get ourselves into draft. Sorry for leaving me alone for the first part of that. Tier listy bans on one side, Kalista ban on blue side is an important consideration. JDG won the coin flip for this game, and they will get blue side for the first game. That's what they chose. If it goes to game 5, there will be a 1v1 to determine the last game's side selects. Chase banned out. Arlo been playing a lot for lane dominance. And that Rumble is certainly it. Does this mean you must go for the Galio to answer it? We've been seeing teams drop the Galio prior into Rumble recently. And the Ambassador's locked in as said. Ambassador Vi available if you'd like to play for the heavy dive combo. You can go towards a Kai'Sa after that point, and it becomes very, very hard to survive the dive. You really need to combo it up. The Vi needs to be taken now. You don't want to give that into the Rumble, and you need to take that hit for yourself. So JDG, you see the dive combo. You have a Rumble. You'd like some CC for yourself, but you need to have a backline you can actually protect. Very hard to do that versus Ambessa and Vi. What is the plan here? JDG, we have criticized their drafts, especially against anyone's legend. You can win the early jungle matchup with the Xin Zhao. That makes some sense. And Azir's locked in for Scout. So you have double AP, long range from both the Rumble ultimate and then of course the Azir's regular damage as well, but not long enough range that the Ambessa Vi can't cause huge issues for it. Who is 369? Only one of the best top laners to ever grace the LPL. Played onto the JDG Super Team in 2023. As did Kanavi. Kanavi and 369 were part of the beating heart of that. As Cream locks in Ahri, Vi, and Bessa. That is disgustingly powerful. Ahri into Azir. Quite an interactive lane matchup. The Azir can sometimes get one over on the Ahri, but the Ahri tends to get the first fight of the game done well and then tries to snowball past the Azir, even if his laning phase is very impactful. They do have 3 dash champions. The Poppy ban makes a good deal of sense. I think top esports need to ban another kind of safety pick. You could ban out Xayah. Xayah could be a good ban here because there are 3 divers from the side of top esports. But I suppose what you could say is while they lock in Xayah, we can pick in something that counters it in lane at least. Whereas JDG, do they want to ban away Kai'Sa? Do they want to ban away Ezreal maybe as well, which can follow quite well? Jhin could also be quite a powerful ban. JackeyLove has options. Xayah is banned. We called that one out in advance. So, do you ban Jhin for long-range follow-up? There's no one else that can really dive well, join in the dive combo that well. Of course, Jhin doesn't dive himself, but what he does do is he just follows up from such a long range that the dive is still supplemented all the same. Misfortune instead. Well, that's some lane dominance. Does have a very long-range combo as well. What's my prediction for this match? Well, both these teams have a hell of a lot of good players. I think top esports win it. Now, whether that's a 3-1 or a 3-2, we shall see. This one, the Ezreal for JackeyLove definitely helps top esports' chances. Early game comp for top esports to some degree. Their mid game very strong. They're 1 to 2 items. Incredibly powerful. And then after that, it feels like the Rumble and the Azir, well, the Azir particularly, starts to take over if they remain safe. JDG, they need a safe carry. If you go for poke Varus, you can stand at long range. There's no tank for top esports right now, and it would win lane versus the Ezreal. So top esports would be the ones looking for a lane swap if it's all possible at that point. And Missing has a last pick. There's not that much engage from JDG. You can shuffle in, and you can use a Varus ult. Your engage is not that good. But will that matter? Will that matter? Leona could be powerful here. Gives you something tanky, something disruptive. Renata does mean the anti-dive is very powerful all the same though. So, less traditional CC. Lots of range though between Varus and Azir. And the Renata trying to keep them safe. Karma wins you lane here for top esports. And they already have their engage. They have their top side for that. So the Ezreal Karma makes a lot of sense. So folks, JDG have themselves long-range protect the backline comp. Top esports instead have a brutalize you early, snowball off into the distance after your first item or 2 kind of composition as well. That Karma hoping to win a lot of lane for the side of top esports to 2v2. And we are joined by an Initialise as well to help us cast this series as well as we load into game. You have our drafts, Sam. You can have a chat about them now while I get myself a coffee from the background.
Hell yes.
Folks, if you're watching in chat as well, a reminder, we are lovely people and we also keep an eye on chat. So if you have questions about the game, about your thoughts, if you have stories about this storied matchup itself, well, you can always let us know about that, can't you? And we'll try and have a chat with you mid-game.
So, I'm assuming you've chatted about Viari, Alex.
And I have some.
We're seeing the Ezreal Karma for some shove as well, so I see how that bot lane could get quite miserable, because you could have a mid-jungle turning up when you're already shoved under tower. Top esports will spike super heavy in mid-game, guys. There's no way around it. Look at that comp. Yambessa as well, actually a really good pairing with the Viari. You just got yourself a horrific dive comp, so everything around that bot lane will get very, very tricky. And I feel like JDG, great team though they are going to have to weather that level 6 storm. It's going to get very dicey. At least personally, anyway. Of course, JDG have run themselves really solid team fight comp, right? And again, the Renata always really good into a load of divers. Like you throw the hostile takeover, you try and save the Varus, you try and save the Azir, and then you turn it around with the Equalizer, with the Emperor's Divide, with the Chains of Corruption. You've got tools there, but I think if the angles start to become trickier to manage, more than one basically, it's going to be a harder task for JDG. But there's Noxian Boris in all his glory, and we'll let the crowds yell for a bit longer.
Well, folks, this matchup promises to be something special. JDG Top Esports always did, didn't it? Top Esports, we did say they'd be looking for standard lanes if possible, with the Ezreal Karma. Even against the Varus Renata, this bot lane is so disgustingly strong. I will say, one of the better things about this draft is, you know, I had some issues about the drafting from JDG in the previous series. I think JDG have lanes that can contest if it comes down to it. I think they have a team fight which is... It does play quite well on the defensive. The problem is their aggressive options are a little bit nastier to track. We do see JDG going towards the lane swap. They're trying to escape that Ezreal Karma now, and they do so. They were spotted doing so. So Kanavi will have information. Kanavi is a player which I have so much respect for. So much respect for. For me, he is the one-man army. If you need an early game, Kanavi will do it. You need a late game carry, he'll do it as well. You need initiation, he's got your back. Kanavi does it all. And then with something like the Vi, he's perfectly encapsulates him. Vi, Wukong. Champions which can do a bit of everything because he's so good at everything. Kanavi may just be the best jungler in the LPL right now. He'll get to a finals to potentially prove that against Tarzan, who I think is the other shortlisted player for that role. Good morning, everyone turning up in chat as well. Best of 5 Fearless here today. Junglers clearing towards their strong side of the map, expectedly so. Picked up a bit of XP within that mid lane because it means that they get to share and get towards level 2. And pick up level 3 from the bot lane wave, which they go towards as well. Cream taking a lot of damage from this matchup. Does need to be quite careful of this. Scout, very prominent Azir player. One of the best Azir players to ever do it, really. Cream with the new Electrocute does have good trades, but you do need to trade on your rune cooldown, which is quite predictable for Azir to trade against you. In fact, I was talking with LEC professional player Jackie's about his rune choice, because he actually really likes taking Airy into the Azir because of that, because he doesn't like trading on the rune cooldown because it makes your trades predictable. We have, however, seen a good trend globally of the Electrocute still doing well into the Azir. You can go towards the bone plating as well. It doesn't matter if your cooldowns are quite predictable.
The trades are still good.
They're still really strong at that point.
Chris had a quick wander down mid lane on the reset, and again, support players out there on your resets. You don't have to walk straight to lane. Consider walking through your jungle. Consider warding through mid lane before you get there. You can throw down some wards, you can throw a skill shot at an enemy laner. It can be really useful. You can catch people off guard, especially if you just tell your support what you're doing before you head to lane. You know, support your ADC what you're doing before you head to lane. It could be a nice little touch. Basically, don't just walk straight to lane. It helps. You can do more interesting things that way. Kanavi though, here on the Vi. Cleared out the jungle, got that initial scuttle crab. Control ward goes down. we all back away. Not too much more to be seen there. Just gets the extra CS because he cleared out a ward. Hell yeah.
Someone was asking, haven't watched that much of the, and which, by the way, folks, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are tuning in now because this is our semi-finals, effectively. Someone asking, well, how has Arla been doing? Haven't been watching much of him. Well, Arla was on Anyone's Legend last summer, and he had a good showing for himself, but they couldn't really get things across the finish line. They fell off around midway through the summer split. Arla individually has been very, very good this split. He has been lane dominant, and he's been transferring that well into side lanes and into team fights. He's not necessarily been the person who roams out of lane to start fights, but he will be kind of much like Kanavi, that kind of do-it-all player. You give him a lane lead, and he'll repay you back, like him doing a bit of everything after that point. 369, though, I will say, been a lot more solid in his laning phase than last year too. That was one of our big concerns from 2024 for the veteran top laner.
Yeah, he's been pretty damn solid. Again, a guy who, we had this conversation just the other day, kind of reinvented himself to be the utility player, the tank player, the flank player. His Gragas was a thing. Yes, the Gnar was still in the wheelhouse as Arrow does chunk Jackie, but there's a shield there to mitigate the damage. Nice observing skills nonetheless, I give you that.
Yeah, JDG, they get themselves the reset to, the lane swap rather, to escape the first few levels and then come back to lane to do stuff like this. Even HP, take the chunk down, and now Shun has a dive option because of that lane swap.
It's kind of crazy. The Ezreal Karma being shoved into lane is not what you normally expect. Now they're in danger. The heals pop. They're going to try and play one. Mystic's in danger. Bailout's there. Not going to get that one. Pays has to flash away. And Kanavi is waiting. It's gone very wrong.
Shun turns up to bot lane and sees a disaster. Kanavi comes in to clean up, and the one-man army helps himself to a kill in the bot side as the bot lane do the same. Cream's doing fine in this mid lane matchup as well. Top Esports, despite getting lane swapped on away from that level 1 Ezreal Karma, a big win condition, find a way to get their bot lane ahead all the same. They'll go towards the dragon, and we've seen a lot of late game soul fights these last few series, folks. Getting early dragons has seemingly picked up importance again here in the LPL. We talked about the setup of this. You lane swap, you come back with full HP, and you poke him out, go for the dive. But Missing takes aggro and doesn't, well, he has the bailout for himself, but there's no chance of getting a kill. They realize they missed it too late, and Kanavi comes down to clean up.
That and the WQ from Jackie with a sheet is still a fair amount of damage. It stings.
Yeah.
And the Renata did not enjoy that at level 4 in the slightest. Yep, she goes down. They'll trade up for grubs on the other side, but that dive, that win condition, falling apart a little bit there, especially because, actually, top esports, when you draft an Ezreal Karma, you do want the early lane prior, and that's not what you want to see. That they recover well there.
Harold did ask in chat, he was asking, do you know what happened today? There's a lot of things which happened today, but I'm not exactly sure what Harold is referring to. So, I don't know, that feels very ominous there.
What's happening is I'm flying to the UK.
Hang on. Kanavi is actually half a level up on Shun and has an early level 6 and goes towards Arla for flash minimum.
Yeah, there's the flash, but there's still a cease and desist after into the public execution. You should have followed the restraining order. Stay 200 miles away at all times or find yourself dead in the ground.
Scout shuffling back Cream, who also has the ult, trying to clear out the wave. Cream actually doesn't even pull that and now goes for the fight.
In the end, it'll be the ult for ult trade. Gets beyond the soldiers. Looks for a bit of a chunk here. We'll have another charm angle. Still holding on to that last part of the spirit rush. Ooh, just shy on the charm.
Cream was really, as you can see, quite afraid of the wave. Needed to make sure that he was picking the right fight. Has that Dark Seal, so would have been able to pick that up. Now, Jackie on weak side. Karma coming up. No threat of a dive here for now, I don't think, with the wave being pushed out.
Jackie went looking for a bit of poke, and Paige still hits the arrow. So, Ezreal still not necessarily enjoying the lane dominance that Avaris can offer. We'll likely try and pull off this reset here. Missing won't be in time to interrupt it. Shun was around, so it could have been another look at a dive.
So, early game, been very interactive so far. Turret plates going down about the place. We saw the dragon for the grubs trade, as we mentioned earlier. And we'll see whether JDG can go towards the 6 grub win condition later on. And I think 6 grubs are so powerful, it always is a win condition. I wouldn't say it's as powerful as a soul, but if you ever find an opening on the map, if you ever win a fight, 6 grubs means that suddenly a tower, 2 towers starts to fall down after that point.
2 towers, Lord of the Rings mentions.
I know, right? You know, it was left quite vague for a while which 2 towers Tolkien actually meant, because they were, obviously in the movie it was quite clear, and in some of the later letters he wrote, it was quite clear which it was Orthanc and Isengard. Those are the 2.
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah, however, there were questions about Barad-dûr and then Minas Tirith as well in terms of the past.
Yeah, the White Tower. And
there's one tower in the north as well. Look, there's a bunch of... Look, folks, we're going into Tolkien mythos, but the 2 towers in Lord of the Rings was under debate somewhat.
But yeah, Ross Barador and Orthanc, of course. Isengard and Mordor, and other things like that to be said with grandeur and gravitas. We've got ourselves 1 minute 45 for Grubs, just over that for Dragon. That probably is going to be our next set of like full concerted map movements, but for now a little bit of laning to be done.
Yeah, we have the big engage ultimates up for the side of top esports. That's the big thing for me. I look at that and I say, okay, right, you can force a fight. As your old Karma, not necessarily getting themselves the lane lead which they would have liked before, but they are still getting up towards 1 item, which of course gets to be quite powerful for the Ezreal. And at that 2 items, they start to really take off.
That they do. And again, now there was a point where if you're at that kind of 145 mark, you can actually burn your cooldowns then, try and pick up another kill, and then have them back up and available for the actual objective fights. But I think both teams are understandably going, yeah, I don't really want to take that risk. I'd rather have them available for Grubs or Dragon.
Okay, so Jackalove, waiting to see if he can get himself a real power moment in this game. This is going to be a good poke trade, actually. He can walk forward, take break. Wouldn't want to E into a Varus with ult. Does get some really good damage here. Now he might feel a little bit more. Yeah, there you go. Pays. Taking a lot of damage there. Jackalove, what an incredible series he had just yesterday. To knock out BLG, that Ashe. So impressive, because last year, there was no contest. BLG were the best team in the LPL, and there was no second team, really. It was just BLG. So then suddenly, first split of the year, being knocked down from their high horse, it changes the landscape of the entirety of the LPL. We are waiting now to see who is our best team. BLG clearly aren't it. Are JDG, our top esports it. They've had 5-game series. JDG 5 games against the other finalists in Anyone's Legend. It is a tight race now for the top, and if you're tuning in, these are really important matches to watch. Now, they might not always be the cleanest. We've had some interesting games here. Game 5 between JDG and Anyone's Legend springs to mind as a game which was more tension and nerve than execution. But when it's this important, you can understand why.
Can't blame them. One more series and you're off to finals to face off against Anyone's Legend, who look pretty damn strong themselves. They've had some flaws. We've seen Anyone's Legend fumble a mid-game or two, I think it is fair to say. But they have always been so good at brawling, so good at team fighting, and knowing when they've got an opportunity to use the skills and powers they have to really get ahead of a curve. Top esports feels like they've had to temper themselves across this playoffs. It feels like, ooh, as Crisp flashes away. We've seen a bit of growth out of this squad. The likes of Kanavi really turning up in a way that we've known he can do, but it's great to see him do it again. Cream, a player we've criticised bluntly for inconsistency, having a very top player. He's got 5 MVPs in playoffs alone.
Yeah, I think that, so Cream, very interesting player. Hang on, that's the ult coming straight for 369, not even needing any help, does it in a 1v1, he's going for it. Didn't need any setup at all, the Ambessa forces the flash.
Flash for Flash, gets over the wall with a flash straight cam step, and if Scout had stuck around, he would not be surviving, so has to leave, but doesn't quite. Does he have the TP? I didn't see he does, so should have joined back into this mid lane. It's got Leandries to his name now.
But still, that's a flashless Azir who's now going up against the Vi Ari with all of their summoners available. Cream and Kanavi having coming up much better. And I think that Cream, you're absolutely right to highlight him in the stuff we were talking about beforehand. Because he was really a player that struggled after being touted as the next best top mid laner going towards top esports last year. He was on that crazy team with Mako, Jackalove, 369 and Tien, and he felt like the weak link. I think that he has started to mature an awful lot in the last few series, playing against Knight, doing well against Knight as well. That shows his growth, and we'll see whether he can stay up there. If he makes it to finals, be against Shanks, who's in a similar position to that. Both of them really the new class of the LPL Elite mid.
You know what? I'm restarting sign-ups for the Lactose Tolerance Club. Yeah. Join early, folks, before he gets super popular. You can be cool.
In case, folks, you didn't know, we have a fan club for Cream. It is the Lactose Tolerance Club, because we like stupid puns. Kanavi uses the Mega Blast Cone, finds Shun.
He's got pace behind him now. I don't know whether you want this, Kanavi. Kanavi, buddy, pal, friend. That's too far.
Did not understand there was everyone there. However, the fight might start all the same. Shun blows his ultimate, teleport coming in from Scout. Who's coming down there? 369 on the bot side of the map. So Kanavi dies. An ill-judged trade there. But 369 does get to spend some alone time in bot tower.
Shot barrage. Will stop some backs. Nicely done, Jackalove. And we saw a little bit of that from Kanavi yesterday, where on the Viego in particular, man was going for a few more dives than necessarily he needed to. Was really feeling it, Mr. Krabs, and then he turned into a Krabby Patty.
Yeah, that he did. Yep, Kanavi, for all his praise, is still an LPL jungler, folks. Sometimes we do things beyond our comprehension. Your blood calls to you. And who did that kill go towards? It was Shun, I suppose, actually getting involved in that one. Gets the mega kind of. So they see Paze, and that's fine. Or rather, hang on, it doesn't see it until now. Yeah, it doesn't see it until just now. And they had a teleport coming behind. This was actually a very good fight, if the bot lane wasn't there in the first place.
Yeah. Just a little too late. I think you needed to have your teammates there, maybe at the time you're going forwards rather than 5 seconds out, just because you are still a Vi without that much in the way of tanky stats right now. You've got a Sundered Sky, which is great healing, assuming you get an auto off. You didn't get chance there when you hit by the Chains of Corruption and the lethality Varus gets to Q you afterwards, which always sucks for damage. Still, Top Esports in a good position this game, up a few hundred gold, got themselves the feat of martial mastery, at least with those early kills. They're looking to try and make sure they can still play out this game in a way that leads to their advantage. Of course, though, JDG holding on pretty well here, laning solidly. They've got decent amounts of gold parity across the board, even if they're not necessarily ahead anywhere. And as far as they're getting towards the mid game, where they can start playing 5v5 and trying to punish the dive, feels pretty good for them too.
See that Cream fell behind a little bit in terms of XP to Scout. That's something which Top Esports will need to be aware of. Scout very good at picking up resources in side lanes. Cream going to get himself first turret? No, not quite enough for that one. But they're still chipping down these outer turrets very, very well against JDG. See that Scout is going for... apologies if you said this before, Charm does land. He's going for a tankier build, which means that even if you get targeted like that, the HP from the Leandries and then the Grasp does make you harder to burst out right there.
Yeah, I'm assuming Riftmaker second tends to be the go-to when you are running that Leandry. We've seen some Nashes too. We've
seen either Nashes or Zhonya's or Riftmaker. So you've got a couple of different ways. But seriously, having the HP first and then the Grasp makes you much harder to kill.
It does. 369 eats a bit of a Flame Spitter trade, and that tends to be a losing option for pretty much every top laner ever, unless your name is Galio.
Yeah. Galio has been a bit of a paradigm change. Galio obviously being up after this draft will change things for the rest of it. Someone was asking about Fearless draft earlier, for those of you who are less familiar with it. Fearless means if a champion is picked, you can't play it again for either team later into the series. So, now typically, Galio and Rumble are played in the same game, because Galio counts for Rumble. Rumble's been played, won't be played again this series, and Galio will have a different archetype. You can play it into that mid lane, maybe against a mage later instead, and play towards those big aggressive combos. Harold's been started up, no real contested coming from Top Esports.
Not this time around. I think they might try and go towards that dragon instead, which I think is fairly fair enough. They already claimed first turret, so they got the feat of strength. They can look to play for that longer win condition in the soul.
Yeah, and it is the Chemtech. By the way, apparently there's a bug with Chemtech Rift, so it doesn't show up as Dragon 1 or 2, which means you get a disproportionate amount of Chemtech souls. Because
it's Orcs' fault.
It's always Orcs' fault.
He's definitely been doing this. He's been in the service.
I knew it was him.
That's what he's been doing over in the LCK. Someone tells Egon, make him stop. Never liked Dan. What an awful person.
I say that actually really sarcastic with him.
He's really cool.
I feel mean saying stuff like that. So.
He would return the favour.
Yeah,
he's got such a dry sense of humour. I love that man dearly.
Getting towards our second items, and of course this is where the game should look to explode for Top Esports. 2-item Ambassador, absolutely insane. 2-item Ari, absolutely insane. The same can be said for, of course, the Ezreal, who is the prominent power spike coming up on the Rift. However, Dragon's being taken by JDG. Top Esports leave the Herald to basically just take mid lane out of turret.
Success.
Top Esports even teleport in with Cream. Don't really achieve much for it. JDG playing well to get themselves that open, but they have given up the feat of strength. The first turret was taken by Top Esports, but losing the mid lane out of turret against a poke Varus, not the best thing.
No, they did get turret bot. I think they were just a little bit slow having gotten that turret to move back mid. Overreach there to try and defend 2, but it ends up being an extended 2-for-2 trade in terms of the turrets.
Question in chat, who wins late game? Now for me, if it's an even game in the late game, I think JDG win it. I think it is easier to play around a long range Varus. There's no tank at Top Esports as Chris flashes away. One of the other things is that Karma. Karma's not a good late game champion. Yeah, you can go towards a Mikhail's, that helps with some issues with your team, but you're not going to be a Renata. You will be outvalued. So, Top Esports, they want to be playing around these item spikes and finding fights like this.
Decent assist, comes on through, flashes there, hostile takeover, Kanavi flashing away, still knocked up, gets pulled back with a handshake, and that is too far, dead.
And there was no teleport from Cream, remember. He ults into the play, comes out, Scout flashes and catches the support.
The charm comes down onto Shun, who tries to flash forward. The Mikhail's cleanse means there's nowhere to go and there's no turret to run to. JDG pick up 2 in the extended play.
The one-man army is down again. Kanavi, for all of his form, has not chosen the good fights this game, and it really has been PES on this poke Varus, drawing in the play alongside missing from Top Esports. Top Esports have now jumped multiple times into this bot lane, who have just been in the right place at the right time. You can see that, you know, this is a power spike which Top Esports really want to be playing around. That 1 to 2 items. Kanavi flies over the wall, Cream's there too, but he goes forwards and the Renata has a flash, channels the ultimate as they're being CC'd, so that's extra there. Shun is there at the right time. JDG have comboed up their jungle and bot lane much better than Top Esports currently.
And if you want to know why we were saying Renata might be a bit of an X-Factor pick into Top Esports comp, you kind of saw it there. The hostile takeover came through and Jackulov just ended up autoing his own jungler for a bit there.
Yeah.
Like, I think like 4 or 5 autos, not what you need to see.
Crisp now has a Mikhail, so it's harder to make that play again the next time it comes through, but has the damage been done? You've got even gold lead now. Yes, Dragon advantage towards Top Esports, which is something nice towards to play towards, but it does feel like you want to be ahead with this composition to force fights onto the Varus, the Azir, the Rumble, who can play very disrespectfully now, it feels like. The Varus PES, of course, coming over to the LPL for his debut split here in this region, having a good time of it so far, and his Varus has been very, very strong.
Yes, it is. Just hit that second item. I think the Edge of Night value tied this game when you've got a lot of people trying to blow that spell shield off you. Of course, Vi with Smite can remove it, but it is worth noting that little extra bit of safety could be pretty valuable here. 369 though, at 2 items. Scarier than you would have been before. Looks for a Repudiate trade forwards. Dragon spawning a minute and a half, and junglers and the rest of their crew all sat in the blue side jungle of Top Esports, trying to put down wards and set up kind of well in advance of that. Control wards down currently in JDG's face.
Okay, so I think there is a big fight coming, of course. We have Ezreal at a very powerful point of power, as we've highlighted. Ad infinitum now. 2 items for 369. This is the power spike for Top Esports. You have Atakan spawning. Dragon in a minute. If you can get towards Soul Point on this power spike and get a good fight around it, I think Top Esports are happy again. So watch out to see how that Dragon... Hang on a second. Hang on. Atakan can... You can use Atakan to deny your own minions? Atakan can kill your own wave if you drag it over to it. That's insane.
That's theoretically a good... You can deny CS when that
we have Dota's denial mechanic through Atakan. What the shit?
That's mental.
Excuse me? I've never seen that before.
I mean, it could also... I suppose it could hurt if you're trying to shove onto a tier 2 or whatever, but the denial mechanic, very, very potent part of Dota 2, so I kind of like that. If that was deliberate at the very least.
That, I don't know, man, but that's kind of incredible. Lots of stuff to contemplate there. Huh, weird. I mean, it's probably not the biggest thing, but I guess you can set up slow pushes instead, weirdly. But around Atakan, you don't really want that, so limited, but hey. Worth knowing all the same. Dragon spawning soon. Bot side from Top Esports is controlled. Lots of good wards down there. Scouts, not at his 2 items yet. Might have to get a recall before coming in. If he takes the Krugs, he'll be able to get 2 items, but he doesn't have teleport up just yet. Put down a control ward to secure himself some safety.
Dragon's up. There was a ward on that Chem Drake for JDG. True shot barrage. Chunks out Shun. Catches him on that Raptor pit.
Everyone knows this is a big fight. So, what you really need to do is see a clean pick off onto the backline from Top Esports. The Edge of Night for PES makes it a little harder. You need to smite that spell shield away or get rid of it for free somehow else. See, JDG, they need to be very respectful of this Fog of War.
Scout's just got the Riftmaker, has a teleport, not burning it as yet, but he is going to be coming out with that second item to his name.
That is very important. So, the fight not started before that item can be achieved. Dragon now started up. JDG need to force their way into the river, and they can do. The Shin's out, can walk up like this, especially with the extra shields. Cream on the flank, but is he spotted? Yes, he is now.
Cream and Scout trade out. Charm lands, but it means that your Ari's not on the flank angle. Dragon still secured. That's Soul Point. 369. Now on a flank himself. He's going to try and run at the Ambessa. That was the Ghost Blade pop, but she can just Drake Hound step away. So it ends up being a bit of a look-in, but no one willing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, JDG, we did say they don't have that good aggressive options. Very good counter engage, as we saw before when Kanavi was diving at them, but they're not that good at actually forcing the fights themselves. Cream goes back to a side lane, still dropping a bit of XP compared to Scout. Scout is very hard to kill on a side lane now, but the Gandry's Ferrari will, I suppose, mitigate some of that. Top Esports, fighting for a Chemtech Soul. Not the most strong, but definitely one that they've set up for their kind of bigger game plan.
More mana transformation now on Ezreal as well. One of those big moments. Ezreal 2-item spike, guys. It's been a talking point in League of Legends for many, many years at this point, but it is still a potent point of the game for Jackie here. Shun does get hit with the renewal. When comes lightning comes on down, but there's a shield after, and Shun
Big damage from
eats a
Jackie.
big combo. As we said, Ezreal
Yeah.
now going to be a legitimate carry threat in his own right.
Shun, good game so far, besides that first dive in bot lane, which failed, but of course he's a player with a lot of eyes on him too. Left BLG, was rather kicked from BLG, probably. There's a lot of information we're lacking there in terms of context, but that's the way it seems to the public eye.
The layman, yeah.
Yeah, and now he has had a higher finish than BLG. I'm going to say it's not because of him. Shun has had a difficult split, and he's definitely a player who can be the cause of a lot of worries for JDG when he's not on form. This game, though, has been good.
So, another good shot. Man, Jackie is being really obnoxious. Turnaround from pace finally comes on through. Hail of arrows there. Cream has been eating some damage in the bot lane. Turns out Azir at this point just begins to get really difficult to play against.
Jakilov doing really well to control this mid lane at this point. Normally you'd expect the Varus, even when it is against a power spike like this, gets a lot of value. Doesn't get the spell shield down.
Behind.
Pace has spell shield up. Here comes Kanavi, smites off the spell shield.
Flash comes on down, but there's a change of corruption as well, but the follow-up is there! Goodbye, Pace! No way to stay alive. He played that about as well as he could. Scout, shuffle under the turret, but the turret is gone. Now they're going to get some more, and Smithson gets the hostile takeover. Cream, alive, backing away. 369 Drake's down, stepping out. They lose Kanavi. But they've done the damage. Jackie Love jumped on, needs to try and find his way back in. Gets one more on the way out.
Missing has an incredible Renata ult. The tower does go down in the mid lane, but JDG respond very, very quickly. Ends up being a 2 for 2 overall. I think Top Esports come out happier from this now, though. You do get yourselves that mid lane outer turret, which is a pesky thing to get rid of and very powerful for the Varus to hold on to. This play starts with some great poke and great control of mid lane coming out from Jakilov. And as we said, spell shield just doesn't matter against Vi if she has smite. Smites away the spell shield, and the Edge of Night doesn't get that much value. Tower goes down after. Scout does a good job, though, to make sure this goes down. And then you can actually summon up the Azir turret as well if he's in the right position. Doesn't do it at this point. Fantastic equalizer combo, though. Evens things up.
Yeah, Flash to get a better angle from missing on that hostile takeover, and then Jackie realizes he's not getting out. I'm going to take someone with me. Can't quite get Scout as well, but the Baron is the trade, of course, because Azir was up and so was Shun, so a two-man Baron is doable, and that's a big one.
That changes things quite a lot. Dragon is still up in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Top Esports going towards the Atakan, and the thing is, you can't use your Baron if you're not across all the lanes that you want to, really. Top Esports have a chance to rush this. Baron for Atakan might also be a trade here.
Shun's not going to be here in time, I don't think. Coming over, has Flash, as Wind becomes lightning. Maybe I was wrong. Control ward is down. 4,000 HP, chunked out by this one. Can look for Flash on it! He gets it! Shun steals the Atakan. The withdrawal's now available. And it just goes from bad to worse for Top Esports.
Shun is on a warpath, leaving his team in BLG and seeing them not even reach his point in the lower bracket. And he comes into game one with fire and fireworks, steals the Atakan. 3-0-3 on the Shinzo after a difficult split for him. Shun is here to play.
And that likely breaks the game. Baron plus Atakan, and Top Esports burned so much to do that. Their waves are in awful positions now. This map is about to break wide open.
I think that's got to be your game at that point. If you're taking the Atakan, you have a chance to fight back. You're now against a team that arguably outscales you with a Baron and with the Atakan as well. Top Esports, good early few levels, could not snowball enough, and now they're finding themselves in exactly where you don't want to be with this kind of composition.
I'm not going to blame Top Esports for trying the Atakan. It was the right call, but it does come down to flip. And Shun goes absolutely miles because Flash and Wind becomes lightning is a hell of a combo.
Cream can't get the smite, the charm onto him, gets himself in. With that Wind becomes lightning, the audacious charge and goes straight in. 369 gives himself up to. You can technically stop the smite. I think with the ult, there's a slight suppression while it's being cast, but doesn't get the right timing. JDG, they don't have a lot of summoners right now, but they do have damage.
Kanavi goes right across. Chris can be left out to dry, and Kanavi, I don't think there's anywhere to go. We'll get a Vault Breaker onto Ola, but will likely die here, and that's just another kill over to JDG.
They're floundering.
2 more down.
They're floundering at this point. JDG, they have the items, they have an Atakan, they have a bunch of extra weird tank in there with double arm guards as well. Top Esports can't really get clean fights now at this point. They'll lose themselves the dragon that they were going towards earlier. They won't get that soul point, and being now down 5,000 gold, JDG will probably steamroll through this game.
Their comp scales, well, we already said we liked them if it got to late game think this will count by building up understandably towards what will likely be a GA third. Ari not quite at the death cap. Maybe those breakpoints help, but I just think it's so hard, as you said. Like, the picks just aren't going to be coming in very cleanly anymore.
369 trying to wave clear up here as best as possible. Cream very close to death cap, which would of course be an important tool to come back in the game for, but it's so hard to really shut down the carries that you want. You needed to get ahead. Now everyone's just too tanky basically at this point. You have one assassination target maybe in the Varus. It's really hard to play around this combo, and sadly, you know, it's not the first time I've seen Cream's Ari not snowball in the way that I'd like it to. You know, he's a player which we've complimented a lot throughout this split. It's not like he's the complete product yet.
He earned an MVP the other day for Ari, but I don't think that was against him playing well. That was the game where Bin threw away an insane lead for BLG in the base by failing to Q3 on Cassante, a locked down Varus, and they all died in a sort of like extended flanking action. That was a 6,000 gold Baron power play, by the way.
It's a hell of a lot of gold, Sam. It's a veritable Fort Knox. Cream, yeah, not much for him to do in this game now, sadly. JDG, you know, yesterday we were saying, or rather the day before, when they played against Anyone's Legend for that first final spot, they did go to 5 games, and that is an achievement. Now being that close to the finals in its own right, Hayes is actually forced out from his spell shield, the QE instead of the EQ. You know, JDG coming in with a better draft, which is one of the big criticisms that we've had, and much better coordination, really starting to unlock some of these players.
Missing and shouldn't step on forwards, but top esports are around trying to contest. Jacula got a bloodthirster now. That third item might be enough to give him a bit more threat. Hops away. Shun did go in with the audacious charge. Maybe that's all you need, as in the mid lane we're seeing a trade up between Ambessa and Rumble. Teleport's now flying. That could get interesting. They're going to throw down the equalizer. RJDG, 369 in danger. Stopwatch happens. Scout now looking for an angle. Charm onto the Azir. 369 keeps having to hop away. Comes over the wall, flashes out. Scout now trying to find his own angle. Don't quite find it the slow. Still really bloody obnoxious. They want to double blast cone out. Will do so. All the while in the 3v3, Shun has killed off Kanavi somehow. And the mid lane still happening as Ala comes flanking around here looking for more angles.
Well,
I think
Scout's got another shuffle. 369 might be able to get his recall, but I don't think it's enough to save the Vestayan Fox. Cream will go down, and Scout on the Azir has been such an oppressive force on the map, getting so tanky, so damaging. And top esports have not had an answer. They fall apart across the map.
No, they haven't. I understand why they're looking for the teleport flank. Look, can we find a 2v1 to break this shove? And the answer was no, and even in the 3v3 it goes wrong. 2-5-2 now on this fight. Navi not having a great time. Scout goes forward. Still has a shuffle, by the way. Nice flash over. Keeps Crisp alive, but 369 is not there, of course. He's off to the other side dealing with Shun, while Crisp and Jacula do their best to just stay alive in their own base.
This hasn't looked particularly close ever since that big old trade and the steal of the Atacon, has it?
No.
That Atacon steal from Shun unlocked JDG like something else. Maybe top esports could have found a fight if they'd taken that objective. But that doesn't look particularly close, does it? Top esports will have to really go back to the drawing board. Kind of sucks for them because, you know, I'm a big fan of Kanavi on Vi. He's currently at 2-5, 2,000 gold behind. Not his best game ever. I think Cream and Jacula have also historically not bad players.
Oh boy, here we go.
Baron is up. We're at desperation stations. The blast cone is going to not quite spot out towards the Baron. It's too far as the one from there just outside their base. JDG not even respecting the Baron rush because they don't think they can take it quick enough, I guess.
Shun takes a bit of a chunk, goes on forward, 3 talent strike on the 369, chains of corruption after. Won't lock down anyone else though.
Death Stance picked up 369 means he's a little bit harder to take down. That's one ult down, I suppose. Red buff being contested. Scout, very, very strong though. If he gets a sweep, it's the end of the game.
Just burns down that Vi, caught up with another 3 talent strike. Shun turning up here as well. Some really clutch knockups on this Talon.
3 talent strike from the Shinzo.
Shinzo, that's the one. That's where I was like, where am I getting talent from?
That's a great question. From Noxus, I assume.
Oh, yeah,
now the Baron started up by JDG. Top East was no real way to enter this, being warded off by Pays and missing.
It's looking all over now, but for the fat lady singing, and she is well and truly warmed up for the operatic ending of game 1. Chris bought Mikhail's himself after another Chains of Corruption land, and
That's very low cooldown.
it is at this point, isn't it? There's quite a lot of ability hits in this build.
Poke Varus, level 3 ultimate, that's a lot of cooldown. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, top swords suppose might be able to launch a contest around that. Kanavi going towards that, the Mega Blast Cone, that's what it was. And somehow Kanavi gets, I think he gets body boxed on his Q. Means that he can't get over that wall. Not a good game from Kanavi, despite all the hype surrounding the player from us.
So you can't hear it, but everyone else back home can. But basically, Chinese Rumble, for Super Galaxy Rumble in particular, has a really specific meh sound when he's overheated, and it's like on repeat whenever he does anything.
Yeah, it's a whine, it's a siren thing.
Exactly that. But it was just very loud compared to everything else. It was just like Shun getting, just like Kanavi getting punched, but it's like, you know, one of those squeaky toys that you punch? So that's what it was sounding like.
That's fantastic. That's great. I'm sad I missed that though.
It was quite entertaining.
Oh gosh. Well, things I'll have to watch back the VOD for. JDG, they have themselves Baron, they have themselves multi-lane push. They have a Varus with a ton of damage.
Kanavi's got again. That is a 7th death for this Vi. Ingo Scout. And Crisp is crispy. Pace picks that one up. Cream is being consumed as well. It is just dessert on top for JDG. They were forced to work for it, but the workout leads to sweet, sweet things at the end of it all. Game 1 is Jing Dong Gaming's.
A little bit of cardio here in game 1. Jakulov has to sit and watch the Nexus fall. Top esports were outscaled, outfought, out objective, and JDG take the first game.
I think Shun will be getting MVP for this game. It might be Scout, but that Xin Sao was legitimately fantastic. Those steals, very, very important. Some great knockups. Top esports, that was not what I was hoping for from them in the mid-game.
Wasn't what I was hoping for either, Sam, but hey, that's what we get ourselves there. Stream's actually stuttering a little bit. I need to work that out at some point. But, hi, how's it going, folks? We're back.
Hello.
I pressed the wrong button. I didn't press the wrong button. It's just being slow. Wow, my CPU really doesn't like this today. That's our first game, folks. Thanks for everyone for tuning in, and we'll be carrying on with the series. I need to... Sam, you keep talking. I've got to figure out some programs to close in the background.
Yeah, you do that. Hello, chat. We're here, chatting as we go along, as we prepare ourselves for more of this semi-finals action. We've got lots of things to talk about, lots of things to deal with. I think top esports here coming in, I don't know whether as favourites, but certainly as competitors, which I think is good to see, because they had actually done a lot of glowing up across playoffs. They'd taken out some big names. Obviously, yesterday against BLG was a big old deal. But there is no guarantees here in playoffs. And JDG, a team, I think, who people had kind of dismissed a little bit. Oh, okay, they slipped into playoffs. They had to play a really rough series against Weibo game and even get there. You know, that conversation goes on. I was like, had they really been tested? And I exaggerated a little. I play devil's advocate here, but there were some questions about exactly what level we were going to get from JDG. And there is still some of those questions that need to be answered, but that game 1 was what we were hoping for. Scout played a really good game. Shun, a player that we have had some criticisms of, did have a pretty solid showing of it too. And now we just hold our kind of moment here, waiting for what happens with the rest of this series, I think, in terms of how we're all expecting it to play out. I think Scout is another one of those players who is just very clutch. He's just very good. Give him enough space and he will be a very, very scary member to deal with. And you saw it there, right? He gets to scale, gets to play his ears. Sometimes a champion that points last year, actually, I feel like he wasn't all that strong on. He kind of didn't show up on the Azir in the way he had, say, in 2023. And this time around does end up looking very, very scary on that Leandri Rift maker build, because, like, who the hell was dealing with him in the late game?
I mean, Scout did end BLG's win streak and Knight's Ahri win streak on Azir last summer. So there was that game.
Yes, but I mean, there was a lot of that year where we went, well, what's happening with the Azir? It wasn't happening. Because I know I was chatting with Kelsey Moser at the time. We were like, look, why is the Azir, like, the Azir wasn't working? I know she's not a massive fan of Azir in general, in fairness, but I know you've got that disagreement.
I disagree. I think his Azir was still fine. I think he was really doing well at using the 6 scrubs and sidelines. And you see this game as well was really important. This is the Scout which I know on Azir for sure. It's a very powerful pick for him. Whenever the Scout with the Azir has value, he has value on it.
I agree.
So, folks, we'll be taking a bit of a break before Game 2. If you'd like to ask us any questions, we will be in chat as we determine our second finalist, rather, for the LPL. One of these teams will be facing up against anyone's legend.
They're my legends. They're not anyone's. It's me. It's Initialize's legend. That's what they're renaming to.
They're absolute legends, Sam. Man, this game looked really good at the start too with the failed dive. Kanavi really outpathing Shun, I suppose, with the help of his bot lane, kind of outplaying under the turret. It was a bad dive from JDG. And we saw some good early game plays, and then things just kind of fell apart bit by bit, where Kanavi walked into the enemy bot lane and in the jungle and died quite a lot, and then the game fell apart from too much gold randomly given over, despite the good early game.
Yeah, and we saw, like, it kind of hit the mid-game, and this is one of the things that I know Kobe over in NA has very strong opinions of, because obviously he is a massive Vi player, he's a Vi main, and he says, look, if you're going to get the Vi pass, then the way you do it is you have to be tracking enemy flashes, because otherwise you just get flashed into the enemy team. And that happened a few times, and the whole comp from JDG is there to try and make Kanavi's life as hard as possible with the hostile takeover, with the shuffle to deny engages after, and it got really tricky. This felt like a moment where finally they picked up pace, they got the turret, they go 2 for 2, kind of felt okay. The problem is one of those members in the 2 for 2 was the smite. It was Kanavi's Vi, and then you've still got this Azir, you've still got this Rumble, who can absolutely shred an objective. They head over and take Baron, and then, yes, top esports on the spawn trying to do the Atakan, but you lose that as well, and suddenly you've got Baron and Atakan, all your waves are off, and you've lost kills. It's a 6.1k gold swing in the favor of favor of JDG, and at that point the game feels next to unplayable because your burst combo only takes like half of Scout's HP, and then there's arm guards to work with as well. It's really hard to deal with.
The LPL feeling kind of weaker this year. Mufadwa, it is a very intricate question. I think that, you know, we are dealing with, and first stand might not be the best example of this now, because if we're getting teams qualifying towards first stand on lane swaps, and then lane swaps being removed at the event, these teams are going to look completely different. They're going to look completely different, which is not exactly what you want to see.
I am going to run and make myself another coffee.
You gotta do that, Sam.
Do you want me to do anything for you while I'm there?
No, it's okay. It's all good. I just need to figure out, like, PC is not being the happiest right now. So I'm closing down a couple of random things in the background. Hopefully that'll be fun.
Yeah. Do you want the headphones? You can listen to some Diana sessions, chill out with your lo-fi League of Legends beats to stream and cast to.
Is it even playing? It is. Yeah. Oh, it's just the song just ended, that's why. I was like, oh, why is that? Not doing anything. LCK doesn't look all that this year. I mean, Zeus looks really good. And I think actually have the best jungle support in the world. I think they're very, very good. Yeah, Shun comes away with MVP. That makes a lot of sense. I remember when this channel was highlights only. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Well, if you're enjoying yourselves in Onivia, make sure to keep tuning in, because we'll be doing as much LPL as possible. And yeah, it's been very cool to put our co-stream onto the Onivia channel, restream that. Do you think that JDG top esports would be able to beat HLE currently? They have a lot of obvious weaknesses. You know, JDG's draft is kind of suspect despite them having some good individual players. And they do fall apart sometimes in lane swaps. Well, we'll see what happens with standard lanes. Whereas I'm trying to think of... top esports... And also with JDG, I don't think Shun is good enough for international events, really. To, like, win international events. I think he's good to contend for them, but not good enough to win them, really. Whereas I think with top esports, they do occasionally just lose their heads in best-ofs, and Kanavi has games like this where he'll just randomly dive too deep, but he tends to recover from them quite quickly, but it's still quite depressing to see. And then anyone's legend, I think they have very good strategy, and they're very good lane swappers, and I think they're very good kind of cerebral players, but I don't think their laning strength is good enough. I think that Flandre is not the best laning top laner. I think Zeus will tear him apart. And I think that, you know, bot lane, Hope and Kyle, they're good. But are they Viper and Delight good? I don't think so, personally. Oh, Denakashi, I did see you redeemed a compliment in Twitch chat as well. You know, the win condition of that last game was... you know, it was scaling and it was damage from the carries. The win condition of my chat is to have you in it, Denakashi. So we've won today, and I hope you enjoy the compliment. I did notice he was still around. I didn't know when to place it in game. I didn't know if I could find a time, but there you go. So, going into game 2. JDG have won blue side. Top esports will be over onto blue side now. I hope we don't get a blue side centric series again, man. Oh, that stuff is so annoying. Oh yeah, for sure. And we see top esports choose blue side. Nice. What change do you expect BLG to do next split? Well, I don't know what change they can do, right? You probably need to change support jungle, right? If you want to level up the team, but who's available mid-split? You're not just going to be able to pick up someone like Tarzan for free or whatever. Report of you for saying Zez is better than Flandre. You're a Flandre fanboy. I love Flandre. However, in individual laning, Zeus is pretty damn good. I'm sorry, Majid. I'm sorry. I hope that my PC carries on being okay. I'm trying to figure out like what else I can do. I guess I can get rid of the full screen projector. Does that help? It does help a bit, but anything else I can randomly get rid of? I'm really hoping my PC doesn't crash on me doing this stuff. It is actually stuttering quite a lot. That's kind of scary. I'm hoping it's not randomly Vanguard or something. Well, Vanguard's now been turned off. That was me. That was me. System alerts. That was me, folks. I'm sorry. Just wanted to make sure that happened. Right, I need to get myself another coffee, and then we'll get back to it. So enjoy some chill music and some visuals. Do a quick restart? Nah, I'm not going to restart because then we'll lose viewers. It'll be fine. It'll last. It'll last.
folks. And just quickly close the bathroom door so I don't know I'm Oh, how are we all doing? How was the break? Did you enjoy it? Did you miss us? I missed you. Hello, strangers from another land. Are we ready for game 2? JDG kinda just got to walk away with it in the end, didn't they? They get the Baron, they get the outer card, and the game's kinda over. And Top Esports never get to pull off another combo again. Kanavi, I think, also did not have a great recovery game, shall we say. He does have this habit from behind. He follows the MLXG pattern sometimes, where there is an element of if he's behind, he looks to make a play in order to come back and find a way to win the game.
Yeah, occasionally. Yeah, I mean, I think in that game, you know, what you could see is just that they read the map wrong a lot of times. That play around the red buff, it felt like, you know, they just didn't know the enemy bot lane was there. They just didn't know it was there. So, hey, we'll hope they can bounce back. I want to see a long series between these two teams. I know we can see better from Top Esports. The crowd prediction was very split between these two teams, and I think that's understandably so.
Yeah, I think so. And I think I also, we didn't see it as much on screen, but when we came back to the replays, we did see it. We saw a lot of TPs from Cream in particular as part of a coordinated play from Top Esports that didn't work. And that is a little problematic in terms of, like, we saw, like, okay, we're going to try and play for this red buff play. Cool, Cream's teleporting in, and someone's died before we get there. Oh. And it's meant things were just way later than they needed to be, which was really problematic. But there we go. Sometimes that be the way of it. Now, of course, we are just waiting for that game 2. I believe Top Esports understandably will have chosen blue side. It does tend to be the choice. Very, very rarely seen anything not resembling a blue side pick.
Okay, folks. Let's get ourselves into our second draft of the day, eh?
We'll be coming on to it very shortly. Players are back on stage, having a quick conversation with their teammates. Understand, getting ready to go forwards and do what must be done, which is League of Legends today.
Very dramatic.
I know. It's throw bracket semis out. It is just semis. This is a time to be dramatic. If there's ever any time to be dramatic, it's now.
Okay. Well, I suppose you're not wrong. This is effectively a semi-finals. This is JDG versus Top Esports. The great rivalry between these teams has a hell of a lot of history.
It has, and like, I feel like JDG over the last couple years were kind of coming out on top until the last year where things got a bit weird with Rookie and stuff and all the rest of the kind of the joinings that happened. But JDG had that 2023 roster and I went, oh my days, this team is great. 2022 they won in summer, and Top Esports have struggled to be the team in the LPL again, the really elite team, basically since Knight's left. They've been struggling to fill the hole that he left all those years ago. And now maybe they've got an opportunity to finally come back to the fore of the LPL. They need to do it against JDG, who, as we've said, have been pretty damn strong themselves. Bans coming on through for our game 2. Rise, Jace, current bans for Top Esports on blue side. The Skarnet, the Cassante, banned away by JDG. Of course, Rumble picked in that game 1, but things like Aurora, Callista, both up.
Callista, Yone, Aurora. I suppose Galio's quite powerful, even though the Rumble is off the table. Lots of things you can go towards Nocturne as well. It tends to be very, very powerful for both these junglers. Shin and Kanavi, both good players of that champion. Are you going to let the Callista through? That is the question. We've seen it banned a lot on blue side. Top Esports, maybe. By losing that first game, I think they should go towards that Callista instead.
The ban is the Nocturne. Callista up. Aurora up. Interesting to see which one will be decided. I doubt it will be a Heimerdinger or an Alawi, folks. Especially as a blue side first pick.
You know, funnily enough, Heimerdinger is the best counter into Gwen in the game, apparently. It's got like the highest solo kill rate. You never see the champion actually be played, but it's a big difference. Of course, Nidalee, incredible for both of these. It's Shin's most played in the split, and it's Kanavi's too. Both of these guys are absolutely insane on this champion. Jungle pressure, name of the game now. You need to have good winning lanes. Typically, we've seen stuff like Viego or sometimes the Zyra into the Nidalee. The Zyra doesn't actually do that well into it. Typically, what you do into the Nidalee is play Vi or Nocturne, actually. Just dive right on top of her. Have that triple dive kind of combo. Harder to play that one, though. Gonna match farming for farming by the looks of it. If they go towards that Lilia. They choose not to lock it in right now. Renekton for Arla. Lane dominance for him.
Some hobbers of those jungle options. We'll see what they decide to lock in. There's some fun calls. We saw Shyvana yesterday from Kanavi. It wasn't that great, actually, honestly, folks. They won the game, but it wasn't really on the back of good play. It felt like from top esports. See what they decide to lock in again. The Kalista is up. It would be strange not to pick it up at some point here. Between a Renekton and a Kalista, they'd have exceptionally strong lanes, and the Kalista is locked.
All right, so Renekton Kalista, that is incredible dominance on both sides of the map, which does divert some of the power coming in from the Nidalee. Normally, you play something like the Varus into the Kalista. Might have to go lane swap now, just heavy lane swap, and try and get a lane that can win at level 3, level 4, something like that. A little bit hard to figure things out.
Potential option, of course, is Jackie is a big Draven player, and that you've sometimes seen you try and take the knife fight of Draven into Kalista and play it out that way. It's been done before. Neeko locked, though, takes it away from that. Kalista's been one of her premier pairings, missing certainly plays it. Will likely be going towards that support role. We've not really seen a lot of mid lane Neeko as of late, so unlikely to see that one going where it supports.
Yeah, so that does deny some of the lane dominance coming in from Neeko, because it feels like there aren't that many supports which deal well with Neeko, and also Kalista, in terms of her lane dominant pairings, doesn't have the Renata now, and doesn't have that Neeko. So we'll have potential support matchup in the advantage of top esports.
So, they've got themselves some ways of matching that, and that's always good news, but we're going to see what the jungle lock-in. I feel like Lilia might be a call here. It's AP threat. You've already got two very strong AD solo lanes. I know the Kalista's not solo lane, but you know what I mean. Laners. There we go. That's probably a better term for it. And the Lilia is locked in to try and match that. And you've now got a very brawly composition with 3 champions at a pretty short range, looking to punish top esports.
I wonder whether top esports ban away the Sylas right now. I know it'd be double AP mid jungle, but I think that's very powerful in this kind of comp to force fights onto the squishy Nidalee, force things onto the Gnar, steal the Mega Gnar, steal the Neeko ult. I actually think Sylas is a very good ban here away from Scout. I know it's a cream pick, but I think you get rid of that one personally.
Going towards engage support option to try and limit the pool on the Kalista.
Oh my god,
they got rid of the Nautilus.
Just realized that the Neeko Nidalee like lore combo as well.
Oh yeah,
they're adorable, folks. They're adorable. Nautilus banned away as one of the battle line remaining lane dominant picks for the Kalista.
That it is. As Arrow champions getting banned on the other side. We already lost the Varus, so Ashe goes down, Hui goes down. Big poke option is the Hui, and Cream has played a fair amount of it alongside the Nidalee, interestingly as well.
This draft looks a lot better for the first 3 picks from JDG compared to top esports.
I agree.
In terms of coherent picks, folks. Top esports, they better have a bloody good round 4-5 of their picks to make this composition make sense. Yeah, you can absolutely go towards something like that Cork if you want into that mid lane. It'd be a decent enough blind pick there for Scout in that lane. They might just pick 3 really dominant lanes and as top esports, while you have a Nidalee, so what? You're playing with 3 losing lanes. The Corki very good at level 1.
Yeah.
Top esports, your 4-5 better be damn good to make sense of this draft.
I am completely there with you. You've now theoretically got 3 winning lanes, or at least 3 lanes that can fight early to enable your Lilia to go make sure that this Nidalee's life is hell. Misfortune Neeko, dangerous combo when the ults come through, and you can theoretically trade out against the Kalista, but again, it's still a Kalista. I don't know, folks.
I mean, it's pretty good at outranging the comp. I don't mind the MF. There's not that much in terms of cancels onto it. It does help because Jackie is so dominant on this pick as well in the laning phase, but you're absolutely right. You are against Pays on the Kalista. He could even go for the lethality Kalista if he really wants to. Last pick for that mid lane. Aurora, not bad here in terms of your combination. Does mean you've got the double AP in jungle and mid, which can sometimes be a bit worse if you go for that. I think Yone is better, personally. You need a little bit of extra engage, and you've already got the magic damage coming through from that Nidalee. Top esports, we asked for a good 4-5. This helps. I still think JDG has a much simpler to play draft, and I think their lanes are much simpler to play through as well. JDG, for all our criticisms of their drafts against anyone's legend in the upper bracket, this seems like a good set of games back-to-back and a good set of drafts back-to-back.
I agree. I think top esports, you've got champions that the players are known for, and the combinations are there. I just think it is less simple. It's less coherent in terms of how everyone wants to work together. A potential last pick coming on through most likely for missing, and I said something very strange, but you just get an Alistair with the Callista. It's a great combo, it's good frontline, it's good disengage as well. You can do quite a lot to interrupt things like the Nico ult and the rest with your own headbutt.
JDG, really good lanes, simple to play composition. Top Esports doing something a little bit weird. They have the tools to get wombo combos, they have the tools for side laning, but it is a much harder to play draft. Folks, we need to run some adverts after this draft, so if you want to skip them on Twitch, this is only on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, then it doesn't apply to you. You know, drop a Prime sub if you don't want to swap, don't want to get into that.
Give us your money.
Shouldn't lose anything.
This is what you do. If you don't want adverts, give us your money.
As we get into our game to Top Esports, Cream on his Yone, 369 on Nard, Jakulov on MF, and Kanavi on the Nidalee. These are comfort picks. They are, but the composition, it's gonna take a little while for it to come online for me. It's very hard to play this coherently compared to the other side of the Rift.
So now we find ourselves preparing to get onto that Rift. We've already had the conversations. JDG's draft on red side looks significantly more coherent. Not again, but the champions themselves are bad from Top Esports. Hell, it might even work. Those players are exceptional pilots of the champions they have picked. It's just not quite as cohesive in terms of this is what this composition does all together in the same way. Great. It's a little bit more on the individualistic, I am really good at the champion, and there are some synergies here.
So, Top Esports down 0-1, but both these teams are used to long series and dropping a game here and there and clawing their way back. JDG lost against Anyone's Legend, but love a chance to rematch in the finals. Top Esports overcame BLG to get to this point. Both teams coming through very different paths and reigniting an old rivalry as we get onto the break.
As we do just that indeed. Crowd, I have a word or two to say before we continue speaking. Pretty evenly matched JOs there. Sounds to me like the JDG fans on the left, Top Esports fans on the right. I'm stuck in the middle with Alex. What am I going to do there? Absolute disaster.
Have great fun.
Have great fun, exactly.
Have great fun, you know, have an enlightening, enriching time.
I'm going to learn so much about League of Legends, Alex.
You learn so much about League of Legends every time you talk to me, Sam. That's all I know in life anymore. Everything else has been booted out.
How are you feeling about Arena coming?
Well, the thing is, they removed rank from Arena. For those of you that haven't watched my own streams, which are not this, I reached rank 2, maybe rank 1 on EU West. I don't know whether the reset hid that. Lane swap potentially coming through on either side, making sure they can walk up and make sure they can take some of those wards away to secure some information, clear that, and going to match lanes in top side. Okay, so I think Top Esports, they get themselves the lane they want. Alistair into Nico level 1 is pretty horrid, and the Callista, despite being a good early game champion, does not really want to play against that Nico MF at that level 1.
Look at that wonderful Battle Bunny strut. That's the Admiral Fortune one. There's some like serious swagger there. As Jackie and Chris come on up, of course, Nico can just take on the form of other people to get better auto attack animations. You often see Nico do that. It feels really nice. If you've got Varus, you can just turn it into a Varus. It feels a lot nicer to play the game.
Yeah, now you don't get to do that thing where you... what was I going to say? I forgot. It's fine. It's alright. I forgot.
You had an empty thought.
I had such an empty thought. You don't get to increase your attack range. That's the
true.
one. 369 against Arla on the Renekton. Arla has been a very good Renekton player. Right there, though, doesn't actually get his in-powered W off. Means that 369 gets the hop away. You even used to see Nas start Hail of Blades E, so you can get away from the first couple of trades from the Renekton and trade back with auto attacks with good spacing.
Well, so far. Double up comes on through, and again, you have still got a double ranged versus melee support matchup here for Top Esports. So the Callista lane prio isn't necessarily going to be there until a little bit later on. So theoretically, there's Misfortune and Nico can bully in.
Yeah, this is why they wanted the lane swap. The Alistair at level 1 can't really compete. They took the Nico away to do this. And you know what, Crisp is another one of these players that's been criticized quite a lot for the last 2 years or so. He has had a good year so far. They're going to get another great chunk onto missing.
Oh my
Good
days.
trade back from Pays, I suppose.
He's here as well. They can definitely bait this. Well, Seed landing goes missing, but there's still an option for Kanavi to jump over the wall. They've all gone 2-4. Flashes down. Kanavi can keep looking. Throws down another few autos. The spears keep flying. Javelin toss available. Comes on down. Shun chunk low. Swell Seed lands, but the red buff is still up, and I don't think this Nidalee can help stop it. Spear comes through. They can't go back.
They can't stop their recalls like this. Pays has no flash. Kanavi holding the wave, which means that the wave can come in. He's going to transform maybe into the cannon minion. No, he misses up. Because what you can do is you can transform into a cannon minion and take tower shots. That's what the Observer was highlighting. Maybe could have gone for a dive there, knowing that Chris could take aggro and then get the tower debuff by turning into a cannon minion. Kanavi going to find Shun again, but just wants to bully out on this Nidalee. So good at this champion.
Shun still at 20% HP. Corki can't join quite yet. There's a reset coming from Cream right now, though, so I don't know about that. This would get very ugly. They need to leave, I think, especially with the Corki leaving lane. Now we just failed to pounce over the wall, by the way. Just want to let you know that.
Hey, he got himself that first kill participation. Nice for him. Once again, first gank of the game. Goes really well for Kanavi. And, you know, a lot of people know Shun as a Nidalee player. Specialist from back in his time when he debuted on IG. And he's been playing it a lot this year as well. Kanavi was the guy that had the Nidalee pass, though, from last year, really, in the LPL. So damn good at this champion. So taking it away in a fearless draft where only one player can play this champion, very, very important.
I'm not going to see the Ghost Blade rush from the Misfortune this game. Sometimes you do see that. Gives you a bit more move speed. The lethality into squishy comps is really nice. And especially if you feel like spacing's the name of the game, it can be a big deal. But instead going towards that Bloodthirst, which has become a bit of a synonymous item with that champion, because you do get to keep your strut up as long as you have the shield to not have your walk interrupted. You've got to keep the vibes good on the Misfortune.
You do. That you do. So, early game, going quite well for top esports, I think, as a cannon was missed by 369. Thank you, observers. You must highlight these things.
As you should. Okay, so early game, actually working out okay for top esports. We were worried about the early lanes. In credit to top esports, they've actually done a fairly good job of getting value, particularly out the spot lane. Pryo, the Yone doing just fine here. Cream, speaking of specialists on champions, is probably most known for his Yone. It's by far his champion that he looks the best on. It's one of those ones that you have to constantly be afraid of being an option. Arla has roamed mid, though, and with the control ward there, I think Cream has to be a bit wary. Doesn't quite have 6. Has now. Fate Sealed used, needs to go away. There's a slice and dice through, though, and Cream needs to be very aware. I think he's just dead here. Decent soul cleave, though. Spirit cleave, I apologize. He'll unbind his soul briefly to get out to safety.
Arla, good trade there to get the ult out of Cream. That's nice, means that you don't get to use that on your first fights of the game. However, leaves a Mega Nard demolished to get a full plate in bot side. So 369 happy with that own matchup himself.
Also helps kind of mitigate the lane that Scout was leaving behind. Did have to reset off some dasty chunks, so he goes back to bot, clears up the wave that 369 had left. Arlo gets that one. Discover the cost as we said of that ultimate. Early Renekton ultimates are often very valuable. Looking for some rockets, goes wide, and 369 building up towards Mega. See Scout quite swiftly back away.
Oh, it's again the Alistair getting bullied out by the Nico. Down a significant amount of XP now in both roles because of the early plays that came through. Kanavi, very clean, quick entry towards his top side to get the grubs. Nearly clears through these very, very quickly. Lilia does too, just doesn't have that lane prio to make things work. This is a good early game. You already called it out, but the actual early lane's been played very well from top esports. We looked at this draft and said, okay, someone's been in the kitchen, they're cooking, and we'll see whether they're cooked or just chefs. Forcing off the top side again, great spear. Missing has no flash, so there is a chance of something there, but didn't want to get pulled and then headbutt into turret.
That would have sucked.
That would have been pretty bad.
Especially because you've got the Fated Ashes in inventory. The burn would ensure that there's enough DOT that you would take turret aggro.
Well, there was no minions on the turret either.
That's actually a thing. I hadn't seen that actually.
Scout Shun going down towards bot.
I went way hard.
Shun has level 6, might be able to get 369.
Hop only gets the one though, has to flash, turn around, Swell Seed lands. No, it's got blocked by the turret. And 369 with that health pot gets to stay alive.
369, a hop and a skip and a jump to safety. Scout can't get himself the kill, uses his flash for that too.
Well, mid lane's now in slightly weird positions as Pays is missing. Roam towards the mid lane to try and get out of that Misfortune Nico lane. That's been really annoying so far. Let's have a look at that bot lane play one more time.
Yeah, bone plating helps that 369 a little bit here. Knows that Shun just hit level 6, has potential flash Q value. Scout, so close. There's 369. How much health does he have? Oh, we don't get to see the health there. Sad.
I think genuinely that Swirl Seed was about a pixel off, splashing through the turret onto him.
Close, close, close. So, top East will still minor gold lead. 3 grubs. Dragon not started just yet. Good vision control from JDG around the bot side, so it's hard to walk towards that dragon from JDG. And as we go into these side lanes, we need to really see when JDG's combo and their lanes are going to start popping off. You're getting towards the point where, you know, level 6 for Pays, you can start forcing fights very easily there, and the Nico is not safe, especially when you don't have the Callisto yourself. Ala's getting himself his, very powerful level 9 power spike, where you get, your first ability maxed out. I say that actually, there was like a 3W max build at some point. Anyway, that's besides the point. Ala's getting strong, and JDG should have a good composition to force fights.
Is going to be the next aim of the game. I imagine probably around this next set of grubs would be my suspicion. They don't want to give 6 up to this comp for sure. Yone with 6
really
grubs
good
feels pretty
spacing
miserable.
369. Really
Nice
good. He might even
combo.
force the Dominus out here, ward into the brush. Shun's in top side to save him, but 369. Notice what he did there at the start. He does his hop backwards, but short enough that he's still in range to auto attack. It's not the full range of the hop. Does that to outspace him and takes a great trade.
There we go on another invade. Shun does hit the Swirl Seed, doesn't want to pull a Lilting Lullaby though, so it'll just be a red buff build. Kanavi's been all over that buff all game.
Yeah, and I think, Kanavi really wants to make up for that first game. Good early game, awful mid and late game after that point. You spot that ward, can't sweep it going down. In this one, taking away the Nidalee from Shun, taking it for himself, and really ruling over the matchup.
They've once again rotated this Misfortune into the Callista, and in fairness, you've got this Callista that hasn't really won lane, hasn't got turret base. In fact, they've just actively lost lane. They're down 15 plus CS, they're down a lot of turret plates, they're down a lot of the neutral objectives. Yeah. Yes, that's part of the 2v2, not necessarily just the Callista, but it's still a pretty threatening as Chris was just hit by a Swirl Seed. No follow-up though.
Yeah, and honestly, serious credit to top esports. They're playing out this composition better than I thought they would. 369 hops forwards, does get the attack speed from that hop as well. Another root lands onto Alistair, just gets some extra poke down. The Misfortune Nico, working out pretty well. I don't trust that many people with the Misfortune. I think, you've got players like Viper, obviously in the LTK, look absolutely fantastic on it. However, Jackie-Love looks absolutely fantastic on this pick, so lane dominant on it. Gonna get himself a recall, spear hits onto missing. That's a heck of a lot of damage because this Nidalee has been doing quite well in the early game. 369 jumping forwards again.
Nearly has Mega, looks for a wallop, but the Scout is not going to be sat under that particular Gnar arm. Should be okay.
The Nam.
The Nam.
The Nam, yep. You weren't in Nam, man. You weren't there. You weren't there.
Just a giant arm comes out of the sky going, no.
Why are the trees saying, choo choo bara? Grub's gonna go started on the top side. If you get 6 grubs as top esports, oh my god, you're happy. Gnar and Yone are some of the best grub users in the game because they can, play from range as Gnar. You can hop into tower. Yone can use his spirit, soul unbound rather, to go under turret and then pop back out, even if he's getting traded onto as well. 6 grubs, huge win for top esports, and they haven't given up a dragon for it either. So that's a big win. JDG, they need to find a point to come online. It is very dangerous to give top esports these kind of incremental advantages slowly bleeding out.
There they are. Cream here doing his very best to be very obnoxious, and they've got the 6 grubs, as they said, and you've got this Gnar that is winning the lane. The Gnar hasn't done that well. Cream might end up face-checking here. There's a Dominus push, but the fate sealed away. Ult for ult trade. We'll be able to get a Q3. Q's back through the Renekton and is fine.
Yeah, Cream trying to use that ult basically to buffer the CC. If he's stunned, at least he's in an animation. It's not like he's losing that much time. So, escapes there again. Ala trying to hold down the Yone. Renekton always was a pretty good pick into the Yone. You can see right now, it's not like it's one-shotting it like you would do at some points in the past.
Certainly not. And again, you can break the shield on the Spirit Cleave, but you are still going to have to deal with the fact that Yone has quite a lot of mobility in his kit, bluntly. You can get away with quite a lot. As Pays slowed down, eats half his HP bar to a bullet time.
That's nasty as heck. And it's still a couple of minutes off of objective spawning, so you don't need that ult for a big objective fight or something. You have 6 grubs, push him in, yeah, deny some of that HP. Even if Pays like flash ults, or something. He doesn't really have the HP to cash in that check he'd be writing. Already, Jackie-Love taking a lot of good tower damage. Off of the tower in mid lane. Top esports, again, the big takeaway from this early game is they made this composition work when we had questions about it.
And the thing is, it then allows Kanavi to go in and fight the Lilia again, because there's no way this Callista and Alistair can join without costing themselves way too much in the long run.
And JDG, they're waiting for their first big fight of the game. They're just not being allowed to do it. Stuff like that bullet time. You might think, oh, well, it's not a kill and it's not being used throughout an objective, it does get great value there. Takes down that HP and, as you said, unlocks a bunch of other stuff. While all this is happening, you're not particularly winning in the Renekton matchup. Yone is still getting value. Yone doesn't have to win early. He just needs to get to, 1-2 items. He's pretty happy with that too.
Thwonk into the wall. And
That's a good sound. It's good
It is.
onomatopoeia, Sam.
I like it too, thank you. It's almost as good as Flollop, which is a sound a mattress makes.
Yeah, for those of you who are fans of Douglas Adams and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you will know very well the sound that a mattress makes on the mattress planet is Flollop.
Flollop. It's just a great onomatopoeia.
It's great. It's wonderful. Yone gets another plate on top side, so it gets 6 scrubs, Yone. Good champion. This champion with 6 scrubs can kind of just win you a game through side laners on its own.
Cull's nearly is halfway to being cashed in as well. That makes it hard. Another make it rain into auto double Q auto. Just means Pace has to back away. The MF with the Bloodthirster really mitigating this Kalista, who's still waiting for that first item.
Look at this. Again, Cream just walking up, taking trades under the turret. Has the 6 scrubs as well, so the Might keep spawning. Might makes right in this side laning phase.
Oh, it's just not getting easy yet. I think for JDG, they need to find something around the next objective or two. It's going to start ballooning to a point where it's going to be nearly impossible to find a good comeback. It's not like their comp scales super well either. The Kalista and Renekton are mid-game champions at best. Yes, the Lily, yes, the Corki scale well, but you're still into the Yone, the Misfortune, which are pretty good at 2-3 items themselves.
Cream, he has ult. There's no mana on Scout. He can't Valkyrie away.
He's so dead. The last tick of the soul and bounce, not
close.
quite enough.
So close. Was no mana for a Valkyrie on Scout. Lucky to get away with his life, and he'll be able to teleport back and save the tower. But Cream starting to flex the muscles as the teleport comes back in towards the top lane.
Trinity Force now completed. You can see why Scout was sticking around, and that is a big item complete. But on the other side, Lady of the Ruin King just got done. Cream doesn't have TP though, so might get a decent chunk of his Scout, but again with no grubs, this tower should be mostly okay.
Yeah, that's 0 grubs. Means that you do lose a lot of tower damage. It'll be a wave gone, but Scout sadly not able to get completely everything he'd want to there. Crisp on the Nico. Done a good job. Oh my god, him and Jack are doing a great job.
Using the Make It Rain to really set up for the bullet time has been so nice to see from Jackie Love. This is the combo you want from an MF. Don't waste your Make It Rain. Turn it into something more.
Yeah. And that's your first turret. The mid lane turret going down. It's a death by 1,000 cuts and 1,000 mites, really. An extra turret going to go down in this bot lane too. First turret already secured. Top East will get themselves to feats of strength. 2 turrets down in under a minute. Top lane low HP as well. Herald spawning in 30 seconds. JDG, I don't know if they feel like they can give over the Herald given that it's 6 grubs, but it's more like they need the Herald to break open the map themselves. They're going to try and get themselves an overload in this top side, try and get something back.
Cream needs to be a bit worried. Doesn't quite have the ult up available yet. We'll have to leave this turret alone, and we'll do so. Survives, but has to back away.
How are we making this Misfortune look OP, says a top esports fan? Well, it looks really good when you get to push in the map and hold the enemy back. Teleport coming in, Kanavi has spears, missing goes forwards.
Oh, nice double gnaw onto the wall, but a Scout rather will get to run away briefly, but just too many slappoos.
No flash.
He's dead. Fate Seal comes across the wall, gets onto the Alistair, who will make his will unbreakable, but I think his spirit can indeed be broken if it only takes a few more autos.
His will might be unbreakable, but it's still being delivered to his last will and testament. Ooh. Kanavi might get ulted.
The Jackie Love here. It has to flash ult away.
The Lilia lives. Crisp not able to do that much more. JDG, that might be the play which breaks the game. Arla ends up taking this bot lane turret, I presume, in that side of the map. But top esports, they're going to be happy to go towards that Herald if anything else. They can get themselves real presence on the map. Arla gets a tower down here on the bot side, but trading it for a tier 2. Top esports, they have used this early pressure of all of the lanes that they are comfortable with, even if they're not necessarily meta, to get huge advantages.
And we were worried about lane prio for this Nidalee. They did get lane prio. They managed to find the 2v2, which meant that Alistair and Kalista did not have as much fun as I think they were hoping for. Now we look at this replay, because it starts with a teleport top from a Mega Gnar.
Yeah. You can see that the play into Nidalee so often is go on the Nidalee before she gets to do damage. Because the teleport comes in with a Mega Gnar, can't do that. And then he gets minion up perfectly afterwards. No flash on the Corki, of course, because he was forced by the Fate Sealed a little earlier. In-picture, Dragon is now alive, and we're seeing some setup for that. JDG, they need a fight, and they need it soon. They have a 1-item spike, but it feels so hard to take it against this early gold lead from top esports.
That's because on the other side, Jackie Love just hit a 2-item spike. Essence Reaver and a Bloodthirster done on this Misfortune. It is really miserable. And again, it's an MF who wants to ult, who wants to use auto Q auto. Doesn't have to build to the tier 2 boots right now.
369, 1,500 gold ahead as well, with the extra feats of strength giving him a little few extra stats onto the Ninja Tabi. Ala, he's not particularly happy, and no Mega Gnar to force extra CC.
Had to front step to avoid the javelin toss, just means that 369 can keep autoing. That's Fate's call in mid.
Didn't even force the flash. Pays and Missing had a really good game one after an awkward early dive. But now they've just been completely ran through. This is the Callista, which should have been a game-changing pick. It just hasn't been. I really think that early Nico takeaway has changed the game. That draft ended up being so important, that draft gambit. And once again, Jackaloff says, look, I don't need this for an objective right now. I'm just going to chunk you out.
Force is a very difficult spot because actually the wave clear from JDG is quite short range. If you walk up too far, you're then in threat of things like the Nico route, the javelin tosses. Cream's got time to go clear out these crows because Shun can't be in the jungle right now. He's got to support this Callista under the turret, which is giving that opportunity to steal things away. And yeah, I agree with you, stat spot. I think that's ironically a JD Esports stat spot as well. Not JDGG. I think it is just over this time around.
Herald's going to go down. It's been a complete lockout. No kills on the board. 2 towers and no objectives. JDG have been well and truly just blasted off the map. And this is part of the top esports that we were expecting, you know? Kanavi wrecking balling through the jungler. Early prio coming in from Jackaloff, who's been on insane form in his last series as well. JDG, they walked away with a good game one, but you can't expect LPL teams to take that kind of loss lying down. They've been very good at bouncing back, and top esports are one of the very best to do it.
So, we find ourselves with what amounts to a 5,000 gold lead. Two dragons, a dragon. Oh, sorry, two dragons.
Two dragons, a dragon.
No, I think it's 2 dragons, 6 grubs. Yes, like dragons on the brain. 6 grubs also as well. And you're just in this position where it feels like there are so many ways for top esports to find a win condition. You've got split push with a Nara and a Yone that are ahead with 6 grubs. That's a win condition. You've got a pretty scary team fight at this point where the range advantage of this Misfortune, this Nidalee who can throw down those big ultimates before JDG can start to get off more of their consistent damage gets really problematic too. There's dangerous teleport flanks. And then there's all the item discrepancies that are also haunting JDG right now.
So, where does this leave JDG? Not in a great place. Scout trades flash for flash. 369 flexing the muscles.
There's a crunch afterwards to follow. Can Luke just get the orders down? Scout's dead. It's up solo kill.
The Tabi reducing so much damage. 369, effectively another AD carry. Arla's going to flash forward, try and take down the Mini Gnar. They might get him, but what about everyone else?
Oh, Pace in so much danger. Fate's call buys some time. They're going to keep hunting. Fate's called away. They've teleported in. Does Jackie want to keep running? He can go a long way, but the swell seed slow will buy some time. Shun finds Cream, or the other way around. Fate's he'll force me flash from again. He's going to go back over the wall, though. He'll be just fine. Lots of summoners blown now. It's yes, a 1-for-1. But JDG has still run out of their own jungle.
I was wondering whether Jackaloff would flash ult at that point.
I know.
Felt like a Jackaloff play to make. Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but JDG lose a lot more. They have 1 flash left on Paze, and now they can't force a fight, as you were rightly saying, to defend against this Herald that has just been summoned. That's going to be another turret with the 6 grubs. Even more gold. It's going to be 350 gold spread between jungle and AD carry. Top esports, such good play through this early game domination.
Shun looking for a potential angle. Does have the lilting lullaby, but I think that is only going to be anesthetic and palliative care at this point for their own team, as Shun finds Gnar, and unfortunately for him, Crime finds him too. Bullet time under the turret in tier 2 rather. And JDG again just look a little lost right now.
Shun doesn't just find himself a spear, he finds himself the Grim Reaper. Red buff goes down. I think JDG are very, very blessed to see that their Baron hasn't spawned yet. Atacon, though, it's still going to go down. It's going to still be the Voracious one, not the Rismal. We haven't had enough early blood for that one. Atacon is going to be very easily taken, and that will overlap with Dragon and with Baron.
So look at the replay again, because it starts with 369 finding a fantastic solo kill onto Scout through Valkyries, but the boulder toss slow gives you the moment to keep flashing and looking for a potential all-in.
And I think the biggest thing for this is that, look, the Mega Gnar brings you the CC and the burst, and then suddenly the Mini Gnar gives you the DPS to finish off the kill. You're squishier, and they try and turn it around, but it's just not enough. The amount of HP and the Tabi coming through really changing things an awful lot. 2 items now across the board for top esports. Some half items sadly left in inventory for JDG because they are behind, 6,000 gold or so, a little over that, 7,000 now. Dragon spawning, Baron spawning, they have a free GA, they have grand majority of their flashes available. They've got 3 out of 5, and they have grand majority of their ultimates. JDG don't really have the tools to do anything with this huge huge, overwhelming advantage for top esports in both summoners and items.
Kalista still hasn't finished her second item. The Misfortune has nearly got her third plus boots completed. Blue buff taken. Navi, potentially in danger. Chris goes forward, gets a bit of an angle onto players who flashes away and stays safe. Fate's call used. Soul rebinds though. They're going to try and re-engage on the back line, but that's Jackie Love.
369,
and 369
Mega.
looking very scary with the Mega. The Make It Rain though to 3 members means that Scouts left out to dry. Shun now trying to run away. They're going with a watch out hit and the blooming blows. But unfortunately, it's still going to be more kills over to Cream. 369 finds Ala, and the Renekton is looking more and more like a pair of shoes this game.
369 can run him down as the minion. The rest of the team comes through. They don't need a single withdrawal. They keep their GAs to keep them on their cabinet shelf. JDG, some of their heads will be put there too, as is a clean ace. They don't even need to take the objective. They're going with their 6 grubs towards the inhibs.
Inhibs next on the list. They get the one in bot. Cream's there in mid to shove another one in. 369 hops forwards. Not quite find the knock, but they force him away from the wave, and they'll try and get something more. He doesn't have the ult, so he will just die. Now those death timers nicely oh, nice. 369. Of course, was a JDG player not so long ago himself.
369 Kanavi against Jingdong Gaming, which they were part of as the super team. Got knocked around a little bit in that first game, but they are here to play. Of course they are. And this is a ticket to finals to play against anyone's legend. And these teams have so many players who've taken refuge beneath their halls and played in this rivalry. Top Esports JDG was the matchup to watch in the LPL between 2020 to 2022, really. That was the matchup which so many people were excited for. 369, Knight obviously a part of that matchup before too. Kanavi, a huge part of that conversation as well, as one of the greatest junglers to play within the LPL. Kanavi's had a great game in here too. The thing about the Nidalee, when you have that afterdown, is that you don't have to really care about giving up cheap deaths anymore. You can just kind of fly through and see what happens. Yeah, Cream whiffs his ult, but they have such a big advantage. It doesn't matter. You're playing for a fighting retreat, a rearguard action. Someone has to give up their life. The problem is everyone ends up giving off their life, and no one ends up escaping either way. JDG just have run out of power.
Feels like that's been the case since very early on. Our qualms about potential lane pride were swiftly proved unfounded, it feels like, and credit to Top Esports, they found their way to make this comp look very good indeed. Kanavi, recovery game from him. 369, recovery game from him against the organization that really they were perhaps most famous for being a part of. Kanavi in particular, he was the member of JDG. He was the talisman, as Cream, even post-headbutt, gets away, missing us out to pop his own ult. Found by a Tangle Barbs, though. It has to be Fate's called away to safety.
There's not been a single impactful aggressive Kalista ult.
No.
Pays, who has been historically a very good Kalista player as well with the poke variety, just can't do anything. 369. Again, he might just be the strongest AD carry on the Rift at this point. Level 16 is the mini nerf. Chris goes forward to get some damage down.
Oh boy.
And missing is less alone.
Yeah, I think he's just dead to rights. Javelin toss goes wide again, but there's just nowhere to run. Jackie gets that kill. Now in 5v4 with 2 inhibitors down, 369 shoving on the final inhibitor turret. JDG, you have a last gasp and a miracle, or you'll be looking at game 3 with the series very even indeed.
Cream jumps forward, takes the chunk out, doesn't get the kill, but gets the next best thing and sends them back. A spear lands, the turret goes. JDG, it was a death by 1,000 cuts.
Might be 1,000 bullets at this point. Their time is over. The bot lane does not get to play. The Kalista lanes don't get to play. The Nidalee gets to invade. And Top Esports show exactly how they live up to their namesake and bring back the series. It's 1-1.
Only a single death in that game. For those of you that doubted them after game 1, we hope you can see why now. We hope this was going to be a very good and close series. Top Esports JDG, it has always historically delivered. And this is one of those games that shows that you cannot write off Top Esports in the form they are in. They are the BLG Slayers, and they found themselves back into this series now as well. Folks, if you do not know who we are happy to introduce ourselves. Our names are Initialise and Nymaera. We are brothers that cast League of Legends, and we bring you the LPL because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. We've seen some very kind comments in chat as well. We try and keep up with you if you're talking alongside us as well, because it is so cool to see players continue their story on here. Players like Jackie Love, who is so beloved across the entire world. Players like Kanavi, who is one of the greatest players in the LPL. Across the other side of JDG too, Scout is obviously on that roster now. So many big names vying for a chance at another finals to add into their career. So if you're enjoying it, say hi in chat, drop a like, drop a follow, and join us for even more LPL. It's been great to watch these journeys.
More than a follow, drop that
MG.
subscription. Give us your primes. Give us your money. It matters a lot, you know. Again, I exaggerate.
Stand and deliver.
Yeah, like basically all I'm saying is like we do this basically off our own backs. So for those of you who can support, who love this content, please, if you can, throw that subscription over at Twitch. Make sure you're following over on the YouTube and stuff. And hello to Onivia's chat as well, who is also streaming this from our end as well. So 3 different channels at once for us, which is kind of wild, actually. So hello over to all of those chats. We're trying to keep an eye on all of them, but it is quite a lot of chats to pay attention to at one point in game, so we do try and keep our eyes on it, even if, of course, we are trying to make this a little bit more of a cast than necessarily a straight up like chill co-stream, shall we say. For all that, actually, I'm currently chilling to some wonderful Diana sessions, chill beats to do League of Legends too.
You know, it's nice to have some bit of chill between the games as well. Yeah, folks, you know, we are casters, we're brothers, we've cast together for a number of years, and while we like to, you know, goof off and stuff at points too, we like to bring these games the hype and the storyline telling that we think they deserve. With no official broadcast, it's hard to keep track of these stories, you know, and that does mean that we will be hamming some stuff up. You know, I'm really going hard on Kanavi, because I think Kanavi is a player that needs to have his story told more. There are players like Scout, players like Pays, pretty much everyone in these teams, every single person has a next chapter to be written, and it means that we want to tell those stories. And it might come across a little bit too strong for some people who are less fond of that kind of more LCS, LEC kind of storytelling style, but we think that these players deserve it, and hopefully it sticks on. Maybe at some point you remember, man, Kanavi, the one-man army. Maybe you'll remember stuff like that. How many Barons in that last game?
Was there any?
There was, let's have a look. None, no Barons.
No Barons, yeah, there was no Barons.
You can tell from the stats here, folks, there were no Barons. No Barons. God damn, Pays had less damage than his,
dear.
like, yeah, Pays had no damage.
I mean, the
Jesus
Kalista,
Christ.
I mean, that was part that basically felt from the early lane. The Kalista was basically on life support under turret, trying to use a Vamp Scepter to heal up, was not aggressively trading, right? Kalista wants those longer trades where you get to just run at someone and stick them full of spears, and that just didn't happen.
Yeah. And this is why they needed that lane swap. The fact that Top Esports managed to call the lane swap, clear out the ward, and then head towards topside instead was so crucial. This is sadly not going to be very appropriate to judge at first stand, because at first stand you don't get lane swaps anymore. But for this kind of game and to get towards finals to win an LPL split, very, very crucial. 369 on the Gnar, absolutely exceptional. It's quite hard for me to figure out who the MVP is, you know? I'm actually not sure who. 369 was incredible. Maybe 369 actually. I think 369 getting tons of solo kills. Kanavi was excellent on the Nidalee. I think Jackie Love has a great shout as well. For me, it's probably between 369 and Jackie Love. I think they were both exceptional at either lane dominance, or both at lane dominance, and then kind of just brute forcing that lead. Great game from both top lane and bot lane, I think.
I feel like in general as well, it was just like a solid ensemble performance. Every lane of Top Esports kind of won, and then they all came together, and JDG kind of just sat there and, well, that sucked.
Yeah, it did. So now we walk away with an even series, a glorified best of 3, and a lot more gameplay to be played. Right, we're going to take a break, folks. We should probably run out breaks.
Yeah, do that.
Too. I'm going to run out break now.
Do it.
I should probably go to the toilet as well.
Do that.
All right, folks, take a break. Make sure that you are hydrated. Keep yourselves well watered, folks.
Hydration Nation.
The hydration Nymaera Nation. You keep yourself well watered, like a fine potted plant.
Fine potted plant you are, chat. And enjoy work, Scout. Wet time, says Harold. That's one way of putting it, yes. Drenched in water. Does coffee count? I mean, that's basically what I'm on currently, so yes, it better count. Bisto. Hmm. Do you think we get a Kindred game? I think it was quite telling that Top Esports banned Kindred, picked Nidalee, because I think they think that Shun is exploitable, is what that tells me. So we might, but I wonder whether it would be Kanavi playing, because of course Kanavi is also historically a fantastic Kindred player. So we might end up seeing that. 369 was on Scout's House the whole game. Yeah, that Corky did not get to play the game. But again, this is it was ended up being a very short range composition, really, because the way Corky works these days, he's quite melee range, really. And that proved pretty miserable post a certain point into this Top Esports comp. It was 369 fair. I mean, like, he had some really good flanks. He wrecked Scout, clean Gnar game. It was a good game in general for multiple people. I think it'll be relatively mixed between some people. Yeah, there you go. Couple votes for Jackie, one for Kanavi, few for Top. That's fair. I mean, it was an ensemble performance, so I can see the angle for that. I do think a lot of that was neutralizing the Kalista and denying fights, more of a team vision and play. Yeah, exactly. Like they did a really good job of making that Kalista entirely useless. And that's a really bad sign, because Kalista is such a high prio pick that having that moment, actually the Renekton didn't get to win into the Gnar. The Kalista didn't get to win to the other side. I actually think they probably needed to go for something a bit more lane presence. The problem is they'd already lost the Renata, right? Because that had already been used in game 1. So you couldn't Kalista Renata, which I think would have been able to match the Nico a bit better. But then the Alice didn't work. They didn't escape the early levels. Kind of sucks. But yeah, the Kalista was not a factor in that game. Where is my super suit? Not that. There's my albums. That's what I needed. And sorted. Then there's another lane swap shenanigans will end up being soft buff to Kalista's already not okay people around. Yeah, I also think, like, I'm not sure lane swap solves lane swap. I think it just changes in form. You just don't switch spot lanes, you switch AD carry up top. And you have an AD carry that goes top and bullies out things like Renekton early. And it's like basically just like Quinn into Renekton. You just have a horrible time. And it just ends up being range top lane as pseudo for the first few levels. And then later on, you still get your bruiser front line and having to deal with the range top laner problems later on into team fights. Do we think that LPL teams have a chance against HLE in first stand? Yeah, I think so. I mean, okay, look, HLE had great games and really down games. Peanut was up and down all over the time. They'd have really weird drafts as well as really great ones. I think they have, yes, the ceiling on HLE is high, but their floor is also fairly low. There's a reason most of their series went to game 5. And yes, part of that is, you know, just teams who are going up against being very good. But I do think the other side of that is, score, by the way, is 1-1. Sorry, I see you asking there. Hello, Sputnik. It is 1-1. I've just got the camera up. Yeah, no, exactly, the Zyra. So, yes, I absolutely do think teams have a chance against HLE. The players are good enough in terms of caliber, and HLE draft weirdly. There's worlds where it can go wrong. I just turned it back on again.
Well, you might need to go take your break. People want to know the score.
I just showed them the score.
Yeah, but Sam, that's the person who's brave enough to ask. That means that people are in chat will be like, oh, I'm not going to type. Because you know there's a load of people who just don't speak in chat.
That's true, I know. But I wanted my camera on screen so I could say hello.
Well, don't hide the score for it then. Stop picking Zarya, actually? Yeah, I agree. I think that, look, Pina's had like 1 or 2 good Zarya games, but it's, at the top level of play, it's not really been the best. I think actually our, in fact, actually, folks, we're going to have another LCK podcast coming out soon. I'm going to have that with Rich and Kira, so you can go check out over on Rich's. Do I have the thing on here, actually? Hang on, I might be able to show you something. Where's the thing? Is this it? Yeah, if you guys like LCK, and like LEC as well, I also do some podcast content over on Rich's Wrath, which you can go watch on YouTube. So we've just done an LEC one a couple of days ago that's come out. LCK one should be coming out today at some point. So yeah, you can go learn about that if you so wish. Rich's Wrath on YouTube. And then if you want to learn more about LPL, you can tune in over on Alex Nymaera Hapgood on YouTube, so Nymaera on YouTube, and also Initialise Casts on Twitch. We have 2nd episode of our podcast for the LPL coming out at some point. EuroLeague is on Spotify. Awesome. Yes, true. Yes, it is. Thanks. How do you say your name, by the way? Is it Leah ZD or Leased or something like that? I feel like I might mispronounce that. Leased. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. You guys are the MVP? Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, folks. And folks, I hope that you're enjoying our show over on Onivia as well. Of course, a lot of people watching over there now. Yeah, our the fraud wall. Is Bin on the fraud wall yet? We have not put Bin on the fraud wall yet. We recorded it before yesterday's series. We recorded the day before. So we haven't, yeah, we're going to be falling a bit behind on that. We'll get it up when we can. Oh, these are the casters, that's why ZDZ's there. Yeah, that's why I was wondering why he was over there on the right. In the EDG jacket, jersey. Yeah, Bin's been solid for the grand majority of the split. The last series was bad for sure, but yeah. Sucks to see him like that, you know. Such a great player. Oh, these are the pictures earlier of them entering the arena. Not just BLG Slayers, NIP, IG Slayers too. Absolutely, absolutely right. They've gone through a lot of super teams, haven't they? They've been through a lot of super teams. JDG, the JDG logo, you can do it like, how's it go again? It's like, yeah, it's like that, isn't it? You hold it, yeah, you hold it like that. You do the JDG logo, right? I think it's like that. Am I right in doing that? Maybe like, yeah. That's the hand sign. Blue side has something like a ridiculous 90% win rate in LCK. It was very, very high. And so someone was saying that there might be a chance that Fearless remains for spring because it really boosted viewership. But they do need to address blue side win rate. And I think if you're going to do win rate centric, you know, things, you need to do something like a 1v1 for side select, I think, because otherwise it feels very unfair to lose to a coin flip. Tonight is Fnatic versus Koi in your time zone, maybe? It's not. It's tomorrow for me, so it's happening in, you know, like 24 hours or so. So it's not tonight, I think. I don't know what your time zone is, but yeah. Oh, maybe if you're in NA, yeah. Maybe, yeah. But it's like in 24 hours, so I need to move this cam. But yeah, I'm not going to be on Fnatic versus Koi. I am going to be on the LEC for the second day, though, on desk. If you want to catch me there. Getting closer towards our third game, so it'll be presumably JDG on blue side again. I don't want to see blue side 100% win rate, man. I don't want to see it.
It wasn't yesterday.
It wasn't.
We saw a lot of red side win rate.
However, we've now had 2 games of blue side, and if we're talking about, you know, draft deficit, I'm very surprised that draft was so clean from Top Esports. They were obviously very comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think I hadn't recognized how big of a deal it was going to be that the Alistair wasn't going to be able to get to level 3 and be a threat, because actually the Nico really managed it super well early. In a way I wasn't expecting to be as dominant. So, oh, it's still Kalista, it's going to be really scary. And actually, no, Misfortune Nico really managed to take that Kalista out of the game.
Because the Renata was used in game 1, and they didn't have the
the Nico.
Didn't have the Nico for game 2. I think they're like, what do we play as support that's actually lane dominant? The Alistar is bad at lane level 1 into that. The Alistar last pick ended up being very bad.
Yeah.
When Weber lost to T1, that playoff was blue side favorite full 5 games. Yeah. How good of an idea was Gnar with Nidalee? It was fine for side laning. That wasn't really about top jungle 2v2. That was more about just having lane pressures you could push in and let the Nidalee invade. It's not about ganking, it's more about pressure into an invading, and that's exactly what we saw that game. And Topics was very good at using that.
And that's the reason we were seeing things like the bullet times from Jackie Love to chunk outpays and missing meant that actually they're then trapped under tower, the wave's there, and it gives Kanabi license to move over. And then obviously you get like the Nico gets to roam over too. While all of that's happening, Jackie Love is still threatening the turrets. It's like, well, if we leave, we lose the turret. If we go to support, we're still playing with half our health bars. It's really tricky, and that's just very good coordinated play, and that's exciting to see from a team like Top Esports, especially after the game 1 where they weren't actually that coordinated. They were behind a little, but we are back towards El Rift, and at least champion select. It's not quite the Rift. What would we call it? A liminal space before the Rift?
Yeah, it's like purgatory. You know, we're here again, picking up silly little characters to play in our silly little game.
All I know in my life is QWER.
All I know is these buttons, occasionally a D and an F.
Duf.
I use spacebar to center my camera. Basically, I use a keyboard. It's how I interact with the world.
I feel like at some point there's going to be a serious crossover between D's Nuts Freaks and Formula 1 memes, because DNF just did not finish, right? It's a big one for F1, and I feel like there's
that joke
solid memes.
Sam, that joke has been made so much on the LCK broadcast.
I know, exactly. I just need to see more memes of it. Like, where is Verstappen in DNF colors?
It's a great question, Sam. Alas, these are things that we don't know. We should actually have a crossover with the LCK as well, because we, the brother casters, need to cast the brothers team. We need to cast the bros.
Why have I not cast bro yet?
Why have we not cast bro yet? We need to find, look, somehow, somewhere, somehow, somewhere, as brothers. Yes, we're actual brothers, for those of you who are new into the stream. You won't see this anywhere else in League of Legends. We are the only brothers who have ever cast Tier 1 League of Legends.
That's kind of cool.
You're witnessing something a little bit unique in that sense. Does it have to matter? No, it doesn't.
You know what else could be unique?
Yeah.
This draft, because it's fearless, and therefore it can't be the same champions again. Did you like that segue?
That was great, Sam.
Thank you.
As we get into our third pick and ban of the day.
Okay, so Nocturne and Aurora banned away. On the other side, Skarner once again remains banned. Cassante has been the ban pretty much every time on red side. Rise, though, banned. Remember, there is no Rumble, so your answers to Cassante start to get a little more limited.
Also, Rumble's been played.
Sorry, into Cassante is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is no Kalista now as well. I think the draft changed a lot. Your red side is getting opened up now. No Kalista you need to ban anymore. Maybe no Rumble. I think you're much happier on red side now. Just dropping down to that one kind of always ban of the Skarner changes an awful lot.
And on blue side, the Cassante ban is coming on through, and that's fairly significant as well. Last ban. What are we thinking? Kindred might be a ban here if you don't want to give that over, but the other side is you could just red 1-2 Kindred Galio as a potential option. Camille up and available as well if you want to go for that style of comp. Lulu also starts to rise higher in priority. The Rakan ban away from missing makes sense. I saw a comment on Reddit somewhere. I think he's on a 27 win streak on that champion.
Yeah, within the LPL. He's lost on it internationally. Arlo, though, getting Jace is a big thing to give up. Now, you might think that Rakan ban is strange, but yeah, it is Missing's best and most successful champion by far. Now, Top Esports, what do they want to go towards? Support champion pool actually quite large right now, but a lot of them are the melee supports. Now, weirdly, because you've fearless banned Nico, Renata, and Karma going towards an Ashe Braum, even Blind, I think is really good here. Because I don't think there are that many range supports top tier range supports to punish that if they want to. I think they should go for the Ashe very early, you know.
Oh, fun. They're going to go for the Gragas, which plays okay into the Jason. It's good disruption. And 369's Gragas is so strong, too.
Yeah, if we're talking about Missing's Rakan, 369's Gragas is really legendary. Good. If you are not aware of 369's priority on that pick, he has such a history on it. He is the best Gragas the LPL has ever known.
We'll note that the last time JDG drafted the Jace, it was Scout in the mid lane that picked it up. It was a pretty sad game from him. Ended up like 0-5-4 or something, and did
game
less damage.
Versus NIP, wasn't it?
Yeah, nearly did less damage than his support. It was one of those games where it just went all really, really wrong. But locking in pays Ziggs as Leona up. I think that gets locked. You've got a massive poke burst combo now from JDG.
Now, the thing is, Ziggs ult isn't stopped by a Braum shield. I still think you should probably go for that Braum. The Ashe Braum is such a nasty combo, and what happens is the arrow hits, and then Braum gets the passive stacked up on him. No one on JDG can build a Mikhails, so that could potentially be very powerful.
Hovering a Poppy, though. I think the Braum, though, is much better. I agree. It gets locked in. Still pretty good at blocking a fair amount of that poke, so solid duo secured. And the disengage now between a Gragas and a Braum still really obnoxious, even if the range from JDG means they may not be forcing that so much. Kindred ban again against Shun makes some sense.
Yeah, so top Esports, really good ability to follow up on an Ashe arrow. We haven't picked jungle or solo, well, presumably mid lane for both teams, but as you said, the Jace can be both sides. The Ziggs is a poke threat. You are potentially seeing the start of a poke comp from JDG. Could ban away something like Zyra, could top Esports to deny the kind of the triple pokey kind of options, but I guess Ziggs Zyra is not necessarily what you want to play around. It's double AP.
So, where do we poke that last one out? Maokai, I think, makes sense when you've already got the double poke. It really sets up for those skill shots to land very, very hard. Let me get rid of that option. It is strictly a flex top. Also a solid option in the jungle. Last ban now against the likes of Cream, I suspect. The Orianna might be an option here. Another sort of option for that mid lane in terms of your poke slash follow-up. Even if, you'll note, instead they go towards the Viego. Kanavi does play that one a fair amount.
Kanavi could go towards the Sejuani angle here. I think that would make them quite low damage, but it does give you that ability to just kind of brute force fights. The Ashe Braum and the Ashe Sejuani would have the triple Freljord kind of CC combos. Looks pretty okay, and the Ziggs can sometimes struggle to get through that heavy tank. Could be an option, but it does take away from Kanavi's kind of one-man army. I can also carry kind of archetype. Might go towards something a bit more aggressive instead. The Lee Sin locked in for Kanavi.
Poppy's up and available here. Of course, you've already locked in the Leona, and assuming you want that Jace to go top lane, that would make things a bit tricky. But we did see just the other day a Poppy last pick that absolutely ruined a Lee Sin's day. Could not play the game for the life of them. Instead, they might lock in a Sejuani of their own, and that makes some sense. More lockdown with the Sejuani, more setup for that Ziggs and Jace burst combo. And finally, the Jax locked in. But hey, we already know Grag is a pretty solid answer into that. Been seen a fair amount. Cream, thinking about going back to his specialty picks. The Akali's been really good
worth
from
noting
him.
first, Dernby, when Cream stormed onto the scene, said that Cream was the second best Akali within the LPL, and that was when Rookie was one of the greatest players in the entire world at that point. So, man, I'm sure we'll see it at some point in this series. I hope we see it at some point in this series. What else does Cream think he can go towards?
I don't like Mel into Leona. Thinking about it
Locks
anyway.
it anyway. Mel locked in. A rare pick here in the LPL. We've not been seeing that much of it. Very bad against Leona E. Very good against Sejuani ult and against some of the Ziggs skill shots as well. Particularly that Q and that Satchel can be butted back. Does very well against Jason laning phase as well.
How does that lane play out? Because I've obviously not seen a huge amount of Mel from Jace. So how is that one supposed to work?
Jace, with his auto attack range, really struggles to play against Mel because Mel's Q is basically point and click at that point. Jace can get some good all-ins if you can jump over it with form changes, get the movement speed, and then walk over it. Mel gets control in the 1v1, and then it becomes a bit of a poke artillery battle later into the game where they both get really good damage on that. There's a comment
to reflect the accelerated shot blast as well. Which
you can do that, which can be very, very important, as you are very right at mentioning. We will get ourselves onto the Rift for our third game of the day. Top Esports JDG, a stomp either way, it has to be said. Game 3, I think the drafts have a lot of good interplay. The Mel we have worries against the Leona. Ziggs Leona strong. Arla on Jax strong, even though it's into 369's Gragas, which is one of the strongest picks we've ever known within the LPL. Let's hope for a more even fight in Game 3, should we?
That's what we have to cross our fingers for. Both drafts, I think, more than playable for both teams. More about the execution here than the outright draft. JDG want to land that big CC combo into the full burst. They can level onto the likes of this Ashe, onto the likes of this Mel. Top Esports, you've got good disengage. You've got very good pick of your own between all of the CC. If Kanavi gets ahead on this Lee Sin and can start threatening this Jason Ziggs, bit of an X factor there as well. Disengage v pick, onto the Rift we go. JDG begin the chance. Give it over to the JDG fans. They were a bit cleaner on the execution there on the gyros. That second gyro there from the top esports fans, slightly desynced. Need to do better, folks.
Seeing the wards put down to scout out lane swaps, I think the Ashbourne really wants to play from that level 1. Leona not good into Braum in the laning phase. Ziggs means that you can always kind of safely farm out, but still, worth just keeping that one in mind. So, JDG, much like last game, I think have the easier comp to play. Normally, that is a bit of a change. I believe, folks, this is the first mid lane Mel we have seen in the LPL, so
really now?
Strap in. Cream locking in something new for us here over in the LPL. We'll see how he pilots it. I will say this Mel is part of the reason that I think top esports have a harder to play composition. That does not mean it is weak. It is definitely something more akin to last game's draft, where it is comfort. It's hard to play, but if top esports are very proficient at what they do, they can still show exactly how good they are.
This is a completely non-gameplay related point, but it is still quite cool. Obviously, the tail tech was implemented.
Hang on, wait, no. Another thing. We have Jace versus Mel.
Oh, we do!
Guys,
yeah, long matchup.
Folks, we have the lovers' quarrel in the mid lane.
Oh my days, this is challenging stuff. Clearly different visions of how Piltover should be working. Even the Arcane Counselor skin for Mel.
Fires out the queue. What does Victor have that I don't? Oh, God. We do have, once again, the lane swap called. Top esports doing really well at their lane swap level 1s. You ran away to talk to LeBlanc and left me behind. Oh, Jace Tallis, the man that you are. Top esports calling that lane swap very important for the level 1.
So, at this point as well, what I was going to say is Kanavi needs to be just a touch where he has been quite smart, I think, with starting wraps and stuff across. Sometimes, if you end up in a lane where you get shoved in mid lane, you can get 4 on your Raptors as a jungler, which really sucks because, say, the Jace comes over, Qs you while you're taking Raptor aggro. It's a miserable time, so does, I think, choose a slightly safer path. So, gets to hold on to red buff for a little longer on the Lee Sin, which can be pretty valuable by taking that camp 3rd rather than 1st or 2nd. Green lands a good solar snare and gets those empowered auto as well. It's the... is it Burning Radiance, I believe, is the passive. And what I was going to say about Mel is that when they kind of updated Cassiopeia and Ari a little while ago, they added the tail tech, so when you turn around, the tails kind of get like some like swoopy motions. And obviously they've got that on Mel's dress, which I think is kind of cool. So you've got really cool sort of like fabric, flowy animations when she turns around. As Kanavi, about to turn bar, I'll just burn the counter strike, which means I think Kanavi can just walk for the red buff slow, gets a cripple after, gets the Q, last auto would do it! Gets it, flash out, turret shot, not quite enough!
The minions, the minion auto, 19 HP, 11 HP, goes there, goes alive, and Kanavi comes out with first blood.
That is nicely done. Counter-Strike going down is exactly what you need. Not enough with the grass peel. I wondered. In the mid lane, looks like Cream had to flash. As over the wall came the Sejuani, but gets a good rebuttal into a solar snare and gets out safely. Scout had to flash too, as did Shun. So in the end, Cream burns flash, but gets away with it himself. So that's pretty good value there. A lot of flashes down in the early game, but it is top esports that win out in the general trade.
So, going back to the replay of what happened here, we're saying, okay, is that a Jax picked into the Gragas? Well, it is Ala's Jax, but Kanavi on Lee Sin occasionally gets the hitbox snipe. It looks like the Jax is behind the minion, but the hitbox is larger than it. So the circle slightly overlaps, and Kanavi just about getting away with that. You won't see many of them in pro play. Really important kill for Kanavi to get the ball rolling. Gets the flash off the Jax, the teleport off the Jax, and again, 369 still with flash, still with TP, having a great time. Has got tier and infantry. We'll see what the exact build is. We've seen a few different Gragas builds. Sometimes it's things like the Cosmic Drive. You go to a little bit more ability haste and actually just damage, actually. But 369 is often tended towards tankier options. So I suspect that might be a Thimblewinter, knowing him as a player on this champion. Potentially can be that. Can also see Saracen's Cosmic
That's
Drive.
very true, exactly. Yeah.
So look, 369, I'm going to trust him on Gragas. He's a really good Gragas player. He might be the best Gragas player of all time along here. It's either him or Score, one of the two.
Score is probably the other person. Yeah, I'm trying to think, is there anyone else? Ex-Smithy back in the day.
I think it really is those two. I think it's those two. I think they're so incredibly good at those. Khan was pretty good on it too, I suppose, in the top lane meta of it. Sejuani coming towards mid lane. Shun going to be here. Cream.
Here we go. Needs to be aware the rebuttal comes on down, but it's now out trying to buy some time. The passive from Braum, though! And of course, Sejuani, not enough. Gets the permafrost of her own and helps get a kill onto Cream. Ala now on top of the barrel roll. Did not enjoy that. Has to leap strike away.
I was wondering if you go for something a bit more. Cream, no flash. Did dodge out on the Zenith Blade. Can't rebuttal that. Gets a lot of work done, but just pushed up too far. JDG, really good jungle support synergy to make sure they appear on mid lane at the right time and get a kill over to Scout in the Arcane Lovers Quarrel.
A little bit of a history lesson as well from Mabinogi. Back when there was that infamous videoed rebuttal from Carter towards 369 saying, look, why are you not playing Nara at the time? One of the other things was Carter was an incredible Gragas, and 369 at the time was kind of bad. Of course, a year or so later, 369 is then one of the best Nars and Gragas in the world. But it took a little bit of a stern talkie to from Carter back in the day to see that one turn around. That was, I think, back on Top Esports even at the time.
It was a long time ago back that it was. Jackalov, Crisp, and Kanavi get themselves 3 grubs, importantly so. The 2v2 not getting the most out of Scout, jumping onto Mel again. Remember,
Kanavi's coming,
yeah, there's a safeguard coming here, but here comes Sejuani too. No flash to force that one.
Hang on, Kanavi's going to be forced away from that. Over comes Crisp, now there's a lot of people around. The health bars there from Top Esports significantly worse. Safeguard comes down, and Crisp now in danger. Has got flash, has got heal, burns the heal.
Missing did get the acceleration gate though. Jace putting down that move speed for Missing forces Chris really to flash, uses both of those summoners. Really, Scout doing a great job of using that early pressure, the early kind of fighter damage of the Jace to jump in. This might be too far now.
Hang on, they've got to go further forward. Gets rooted in place. Cream still here, does a lot of damage back. There's still the option to just hit the R button and bring an Eclipse in. Courteous and gone down. Scout's now coming on over his flash to the turret. Kanavi needs to back away as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes on through. Solar Flare. Sorry, Solar Snare. Gonna be just short.
Man, Pays getting that first ult so importantly too. The Zig's getting value. Cream not able to pull his ult that time. Remember, the longer you stay in combat and the more stuff you're hit by with Mel, the more stacks start to get very, very scary. JDG really playing around this Sejuani, and this is one of the reasons we see less Lee Sin. You actually lose quite a lot of your 2v2s against tanks right now. Scout starting things off incredibly well too.
Really needs an item before he can start threatening. Needs that additional healing from something like a Sundered Sky, and right now it's just not there.
I think the problem with Lee Sin is that even on that one item, I don't think it makes a grand deal of difference. You need to be playing around the first few levels of the game. Does it in the bot lane. Doesn't really help in the 2v2. The Cream gets good value here. Might have been able to use the ult to get something special. Nice. The Q held from Shun to cancel out the Sonic Wave. It's really hard for Lee Sin to play through this kind of combo. Really hard.
Just about survives from the burn. And in the end, JDG come out with the extra kill. I think Cream as well, at this point, has had multiple members turn up to his lane and make it a lot harder for the Mel to play out with this laning phase.
The wave control from Scout has been really good to punish Cream. And now you can see that the Jace is significantly far ahead in the matchup against the Mel. 10 CS up, has the kill, Cream has the death. And we know that, yeah, the Mel in a 1v1, good versus the Jace because of the nature of Jace not being that high auto-attack range, especially compared to Mel being able to trade through the wave very well with the Q. But now we're at a point where I don't think that's nearly as relevant. Scout at a happy point now.
Yeah, gets a little of assistance. Shun and Missing turn up, well, like 3 times now, but the damage is done. It has helped save that lane, and now puts Top Esports into a position they were kind of in the game 1, where they were down the prior lanes, and it got very tricky.
Jackalov doesn't spot this out. He uses the Hawk Shot elsewhere. Doesn't spot the Tribe Rush.
And there is Shun. Cleanses away, buys some time. Cleanses down. Now the arrow comes down onto Missing. Ala is here, but I think that's just a dead Leona.
That it is. Kanavi gets the kill. Jackalov cleanses the Ignite, so Missing doesn't get the extra damage. Doesn't spot the Sejuani Leona, but just has the damage to beat them about the face. 3 grubs over to Top Esports, early Dragon as well. Despite the early mid-jungle 2v2 and I suppose the 3v3 going in the favor of JDG, the objectives are going to Top Esports and they're happy with that.
369 goes under turret, tries to get towards this turret plate, will do so, and walks away casually down the river.
I actually wonder if this is right. If we get one more skirmish, we might get ourselves a Ruinous Atakan. Maybe. We shall see. Knife takes that dragon, and with the special animation on that Lee Sin skin as well, gets a cool dragon kill. Leona goes down towards bot side, Sejuani's here too. Lee Sin is here and has level 6, and he has that ult. So goes on to Missing, but here comes Shun.
Exactly, Jackie comes on over, will go hopping away with the safeguard before the Permafrost Bash can come on out. Knavi needs to time that one out and does.
Knavi could look for another Q, misses that one. Ola did have flash, did have ult, but I think Mel moving first was a little bit spooky for JDG. Choose not to go any further on that one, as we have ourselves a bit of a split map. Grub spawning in 20 seconds, Top Esports feeling no pressure to rush them because they have 3 already, and they'd rather trade actual plates and actual gold instead of those grubs in this point, because Jackalov is pushing so heavily in the spot side.
Jackalove's Ashe yesterday was absolutely critical in Top Esports getting the win against BLG. He was so good on that champion.
Yeah. See that no one started up the grubs that quickly. Cream just going to be clearing it out in this mid lane. Lee Sin going to be recalling for presumably Eclipse first item, which will give them a lot more assassination threat. I'll get that just now. Sejuani starting up the grubs, but as we can see, it's a little bit slow. Teleports are needed to be called just to make sure that Jackalov doesn't get himself too much gold from the spot side.
Holds on to whoever Arla comes back. He's got Merc Treads and some bits in the inventory, but nothing super scary as yet. On the other side, Ionian Boots done for 369, tier stacking. Seeing kind of the style of build 369 going towards, it likely will be that Ceres
doesn't have that passive.
Gets one. Yeah, that's nice. That's all he really needs. He gets the might. It stops the objective mark for JDG as well. Work done. It's an Eclipse build on the Lee Sin as well to really get a bit more threat on that one. Yeah,
we did call that one out. Got that first item. Says, all right, now I'm ready to fight. Thing is, Lee Sin needs to get disproportionate value. Has 2 kills. Shun is a damn good Sejuani 2 historically. So needs to fight against the matchup.
I don't know whether we had this conversation as well, but it's going to be the Locket first on Shun. It's not an unending despair or anything as well, so a little bit more about that utility and setting up the team for success rather than the individual option.
Yeah, I haven't had that talk, but good call out there as well. It gives that extra shield. Means that potentially Leona doesn't have to go towards that. Maybe they can go towards the Zeeks too. We've got a big roam up towards the Mel. Spots it out now, so that's a good route. Doesn't block out the accelerated start flash, but it's Scout. Of course, how can we not speak about Scout as well? His Jace has been historically very, very good within the LPL, despite him having a bad game against NIP. I'm not going to knock that against his record too much. He's had too many good games on it for me to write off this champion. He's done very well in this early game. JDG, if they were to make it to finals, a lot of how they made it hit is off of Scout and how he manages the macro of this team as well.
Let's see if they can do it. They've got very good side lane for a hit with a Jax and a Jace. Of course, the Ziggs as well, providing an artillery piece from the mid lane to support any of those 1v1s and be a good turret taker in their own right. Problem is, in this early game, still being Toppies has got more of the pressure on the turrets. Have a bit of a combo here onto Arla. I don't know whether we'll see the Sonic Wave come on down. Kanavi hops away, and then comes the Mega Inferno bomb as well. Tried to trap that Lee Sin mid. Safeguard away under the turret. Won't quite happen, but it will now mean that ability is down for a little while on the Ziggs, who is apparently a baker today.
Have a sweet treat to the minions on the bot side. Pei is very good historical Ziggs player. Comfortable for him. I think one of the most important things we learned in that last game is that sometimes compositions can look a bit janky, but the comfort can overcome that. I think the JDG having a bunch of that for their players here, this is arguably some of the most comfortable champions for every single JDG member, actually. And Pei's on that Ziggs is definitely one of the more notable ones for that, for his time over in Gen G.
I think we also said we quite liked how JDG's comp was going to play. Land that first bit of CC, throw in the burst afterwards, especially when this Jace, this Ziggs are farming really well. Somehow 369 is the person just behind Scout. Not usual. You see top laners in the current meta feel like they're the ones getting solid amounts of gold, but has picked up a number of plates into this Jax early.
Really want to see what he can do on the Gragas in this game too, because it's not that intuitive what you do, because you can't stop the Ziggs getting that much damage even if you punt him away. The Jace same with the Shock Blast. You're probably looking to punt someone into the team. Maybe you can get enough value by punting the Leona at you and killing them before they can be a big engaged threat. This is a difficult composition to play for top esports, though. That's the takeaway from me. I think JDG come away with a more... Yeah, look, you can just slam your CC and all of your skill shots on one target. That's valuable enough. Top esports have to do a little bit more problem solving.
I think if you can combo your CC between the Solar Snare, the Ash Arrow, the Brawl Mult, then Gragas coming in afterwards, you can definitely punish someone like this Jace if it decides to go melee range, for example. But realistically for JDG, I think this Jace and the Ziggs, at least if they've got decent wards down, unlikely to be a true threat.
369 is on the slow side, a weak side of the map. Gets under turret, but here comes Shun.
Flash away from the Glacial Prison. 369 stays alive. Shun saving his mid laner somewhat and kind of also denying any dive is 369.
This is also while the dragon is about to come up. So 369 uses his ult, uses his flash, does have teleport, but now has significantly reduced value at the dragon fight. JDG, if they get towards the objective first, they're in a very strong spot. You really have to play around a good, very quick pick around the Ashar to get that space back at that point. Top Easels might just choose to leave this alone, though, and go towards top lane cross map and not fight the dragon.
Crisp puts up the door. Let's take a bit of chunk afterwards, though. They had at least got some decent wars down here. It's Kanavi. Dodges the flail. Moves away for now. Passive begins to be stacked from Braum, but
good damage from the volleys, actually. Jackalov getting some decent value there, but you can see that, you know, one bomb from the Ludens, with especially the Sork Pen boots as well, does a decent amount of damage even through Merc Treads. Pei's doing a good job with skill shot accuracy. While all this is happening, we do have Melvis farming up in the top lane. Top esports, I think they're happy to let this one go. They have 4 grubs, they have the first dragon. It's not the end of the world if they let one of these go, but they do need to be quite careful of letting JDG onto too much of an objective game. They're going to stop the recall with the Ziggs ult. They are. Take some damage off of Jackalov, who'll be looking for a recall with a little less health.
There we go, and I think the other thing is Jackie doesn't have first item yet. It would have been a difficult fight at just a half-bound axe and a recurve bow, so they'll back away, come out onto the map. There is that Kraken Slayer, feeling a little happier about the game state now.
Yeah, not going to be the Untel Wild Arrows. Wants the extra move speed, I suppose, a little bit from the Kraken Slayer. 7% does help an awful lot. Kanavi 2-0. Starting to get towards the end of his power spike here on the Lee Sin, though, especially compared to that Sejuani who's about to go towards what looks like a Randuin's Omen, which is very good versus the Ashe, because obviously most rolls attacks kind of count as crits, which is kind of scary as heck. So getting a good flat damage rate against them. Top Esports not really sure what they think their win conditions are. JDG, I mean, they're playing around, lane push, they're playing around good objectives now at this point. Now they've hit their items. Herald is up. That's very important to deny from JDG because they have the Ziggs, but they also, Top Esports need an acceleration factor, and this Herald can be that.
And 369 is still 1,000 gold up on this Gragas. Could end up being a bit of an extra carry in the backline. Actually going to be doing a fair amount of damage with this build, as we've seen. The Seraphs to a Kindle probably is going to be that Cosmic Drive.
There's a comment in chat from Sobi. Give us game 5 and I don't care who wins. You know what? I feel the same sometimes.
Scout.
JDG Top Esports with this rivalry. Scout is going to be safe at this point.
Overcome Shun as well, was looking to shield there.
Oh, no!
Sonic Wave wide as well. 369 will throw the ult out.
What has he done?
As I think he might just have gone all in. Gets the Glacial Prison now onto Kanavi. The arrow out onto Shun, but that's not the easiest target. They'll do a fair amount of damage back and they stay alive. Sonic Wave lands.
My dude!
And there's teleport summons as well.
Teleport coming out from Cream just to protect the play, but that means that no one's defending bot side. Big mistake from 369 on his Gragas. Went for that Seraph, more damage, but seriously, big mistake there to open up the map. Ola's going to take a turret. As now Top Esports are floundering, they need to fight somewhere else.
Shun just cues away from the Glacial Fissure. That's like most of the ults down from Top Esports. They really wanted to play for that. Atlas, remember, has got TP still, so now that 369 has gone bot lane, that's over.
Big mistake from 369. I mean, I get wanting to play around the Lee Sin, and Kanavi had a really clean set of mechanical plays, I suppose, besides missing that first Q. Blocks out the Sejuani ultimate, manages to kick the Sejuani away, does about as much as he can, but you're playing in the power spike of the Lee Sin. That is not the goal which you want.
Herald's going to be started. At least Gragas' ult is back off cooldown again, because he's built so much CDR, but not going to come and contest. 369 going to try and trade out on that bot lane tier 1.
Well, this sucks now because you do get the tier 1, but you're giving a Herald up potentially over to the Ziggs just out of Q range. Kanavi would have to hop. He'd have to ward hop in. Cream coming in.
Good route onto that Jace, who actually takes a lot of damage there. Needs to be a bit aware as Grip steps on forward and forces the flash out of the Jace.
Here's Q forcing Shun away. He doesn't have the ult just yet either.
Mega Inferno Bomb still not going to be enough to secure as Kanavi picks that one up. The eye will be picked up on Jackie Love and Chris, who may need to flash out the back of this pit. Do they need to do so? Yes, they will. Chris gets to stand behind me.
How do they do that? It's a highway robbery from Top Esports. They get the Herald, and they get out. Missing uses both of his summoners. I mean, I guess Jackala flashes away, so the summoner trade goes slightly up towards Top Esports, but at least you deny the Herald from the Ziggs push of JDG.
I mean, also, Scout basically got rooted by Cream, and Cream went, you can't stand here anymore, and Jace had to flash away.
So, Cream, decent job there on one side of the fight. Normally don't love to see the mage separated from the rest of the team. You normally want them stood behind someone important, but again, the Lovers' Quarrel on the top side of it works out this time in favor of the Mel around that fight. Falling behind in terms of overall gold, but good usefulness there from Cream on that CC.
And they get the Herald, and that would be really good to try and throw down mid lane, because trying to remove a Ziggs from that mid to claim turret is so obnoxious. We've known for years how good Ziggs can be at managing lanes, just clearing up minions in general. Very, very hard to siege into. Dragon spawning in a minute and 15 seconds as I speak. That might be our next port of call. Randuin's just completed by Shun, so that slightly cheaper build with the Locket first coming to fruition at this point.
Jackalov, important item breakpoint hit for him too. Kraken Slayer gives you some move speed, as does the Zeal. So actually, you're quite good at dodging out on move speed now, on skill shots with that extra move speed. So watch out to see how Jackalov plays with approach velocity and this item and a half with tier 2 boots as well. If he can start space gliding, maybe that changes things. Quite far down in XP compared to Pays, but still good item breakpoint.
Trying to force JDG out of that bush. Arla not enjoying trading into this Jax right now. We know it's a pretty solid matchup for the
Arrow.
Gragas, Shun in slight far danger as the arrow comes on through, but the Mega Inferno Bomb now tried to clear out the wave. Still got a cannon minion, still got the Herald. Let's play this one around.
Cream coming in to try something, but Ashe Arrow not able to do that much right there. And worth noting, Jackalov with move speed, it dodges out on skill shots potentially, doesn't have the best anti-tank killing potential right now because you don't have something like a Lord Dominance Regards, which you'll really need against that Randuin's item, second item.
369 is just rolling barrel after barrel here. It's looking like the Red Baron up here. That is fighter race numbers of barrel rolling.
I was about to say, the best barrel rolls in Star Fox. Jackalob getting punted away a little bit there. Dragon has spawned. Top Esports really don't want to let JDG get ahead in terms of dragons. I think if they start to hold a soul point over them, this game gets very, very difficult. JDG, they have a very powerful Ziggs to play around. I think Pei's farming so ridiculously well to 225 in just under 21 minutes. Doing very well there. 2 items, full stacked here, so that's got his mana kind of just giving him infinite skill shots really to throw around. Chris walking up and trying to secure vision.
Steps on in, there goes Kanavi. Glacial Fissure after going to try and jump onto Missing, who does just about get by that that Brawn passive of the concussive blows, gets the kill. As the Leon goes down, nice combo from Kanavi to keep looking for Shun. The cast back into the wall, and the Sejuani is pork. Bacon for breakfast. As Top Esports keep trading, Kanavi gets to chunk out the Jax as well, head over to this dragon, nicely played.
Yeah, Scout ends up taking a tower for this, but a big mistake from JDG on the approach. They don't take it slow enough, and they allow the quicker combo of the Lee Sin Braum to get their 2v2 damage down. JDG, a mistake from them in an important moment, allows Top Esports ahead in terms of the objective game.
I think Pei should be able to just execute that. Does so. That Ziggs damage finally comes back to fruition. And it is an extra turret, and that is still good for JDG. The Herald in mid lane didn't really get anywhere near threat for that.
For those of you who are complaining about Kanavi in Game 1, look at what happened in the game since that. The Nidalee was exceptional. 4-0 on Lee Sin in a draft that's hard to play it in as well. Kanavi really turning up strong. The one-man army himself, bringing all the reinforcements he needs. You see that Jackalob walking up, being able to really threaten that Braum passive. Very, very powerful. And Kanavi gets himself isolated 1v1s and 2v2s. There's a bit of anti-synergy here as the kick comes through and then 369 gets the knock-up, so it actually cancels out the flash kick. But hey, we forgive him those ones, they get it anyway.
And he rescues it afterwards because the cast comes over and pulls him into the wall. So it all works out in the end, even if it was a bit of an awkward bounce house. But the damage is done. That's now a Sundered Skydon on this Lee Sin. A lot harder to manage.
And a reminder, folks, if Top Esports were to make finals, we would have ourselves the LCK exports of Tarzan versus Kanavi from Griffin. The teammates on Griffin, Kanavi, the substitute to Tarzan, in the finals for LPL. We would have a Griffin jungler winning another LPL title. Kanavi, of course, won great many LPL titles and has been a world semi-finalist and MSI winner as well. JDG, we would love to stop that from happening, of course. Shun would like to win himself another title himself after getting a bunch of them on BLG in the last year.
Right there, yeah. This is Atakan. Has been checked out by the Mega Inferno bomb. Was worried something was going to be happening. Soka. Why are we speaking in weird Japanese accent?
Naruhodo. I understand it now. Kanavi starting up the Atakan. Jace on top side does have teleport. They might go towards Jackalob. He has plans, he has flash. Shun's going to go towards him.
Needs to look. Got the blast cone, but it's only really towards the Jace. Teleport now in mid lane. Still though, it's going to be the Draggers. Oh my god, Jackalob in danger. Scout going to the backside. Flash over the wall. It's beautiful. And now Scout, like he tries to lock it, is not going to be enough. Gragas get Ziggs, and Jackie glides all over them. It's skating time, baby.
That is Jackie fucking Love space gliding on JDG to get them into the advantage. Uses the cleanse and the flash, but leaves JDG in the dirt. Get the kills, gets the Atakan. Top Esports pull ahead in the game.
I thought that teleport from 369 might be risky as well, but Paige does not enjoy a trip to Gragas' bar. He is drunk under the table as well. They get the Atakan, all the while they're shoving in mid lane with the wave clear gone. Top Esports have just broken this game wide open.
I am so happy to see so many of these players on Top Esports come to form again. 6-0 on Lee Sin is Kanavi now. I didn't believe in the Lee Sin in the draft, but I believe in it on the Rift. Cleanse 3 comes through from Jackalob, and he knows, look, I gotta head away from that Jace. Plays around the blast gun, and the teleports come through. Jesus, man, Jackalob. The space gliding he has after this is absolutely insane. Gets himself close enough to Kanavi to get the safeguard, flashes over. We have the Atakan fighting in the mid lane now.
Cream, low, but still alive. Arla into the backline, does a lot of work, but they get a couple of the revives down. Scout still surviving. Kanavi into the backline, and Jackalob now in danger. They lose another revive. Trying to get barrel roll as they do keep flying this one out. Still, though, JG doing a lot of work. Cream will go down. And 3, make that 4 of the withdrawals are all gone.
So JDG strike back. They take down a bunch of those hard-gunned Atakans. As Jackalob, hang on. Oh, that's actually a bug with the blast cover. It doesn't matter that much. But still, Top Esports lose a lot from that Atakan, despite the wonderful play to lead up to it. Another engage, this time onto the summonerless carries of Top Esports.
Still, that's now a lot of flashes down. I think Kanavi's flash actually come back and blast that flash bug that we've been getting in the Spectator right now. Let's have a look at this one. So basically, double teleport to make this play happen. As they do get the turret. But then Scout has turned up here to make this one very tricky indeed. And they managed to break the Atakan shove. Comes at the cost of Scout's life. They still lose that tier 1 mid. There you go, double TP, actually triple TP is
and then
Hayes
Cream,
TP in the mid lane.
Cream learns the difficulty of hitting back a
Leonary, yeah.
That one sucks. So, Top Esports still with the advantage. Dragon lead. Atakan largely doing nothing. Chill! So close. Hayes, Kanavi.
Needs to use his flash potential here. Sonic with just wide. Pays. Safe feet, gets out of danger.
So, still a relatively combative game. JDG very strong with their Ziggs still. Jax hasn't really managed to do anything this game. This was a Jax picked into 369's Gragas, who I think has been absolutely exceptional. Went towards the Saracen, the Cosmic Drive. A lot of damage on this pit. It's hard to play it out. Need to get the right angles, but has been doing well at displacing the backline at the right moments. Jaculov 2.5 items going towards the Vamp Scepter. Not the best tank killer still, but very good at minding his own business. Scout has a Kanavi on his tail.
Needs to be a bit wary. Remember, you just burned all of your TPs to make that play mid happen. Scout will die for this, but does get that turret. Dragon's up, though, so this probably means sole point for Top Esports.
Well, they're heading slowly towards it, so I don't think that's the case. Missing's back in base too, so he can't really do much about it. So JDG, they get a tower and that's it. Scout realizes he's overpushed and he dies for free there, sadly for him. He has good gold lead, but how much can he really do with it? Hang on a second, he's got a gold lead, level 16 for 369. Maybe can take an extended player onto Arla, who's caught out now, slowed by the barrel.
Barrel roll, 1/1 comes through, and with this amount of ability, they will keep coming through. Cask away. That was nearly taking a counter-strike onto the Ashe, but it doesn't matter. The kill's still secured. Another solo laner dies. Towards the Dragon they go. They get more value.
JDG are getting a bit lost in the source now. They push out too many side lanes at once, and they can't cover the entire map. Baron is up, but they don't have the damage to start this, so Top Esports, they take the Dragon for free. They're on soul point.
And a reminder, we kind of briefly talked about it while Scout was going down, but they burned every teleport they had to break that Atakan shot. All 3 TPs look for that flank, but it means now when they're playing the map wider, they don't have the same response pattern they would a little while before that. And now, Jackie, yes, 006, not quite at the big time of 007, but close enough. He's a special agent this game, building towards a Bloodthirster Thirst. Cream's nearly at death cap. This Lee Sin is now at 3 items himself. 369 with the stopwatch. It gets harder and harder and harder to deal with all of the CC chains you can put out as Top Esports.
Yeah, folks, you don't see Lee Sin games like this that often. The fact that he's 8-0-1, absolutely insane. This is not an easy draft to play it into. I feel like eventually the Sejuani just outvalues you. You need to get an absurd amount of value done, and he has managed to do that. He's ahead 2 levels in the jungle. As you mentioned the items there before, Kanavi on an incredible tech. He wants another finals. This guy has been so critical to LPL winning teams in the past. Kanavi, 369 and Hom teaming up again.
Nice hop away. Ward hop is used. Shun backs down.
You see the reflect of the shot blast there?
I did, yeah. That's the rebuttal.
That it is, Ismail.
Fun fact, by the way.
Yeah.
Ambassador W and
Repudiates.
And Mel W are very similar.
Yeah.
Slightly different, because obviously Repudiate works if someone hits you with a skill shot, you get the additional shield and damage.
Yeah, true.
And it's Repudiate, and obviously Rebuttal is a more diplomatic way of doing these things as well. So one's more violent, one's more diplomatic, but there's a family trait in there, which I really appreciate.
I like that a lot. Baron, potentially on the table here for Top Esports. Ahead, good amount of gold, but, you know, still strong Jace, strong Ziggs. Definitely not the end of the game just yet. Oh, he does the Panunu combo, but Scout now going into the side lane. 369.
That's a level 17 Gragas, he doesn't care! Zhonya's buys a lot of time, will need to get over the wall probably here, gets knocked back. Has maybe a way to barrel roll his way to safety. Everyone's running at him. How much more can they do? There's
the
another
Cosmic
slow.
Drive, man.
He's so annoying! Seros finally popped. He's got a blast gun. He can keep going.
He stacks up the Cosmic Drive and
Oh
says,
my
I have
days.
enough movement speed. The rest of the team is not really cross-mapping that well, though. All they do is kind of get resets, and that's it. That's the power of the Cosmic Drive. That's a bit of the BAO special. You stack up a couple of spell hits, you get the movement speed, and you get the hell out of that. Sadly, you can't do that completely. That maybe shouldn't have hit the Zhonya's. Bit of a mistake from him, but still, buys enough time for Top Esports to get resets, get back out on the map. Bit of a slip-up, but not the end of the world.
Well, what does it cost them? Not a huge amount. The ult on Arlet doesn't really matter that much. They've got all their teleports up, which does mean if they start to try a Baron, JDG can turn up very, very fast indeed. Arla now sitting around at this top lane tier 1. And we just wait and see exactly how this one plays up. Baron up and available. the wards all swept away. Scout going to try and split this one up, and you have still got increasingly annoying side lanes match. Level 16 on Arla, level 16 on Scout. They've gotten 3 items at least for Scout, 2.5. The Zhonya's active, available for Arla with our arm guard, so you can start to try and play the map a bit wider here too, even if this Gragas in the 1v1 is really annoying for both to deal with.
Alcapol in Twitch chat saying that Soul is absolutely disastrous for JDG. I agree, particularly when you've got so much ability to split the fight, survive through Eclipse. The Ocean Soul means that you can't walk up Sejuani into Lee Sin at all, really, ever now.
And then you're also then looking at things like this Gragas is already incredibly annoying, just getting more incredibly annoying, which is going to be difficult to deal with. We go from there. As a red buff invade comes on through, Arla with the counter strike knocked away. Red buff was secured though by JDG, by JDG. The problem is they're going to lose Shun for it. That's your jungler dead for a team red buff. Flash forward for the Winter Spite to the Glacial Fissure. Crisp low, but still just fine. They go forwards. It's 369 in there. Kanavi flashing away, staying alive, and they keep playing out. But look, Scout and Pays are untouched. Jackie cleansing the burning radiance, and the Eclipse comes on through. Mel finally has value. Scout in the backline will not die as Jackie stands and delivers again. All the world on 30,000 arrows.
The rookie of JDG, well, he's a little bit more veteran now, isn't he, Pays? But he has been left alive, the newcomer, not able to solve anything, and he's being teleported on. Oh, Pays, welcome to the LPL. 369 gonna bop him down.
With another JDG flare, 369 knows where his bread is buttered and brings the Ziggs down to size.
Now, folks, I wouldn't normally do this, but because this is a co-stream and we are very thankful for the support of our followers, thank you for Harold, who got us a coffee order midway, a coffee order midway through the game.
Harold Hamhad, my God.
Harold, thank you so much. Kanavi, I mean, we did say he is so strong. You basically can't walk into the Lee Sin at this point, especially with the Black Cleaver and everything, the Eclipse HP damage. This game is so hard to play when Lee Sin gets an isolated 1v1 like that.
The problem is they burned 3 critical ults to make that play happen, even in the full 5v4 then. And it got really dicey because Arla, Scout, Pays do so much damage. Look at the health bars on top esports. They nearly get everyone, but there's so many shields. The burning Eclipse does so much work as well.
Missing, died again. Dragon's gonna go down. So all of those low health bars, imagine how much more you can play around when they start regenning. And they start going up with 3 Ocean Dragon regen alongside the Soul too. Top esports, this is a difficult composition to play. Their last game was a difficult composition to play, but they are playing it so goddamn well.
Also, slight moment here as the Soul comes down. This game gets quite annoying to call because you've got a Leona with Eclipse, you've got a Lee Sin who's built Eclipse, and the ultimate for Mel is in fact burning Eclipse, yeah.
Whatever it is.
One or two. Something about things being on fire and eclipses. Just a little note.
Put your sunglasses on, folks. There's a teleport coming in from
Oh,
Scout.
boy.
Oh, he has been spotted. You do not want to walk into that Lee Sin.
No, the blast cone buys a bit of time. Won't get any more. Gets out safely. Shun looks for the ult. Gets it on to Jackie Love. Potentially a big moment here. They get the kill. Kanavi now in danger. 369 around. Scout still on that flank angle. Can be dangerous. Mel isn't here. She's in mid lane. How much further can they chase? Not far enough. Kanavi ports away. Gets out of the Winter's Flail. Another slow lands. Scout still on the flank here. Could jump onto so many members. They're going to look into the backline. Mel throws down the rebuttal. Buying time. Missing in there with that Eclipse. And the Zenith Blade doing so much work. Pace goes down though. And they still can't win the damn fight. Took in that GA value on Kanavi. Big knockup again from 369. Who is such a menace as Chris puts up the door. And they're still winning when their damage dealers are dead. Because they've still got a Lee Sin. They've still got AP Gragas with a Sorcerer's Elixir. And Arla, you might be named at least phonetically after a drink, but Gragas wins those ones.
And Top esports, they're taking their coffee Americano. They don't need the cream is gone, and they all go towards the Nexus. JDG slapped hard in game 1, but Top esports, with some very unorthodox drafts, show their comfort and show their class.
If you're gonna lock in a Lee Sin, make it worth your while. 13-0-3. Kanavi is a one-man army, and JDG fall by the wayside.
No one does it like Kanavi, folks. Game 1, yeah, he gets his int out of the system. Oh my god, this jungler is on a tear though. Who gives a damn that he's not won a title for the last year, not made a final in the last year. This man has ran the LPL for a very long time. Tom rejoins with 369 and Kanavi over on Top esports, and they start making a mess of things. JDG against match point now.
Well. we had our questions about this draft, like, yo, this Lee Sin's going to need to get value. Yo, what happens if we get to a mid-game team fight where you can just lock people down and hit double ults from a Leona into a Ziggs ult? And it never really happened because the skirmishing power, the mobility, bloody the continual disruption from 369 as well. That was a really good Gragas game. It's a massive deal. And there's like a little iced coffee can. This is great.
We have iced Americanos from
days.
So folks, if you don't know who we are, of course, we say this after every game, but we know many people come and go into our stream. We are Initialise and Nymaera. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise. We are brothers and we cast together. We're the only brothers to ever cast Tier 1 League of Legends. And this is not an official broadcast. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. However, I was part of the old LPL English, and this is my brother, and we love to cast these games. What we do here is completely supported by you and your views, and apparently your Uber Eats orders are located.
Thank you, Harold.
Now, I'm not going to be giving out our address to people randomly on the internet. Harold knows it. We're very thankful for it. And if you're sat here enjoying these games, let us know. Let us know in chat. I hope you're enjoying you know, some of these all-time great players strutting their stuff here. Kanavi, that is a historic game of Lee Sin.
What a game. Harold, thank you again. Don't apologize for getting it mid-game. We just ordered coffee. That's wonderful. Thank you. We'll deal with that.
Oh man. Oh boy. Top Esports. I thought they were slight favorites coming today. They have beaten IG Super Team regardless of their form. They beat NIP regardless of their form, and they beat BLG, which I'm sure some people had some questions about their form too, but they still felled all of these great players. They have felled Rookie, they have felled Dernby, they have felled Knights, and now they might just be able to go through Scout as well. Think of the lineage of mid laners that they've had to go through, particularly as a player like Cream. He has gone through the gauntlet.
Where's the pancake? There are pancakes?
Yes, there are. There are pancakes here as well. I just didn't know when to tell you, Sam.
Oh, I'm so excited.
There are... Let's have a look. So there is... so read off here. We have a strawberry pancake, a blueberry pancake, and then a dipped croissant as well. Oh, so I believe the croissant's in here, and then there are... Which one, Sam? What do you want, Sam?
I'll take whatever one comes out.
Well, there are two of these, Sam. There is blueberry, and then the strawberry.
Do you have a preference?
I actually might feel like the blueberry today. I'm not normally a blueberry person, but I do like that.
You were concerned about the blueberry?
I was so concerned about the blueberries.
I'm getting a fork. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, folks. Yeah, we're gonna, I guess, eat in the break now. You're behind Onivia or not? So, folks, we are not Onivia. If you're watching us on Onivia, this is a restream. Onivia has very kindly allowed us basically to use Onivia's audience. They reached out to us because they wanted to branch out beyond just having replay content, and to do something a little bit more advanced in terms of live coverage as well, especially now that the LPL doesn't have a live broadcast. Hey, look, folks, there are 404,000 subscribers on Onivia. If only a portion of them can tune in and enjoy the LPL in a way that they wouldn't have done before, I think that's a win for us, as long as we get something back out of it too. So we're working on, you know, sponsors for the stream and a bunch of stuff like that. But, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that we've been very happy to do. We've had a couple of videos go over 100,000 views now in terms of our live broadcasts, and that's because you guys have been turning up, because you've been enjoying it. So if you are enjoying it and you love watching the players of these stories be told by us, we're very honored and blessed to have done that. Oh man, time to get hydrated. What a absolute stomp of a game from Kanavi. It's really good, Harold. Thank you. It's really good. Does anyone love to sing lyrics, but you change out the words from meow and nya? I mean, I mean, I can't say I haven't done that before, because I've done a lot of questionable things in my past, but yeah. Did Jackie actually get a single kill himself? I'm actually not sure. I think he actually went 0-1. Casting has been exceptional. Thank you. I appreciate it. And by the way, you know, like, if you have feedback and stuff, look, I mean, so it's a little hard to do everything right. This won't be a perfect stream, folks. We are casting, so for the, it's only really us two doing it. You might have heard us doing some solo casts before. There's been a guest on once or twice as well, and Greyheart came in to help some stuff. Since Friday, we had 2 best of 5s a day on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, I think it was. That was 6, and then we've had 1 a day since. So at this point, we're on our 8th best of 5, I want to say. I think it's 8th best of 5. So obviously we're getting a little bit tired at this point, and a lot of the games weren't on great time zone for us. The first series of the day was starting at 6 a.m. So they won't be perfect casts, but we still hope that there's stuff that you've been enjoying. And, you know, for myself, for those of you who are less familiar with me, I cast the LPL English for the last 2 years on the official broadcast. In fact, folks, I cast the last 3 LPL finals in a row, which is incredibly, I don't know, that means an awful lot to me to be part of those. I wasn't the best caster in all of those finals, I got to say. The first one particularly was not. Well, I had one great moment, but the rest of it wasn't. Oh, some of it was great though. Oh, some of it was great. But yeah, we are quite tired, folks. Quite tired. But yeah, we hope we're enjoying it all the same. And it's really special to be bringing you these games, for sure. Okay. 369 gets the MVP. It wasn't Kanavi? Oh, come on. Nah, no way you give it to 369 over Kanavi. No way. I'm sorry. Look, he was great, and that last play was awesome. No, surely not. This is a crime. Look, he was great, don't get me wrong, but come on, this is one of the best Lee Sin games you'll ever see, given how hard the draft is. Like, 369 to be played to the draft, and he was really good at it, but come on! I don't know. Look, he was good. I just feel so bad for Kanavi now. What? You think Onivia should be the official league live stream and broadcast? Hey, well, we're happy to be on the restream here. Absolutely. What more did Kanavi have to do? End world hunger or what? Yeah, I know, right? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. Absolutely insane. How the hell does that work, man? Ugh. I don't know, man. I can't believe it. Folks, I actually can't believe that. I'm quite upset. Yes, please.
Take this and fork off.
1 second. Cool, thank you.
You good?
Sure? Yeah, I'm just writing a Twitter post.
Cool.
I 13-0 and 3 and 369 gets the MVP.
Man, I mean, it was a really good game.
I'm very salty because Kanavi is very good.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, 369 Gragas was also really good that game. So,
I'm actually quite upset. Look, I'm so upset for Kanavi, man. I'm so upset. He was so good. Ah. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see the post-game stats and stuff. Okay, so if you're on Twitch, we're gonna run some ads now, just because we need to at some point. Thank you so much for the sub, the Adlast as well. It means an awful lot.
Thank you very much.
And folks, yeah, if you do have the time or the resources to drop a like, a subscribe, comments and stuff like that, it does mean an awful lot, because the algorithm can be quite
unforgiving.
bad and unforgiving at points, folks. So yeah, if there's anything you can do to look, honestly, just turning up and watching means a lot in general. But yeah, Okay, I gotta eat this damn pancake.
Do
This
it.
thing looks good.
Everyone adds as well.
I'm
Yeah,
running them down,
alright.
actually. Love you, brothers. Love you too, man.
Aw.
Love you, chat. Oh, right. These pancakes look really good. What the heck? Have you had any of your pancakes yet?
No, I'm not. I'm just writing a tweet myself.
I can't believe Konami had that scoreline. Mmm. It's like coconut milk on top.
Oh.
Shout again, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Here. Right, I'm actually gonna go spend some time out of the room to cool
Do it.
down a little bit.
I've just done that.
Then I'll be back.
I'm making tweets and eating pancakes, so I'll be here as well. Oh, right, I need to actually eat some of this pancake goodness before it gets cold. I'm very excited. Oh, strawberries and chocolate. This is just good. You go, look. It's going to need to focus. There you go. Ho, ho, ho. Very excited. I maybe should have had a knife as well. Oh, I don't want to have to. I'm going to pick up the whole. Do I have to go get a knife? I kind of just want to tear it apart. This wasn't. Do I just eat it as a big lump? I don't want to eat them. Am I going to have to do it? I should probably just get a knife. That would involve leaving again. I'm going to turn the camera off briefly so you can see the score. There you go. Look. It's 2-1 to top esports. Ooh. Ah. How exciting. Yeah, go eat, Mecha. Remember to get sustenance, folks. It's important. Delicious pancakes. Thank you, Harold. Mm-hmm. 7 a.m. here, just got mac and cheese. It's never too early. My go. It's 4 a.m. for you 88 buys? You psychopath. Thank you for hanging around, but my days it's late. What time is it for people? Is there a food shop open at 8 a.m. at 4 a.m.? Depends where in the world you are. If you're in London, oh yes there is. $8 p.m. for Maggie. Mabby, sorry. How did I mispronounce your name like that? I turned the interview on, but I'm too busy eating pancakes. I want myself to eat food if I wanted food. I don't eat much. That's fair. Just so many pancakes, and this is great. You absolutely can, 88 buys. Good to see you again, Skylars. I recognize you from my chat yesterday. 11 p.m. for you, so I'm assuming you are... Wherever you got to be. You got to be... What? I think what's that far east? Japan, New Zealand, something like that. You are a long way. You are a long way east. I say you're new. Yeah. Compliment Grumpy. Grumpy, you are one of the longest standing and most active members of this community. Your insight and interest and general support means a huge amount to me and Alex. We recognize you every time you're in chat. You've always got insightful things to say about the game. You are a very welcome part of this community, and it's glad to have you in here. And see, we've even got other chatters asking us to compliment you for you, and that says quite a lot about your character, at least in chat. And there you go. Is it over? Oh no. One more game to go, at least. Top Esports lead the way. Just won a red side game, which is pretty big. Means they'll likely be back on red side, though, coming into this game 4. But again, a lot of those big red side bans are gone. You don't have to deal with the Callista. You don't have to deal with the Rumble. Skarna's still an issue. That's one. Just got up for work. There you go. No, you've still got at least one more game. At least.
Oh, I thought the draft was starting from that
Nope.
tone of voice.
Some people in chat were just asking. Say, is it over? Say, nope.
Not over yet. Okay. What's the situation? So, JDG stomped game 1, and Top Esports have had two incredible games back-to-back. Game 2, it was quite an unorthodox draft from Top Esports. They had, I think it was like Nar, Nidalee, Yone, MF, Nico, so it's not necessarily, like, that coherent, but they won lane so hard against a team which had, like, Renekton and Callista, that it just wasn't close. And this last game, Kanavi just came off the back of a 13-0 Lee Sin. A 13-0 Lee Sin game. Absolutely insane to me. What was the question there? Like a vial. What's your favorite PG swear curse word? Nards. Not sure about that one.
What's my favorite? No, man, I have to think about that.
I'm really jealous of your long hair. I can't get my hair that long because of school regulations. Yeah, no way around that really, is there? I started growing my hair out in school, but some places are very strict with that, so. Hold on to that dream. Frick's good. There's also Frack from Stargate.
Well, think. What is my favorite one?
Pretty hard to tell sometimes. We'll get
There's some excellent ones from like Shakespeare, which I need to think about. Kerr is always an excellent insult.
You cur. You peon.
Peon, also excellent.
It's a lot of good ones, folks. We'll be getting ourselves into draft fairly shortly, folks. JDG on the brink now. Playing against 3 of the most important members to their organization in history. Coach Hom, top laner 369, and Jungle Kanavi. Of course, you could argue that Kanavi made JDG into the team that they were. I think you could argue that 369 and Knight made Top Esports into the team that they were. Knight's obviously been knocked out by Top Esports the round before. A lot of history here. This rivalry, JDG Top Esports, 3 finals between them. Each of them absolute bangers. 2020 was really the era where this matchup started. It took a year off, really, last year. Yeah, they had some good games, but they weren't at the top of the tree. That was BLG. Now, Top Esports and JDG have really come to show us something special. Game 4 starts now, as we go into the draft.
Can Top Esports finish what they started? At this point, JDG starting to ban away some of those pocket picks. 369 Mordekaiser breaks apart a lot of compositions. On the other side, Skarna, Rise, still banned, understandable. Is Cassante let through? It's been banned a lot by JDG this series. Do they feel like they've got an answer into that very annoying tank top laner?
That is the question.
Kindred banned again.
Kindred banned again. Shun, big player of that champion. He was denied the Nidalee earlier in the series, but it's not like it's just a denial. Kanavi was damn good at it. First pick Cassante, with the Mordekaiser gone, means that there are less anti-tank options. There's no Jace to smash the lane. Even the Nar's pretty good at that too, right? 369, good game so far. What does he have to pick into it? You highlighted that the Rumble was gone earlier into the draft as well. Jaculov takes
Lulu?
that. Could go towards the Lulu. Jinx Lulu can break games at this point in the series when you've lost a lot of your engaged supports.
Does feel like one of those big archetype picks, and that can be one way to deal with it. Cassante just hyper carry out of it.
Okay. So the way that you beat this now is either you match the hyper carries, you can go Zeri Lulu maybe, or you lock in something like a Blitzcrank right now. Given the form that Missing is on, not sure I love going towards the Blitzcrank angle. So what's the plan?
There's some fun hovers here. Samira was always an LDL special in Fearless Draft. Hasn't turned up in LPL yet, which I'm very sad about. But hey, I appreciate the Hobbit. It can be a way to deal with those Enchanter hyperscaling lanes, though, to say, look, I lock Nautilus, I lock Samira, we run at you, you die. And it can be very, very scary. The Kalista lane didn't work earlier, but the Nautilus still locked in for missing. It's playmaking. Suggests to me, though, that you're going to need something to go alongside it. Are you going to go for something like a Draven for Pays? And they do lock it in. All right, JDG, I see you. Into Jacula of all players.
We go Pays, another notable player of the Draven himself, though, from his time in the LCK. Very different. I don't think Pays has been the issue in these games, not going to lie, folks. The Kalista game felt like it was really just suffering for missing Alistair support pick getting blasted out. The Draven Nautilus, pretty damn good. Hook champions into Lulu work very well. This is actually very risky now from top esports. That Lulu needs to do well, unless we're going to get something really random, like the Lulu switching to top and the Poppy going into support. That's going to be a lane that top esports will want to avoid. They have been matching the lane so far and beating out in laning strength. They'll have to avoid that 2v2 potentially at level 1 now.
Fairness to Crisp, he's played a mean Lulu so far this playoffs. In fact, Crisp in general has played a pretty mean playoffs. Player, again, who has been pretty maligned of late for his inconsistent performances, particularly when he's off his comfort. Hasn't been an issue, though, so far today on the whole. Now JDG trying to pinch cream a little here. The Tristana gone, the Akali gone. Obviously, you're 3 games deep. There's 6 additional bans behind that in terms of mid lane options. Talir and Rise on the side of top esports. This mid lane pool is getting quite limited here.
This is where Fearless really starts to rear its ugly head, isn't it? Where you try and look towards your win condition, but then random things just don't quite complete the puzzle. Or they have something...
Wukong makes sense.
Which can just complete the puzzle. They need a little bit more... Well, they didn't play that much Engage earlier on. Well, no, it was JDG that were playing less Engage in Game 1. Getting towards Tien on Kanavi. Resets for Jinx and the Viego. You need some more Engage somewhere, though. You need some more Engage, and that's quite hard to come by. What do? Do you have to go towards something like Galio instead and just play towards longer range and kind of peel back? If the Victor goes in, you can play towards that. Could, I suppose, go towards the Nautilus, steal out the Silas and steal out the Nautilus ult as well. But top esports need an instigator. They need a silver bullet now. This is not the easiest draft to play. And it feels like they're just waiting for a hook to land and things get difficult.
You have at least got some tools to mitigate the hooks between wild growth, between a fair amount of disengage tools. Are we down to Jarvan at this point? Can be quite good into a Jinx, because they are immobile. The problem is it'd still be into a Poppy, which kind of sucks, and you just give terrain over to Poppy to wall stun you. I think Volibear would make some sense. Zyra, there's the option.
Okay, so now they have some range. They have some range to play with that. Zyra's pretty good into Viego as well. Clears quicker, can get towards those lanes. Now you're looking for Zyra to power clear towards bot lane and 3v3. What's the answer? Aurora has made its way through the draft. Very, very strong. Can help set up those first kills, right? Because your target access is absolutely insane. If Cream gets a good enough play, nukes a carry, you get the double reset. Problem is, Aurora now has to play into Cassandra and Nautilus, which can catch you out very, very well. Hard to play draft again from top esports. I think draft goes to JDG in terms of ease of execution from JDG. I think they have range. I think they have themselves better engage. They have better early game options. Their lanes are very strong too. Top esports, they have to prove that this draft is something they can play very well.
Yeah, the only thing is, there's a lot on missing this game. If he hits the wrong hooks, doesn't get good hooks, the extended fights from top esports can be really nasty with a Jinx reset, with a Viego reset. If you lose 1 kill, and suddenly you've got a Lulu empowering Aurora and Jinx and Viego to keep hopping forwards, the battle lines from JDG can start to fall apart. Yeah, your zone control is fantastic with Gravity Fields and Zyra Plants and Cassandra and Nautilus holding the doors shut. Does get harder if you're the ones going forwards and you're relying on missing to go in and not give over a body to Viego.
No bodies for Viego. No excitement and dopamine over towards that Jinx. Jacula on incredible form too. Cannot overstate that enough. Well, understate that. Can't understate that. That's the way that phrases work. Folks, we are getting into Game 4 between JDG and Top Esports. A rivalry which has really stood the test of time here in the LPL. Winner of this goes towards finals. Top Esports a game ahead. JDG having to claw back the series.
Maybe we'll just go with a straight statement this time. Top Esports on the verge. JDG, we need to see better. The last 2 games have not been good enough from them for different reasons. Backs against the wall, verge of elimination. Top Esports, a step towards glory. Only they can win this additional game. Crowds chant. Perhaps for the last time today. Got a little bit of the speaker announcers there. From inside the arena. Always fun to see. And then you get Jayo's in chat as well. Love to see it. I see you, Karuro.
Yeah. People were asking what that skin was. It is Star Guardian with the chroma. Remember, in China, you get different splash arts for the different chromas sometimes, for the special ones. Cream gets the bone plating away from Scout. They'll time out that shield as well. There's a lot riding on Cream for me. I think Cream is the X factor that can randomly lose or win the game. Get some wards put down. Lane swap. Not detected, I don't think, from top esports. They're heading towards mid lane. They don't see anyone heading towards top lane right now. In fact, 369, no, Ala rather, is going to walk away. No, he walked over a ward. I think he walked over a ward. So they know now, do they match the lane swap or not? They're actually going to go towards standard lanes. They want the Poppy into the Cassante. I don't love going into the Nautilus Draven though. That feels like it's wrong.
And actually, they did see Poppy walking over the Cassante and wondered whether the reset would come on through. Didn't. In fairness, you are still double range versus the melee. If Missing messes up a hook, you can still play this one out with that kind of range advantage. Missing is only tanky.
They are losing XP. So Jackie and Crisp, I don't know. They wanted this lane, but they lose out on melee minions first. They're down in XP. They're going to get rushed on to level 2. JDG have a good advantage down the 2v2. Top esports, for the first time, not getting the most out of the lane swap. They need to back off. They cannot afford to get hit by a hook, and they do anyway.
Oh, it's the glacial augment on Missing as well, so it sets up for Pace to do a lot of work onto this Lulu.
Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. You have to be so careful as Lulu versus hook support. Blitzcrank is the most explosive, but Nautilus is very strong too. When Milio was in meta, and was one of the reasons that we saw so much of him, enchanters struggle against hook support, so Pace and Missing, they need to get something done in this lane.
So, Kanavi sat on a ward here, by the way, so Scout knows exactly what's going on. Shun will know this is happening too. There are no wraps or anything to steal.
Shun spots him as well. Kanavi doesn't know this. He doesn't know, and this is the problem. The early warding has worked out well. Goes invisible.
Gravity field comes on down. Can still walk away with a Harrow pass.
Nautilus is coming to the Revel. Nautilus is coming to the Revel. Kanavi has to go through mid lane here. Spots that coming through. Gets away from Missing. If he'd walked down into bot Revel, he would have died to a flash auto from Missing, really. So Kanavi spotted out in the early clear, important. JDG really want to control Kanavi, especially after that last game.
Nice W after from Arlo, who now gets the flash out of 369. Great combo on the Cassante.
Yeah, 369 had a cookie ticking, but he felt that wasn't enough. Missing back into the bot lane now.
Chris sidesteps the hook, but it leaves Jackie Love out to dry. Now flashes away. That's barrier down as well.
Why are top esports throwing themselves into this bot lane? You would have thought they could have gone for the lane swap. After seeing 369 heading towards top lane, choose not to. They choose the 2v2, and this is what it gets them. Scout maybe looking towards Cream now.
Oh, my days, the damage back. Not quite enough. Cream hops away.
HP. Scorch coming down on it. Scout, good job in this early laning phase. Aurora not great against other mages. Hang on, Cream, you better be flicking careful there. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. He's got the electric cube, not the comet. Not going to die to that one.
Again, there's no items on the Syra yet, so nothing like a Fated Ashes to keep the stick. He's stuck around in lane, that's bold.
He got the level up, so he's fine. So that's actually less bold than it looks because he gets that level up. It just means he doesn't get the right reset timing, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. He's going to wait until that next wave. He has to back now before Scout comes in and stops him from recalling again. Jack 11 Chris is going to swap it towards top side now. Again, so surprised that they stuck with that 2v2. Raven Naught was now matching them in the top side. Pays and Missing, doing well in the 2v2, but also, why the heck did Jack 11 Crisp decide to on a ward? And they will potentially get themselves recall stopped now. Big problem.
Does Missing want to burn a flash here? Don't think so. And again, maybe this lane would have been different if you'd been able to get towards the level 2. The fact you hadn't, the fact you did let the Nautilus into that far bush, just make that line so much harder, because you couldn't play with a range advantage, because Missing can just press Q.
Top esports have been winning most of this series through bot lane advantage being a big part of it, right? That's a big reason. They're trying to play some, you know, silly sods here, making sure that they don't, that they kind of let JDG push into them because they think a reset's come through. They get to collect the wave here now, turret by sitting in Fog of War. 369 doing okay in the matchup here against the Cassante. That's good at least. They're doing very well here, in fact. Arlo's getting absolutely blasted by 369. That's a bonus, but
despite the flash being blown in the 1v1, oh, Missing.
Yeah, occasionally does that. Named after it, I suppose. But, so, yeah, 369 doing very well there. No summoners.
Nasty, okay, gets the chompers down, Pace caught under the turret. Turnaround is pretty good. Second chomper lands. HP trade even enough, but Shun now gets to roam on over. 369 is resetting and heading top. They'll know that Shun is coming because of the ward in the bush.
369's reset is going towards top lane. I don't think they can stop the recall here. The plant isn't going to aggro onto them, so that's fine. Jack11 Chris will get away from the lane and go down towards bot side. Dragon taken by Kanavi. Ala did go over to investigate. Grub's presumably going over towards JDG because their bot lane has been so dominant and gets around it very quickly.
10 seconds on the Grub spawn. 369 is around, but the bot lane moving away.
This is nice.
Do it.
So we've seen a lot of recall stops, right? 369 threatening that again because he can just use his ult at that point. Can he do it any further? Could potentially throw a buckler at a minion, pick up the shield, and look for it. Double objectives over to top esports. This is not what I expected at all. JDG getting good early laning phase out of this bot lane, but not transferring that into anything. They haven't got kills in bot lane.
They're coming over now. They'll take Ugrub and back away, I think. They can't stick for anything more, so that's probably pretty wise. You stop the full set going over.
That's fine.
And that's a pretty solid trade.
That's totally fine. You know, 369 is doing completely fine. Next time you get around to the next Grubs, I think he'll be happy to frontline. One thing that's worth noting, Draven hates playing against heavy tanks, like very heavy tanks. And Poppy from top lane can be that. So 369 getting ahead, getting a lot of the bonus out of this lane swap, even if the Jinx hasn't, might mean that instead Top Esports can fight around the next Grubs instead.
Shun then goes for the invade. Has actually managed to get a counter to ahead of Kanavi, part of because of the early stuff, and that's actually secured, I think, by the plants there from Shun. That gets level 6, actually, so Kanavi now in a spot of danger as the hook lands. Won't be able to get anything more there. Nice shove into the wall from 369.
I don't think Pace saw him on the ward. He's walking towards his teammates now. 369 does have ult. Forces him back. There's really good damage. Cream going into mid lane now.
Between worlds, onto Scout, gets a decent chunk, especially because they know everyone else is roaming topside. Kanavi around with his own level 6, but Shun, hiding in a bush that they have no idea who's in, decides to go against going any further.
And now we actually see bot lane overall gold starting to even up. Jackalove's going to get a plate down here, important for him. The Jinx Lulu should have been playing the 2v1 the whole time, you have to think.
Kanavi or at least turn up the 2v2 on time. Like, you'll make it even harder for yourself.
Kanavi smites away a Raptor camp and make sure that he returns the favor from the stolen one from the plants. The other side, 369. At a point now where I think he can 1v2 very effectively. Cream, yeah, Cream watching Scout have to ult the wave because of that good trade earlier. These kind of poke trades can become very important.
Normally, Victor, as we've seen, is often quite good into the Aurora because of the range discrepancy. You can catch it with the Hextech raise pretty easy. Your Siphon Paralyzer, you trade quite well with the Q and the E. So it can be quite hard for the Aurora early on, who sometimes has slightly awkward control made matches because her range isn't fantastic.
This is the kind of game, folks, if you want to learn more about League of Legends, this is the kind of game you go back and you review. Because all of the laners, I'm saying, well, okay, why did they go for the 2v2? Well, actually, is it because of the Poppy getting the advantage? Well, okay, now the Poppy is strong. Can we switch back into the 2v1 and get the Jack11 Crisp lane a little bit stronger after that point? Pays, you know, he hasn't got a cash in yet. He has a decent amount of stacks. We'll have to watch to see if he gets himself his first play. I think they're highlighting the XP advantage. And again, once again, switching away from the lane. That has been the name of the game. And Pays not able to just brute force his way through that Jinx Lulu lane in the way that you'd love to with the Nautilus support.
And again, like JDG have tools to go to picks. It's often a little easier on a defensive front than on an aggressive front. Missing really the only truly aggressive member of the team unless you've got a good Cassante flank. 369 now going to be in a 1v2 on lane, but with the Chain Vest already, not going to be the easiest target to just bring down under turret.
And also he has good wave clear with the Sunfire Cape as well. If you try and dive him with the Nautilus, good chance you get locked up and killed. You're going to lose some chip damage on towers, but I think you're okay with this overall. This is the first plate which Raven's got his hands on. Managed to get that W there. Not out of auto attack range though. So he's going to take some damage.
Takes a decent chunk. A couple more of those whirling axes come flying on through. And Pace gets a good chunk onto that Poppy.
That's important. Now that means that 369 maybe has to teleport back in. In fact, that's exactly what he's going to do. Took a little bit too much damage as he completed his first time. No, of course not just yet. But still, means that Pays and Missing get something down. Shun's coming towards it. I don't know if this is the best idea ever. There is no level 6 from Missing just yet. You can't use that too well. Gonna force away the Draven, and now suddenly the play is off. Aurora maybe making some plays as well, heading down towards bot river.
See the idea there from Missing as well, so hooking towards the wall to try and Spider-Man your way back from a Poppy ult. We've seen that a few times from Nautilus where you fling one way and come right back because your hook has, once it's hit a wall, got extended range.
Yeah, the observers are really highlighting where Pays and Missing are going on the map because it feels like they have a really strong wrecking ball that loses momentum as the game goes on. They need to get something done. They haven't really. I think 369 has done a great job of getting himself strong enough to defend against them. And once again, they don't get to play against the Jinx Lulu. They're switching across the whole damn map, and they're not getting that much for it.
Grubs are spawning. They'll be able to get them. That's nice enough. But the fact that they've been denied their 2v2 pressure, and now the Jinx Lulu is getting it into the mid game, or towards the end of the early game, even, is a massive win for Top Esports. I did not believe in it. Coming from the draft, I thought, yeah, this will get 2v2 killed. They didn't. They lost summoners, and that was it. JackeyLove and Crisp get a lot out of it. 369 stayed now on the bot side, maybe looking onto Arlo.
Arlo going to have to do well here with the Pathmaker. Not going to be able to get out with the footwork part 1. Still will have another charge of that because K'Sante is K'Sante. But here comes Cream. They're going to come over the wall, goes across the Veil. Arlo down about half HP, and this is just a 5-man bot lane dive to get Jinx a kill. Excited and looks at the turret. The Whirling Death comes on through to clear out the wave, though, and there's going to be a turret race in the split screen.
Yeah, maybe someone from Top Esports could have stood back a little bit and reactivate that Draven ult a little early, because it'll auto-activate if it hits the turret. Because of that, not happening. The Draven ult buys Top Esports another wave on the turret. They have the 5 grubs, but Jinx is still Jinx. This is going to be 5 grubs versus the Jinx passive. Who gets it first? This is going to be very, very close.
I think it's Jinx with the mini gun. It's going to be very, very close. I think the grubs have done it.
Grubs have done it. JackeyLove runs out of the excited buff, and it'll be first turret over to JDG. Means that they get themselves one. It's probably a little bit too high from that one.
I was quite excited.
Well, Jinx certainly wasn't at that point. But still, JackeyLove still getting grand majority of those plays. You lose the feats of strength, but you get the gold. And I think the Jinx getting the gold is absolutely terrifying for JDG. Jinx is ahead. Jinx is online. JackeyLove is in the building.
And you've still gotten a second dragon, so you're still actually at 2 objective spawns here. And by stealing that first grub, you stop that same plot, which is actually still pretty valuable. Jinx doing just fine. Poppy has been proxy farming against the K'Sante and is in a fine spot this game. Yes, Pay's got a lot of gold, but this Draven, as we've said, not accelerated the way you need to see a Draven do. I need to see a cash-in happen in the next 5 minutes, preferably before the next dragon fight, or at it, or it gets very difficult, I think, to play out the game.
And this is a very accomplished game by Top Esports. I know we're talking a lot about Top Esports, so they should have been getting so much more. Alex, the Q3 back, so he's going to go for the ult. Misses one there, E cancelled.
Between Worlds, goes across the other side, backs away, but does have to burn the Between Worlds, but it's an all-out for that.
So Cream actually gets away with that quite well. Paze hits that. Hang on, Paze, you're in a 1v2 there. That's not
great. My days, has to flash over the chompers. Shun finally turns up. Rocket just about goes well. My Shun's in danger. They throw down the ult, and Crisp is going to have to back away. The hook is wide.
Missing. Ends up getting hit by the zap as well. This is not a good play.
They can keep looking for some more. That staggering blows was big, but now missing in danger. The depth charge comes up through. 369 on the angle. Flash on forwards for some more. Can't quite get onto Paze, but they still get the kill on the Nautilus.
What is happening with this bot lane? Missing with a hook into death. Misses the combo onto Chris. Not even sure he should have been there. What was the plan from JDG? Stop with the recall onto 369, but he's a tanky boy. He can hit Shun with the ult. Indeed he does. He's safe there. A moment of madness from Paze and missing. Paze walks up alone in mid lane, not understanding how much danger he's in. JackeyLove and Crisp escape the early game and start throwing the weight around the 13-minute mark. JDG, you cannot be giving gold like that over to Top Esports. It is a huge issue. Why are you walking up like this? This is a big problem. Look at the spacing. Shun is not there immediately to take the play. Even if Shun walks as fast as he can, Paze still takes that same amount of damage, and you can't play this fight out. Chris still has ult, still has flash. Paze doesn't have the gold to play anything around this too. Massive mistake in spacing from JDG. You must be aware of the micro between all of your players. And yet 369 feels comfortable enough to jump in. Very, very strong game from him so far.
Flashed to interrupt the dredge slide as he was getting pulled towards the wall.
He gets the doubly damage, which kills him as well. So he actually ends up away with the kill there somehow.
That's very insane. And the thing is, you saw Zap slow into Glitterland slow into Chompers going behind, while JackeyLove had his autos and minigun spaced autos as well, with a help picks on top. This Jinx does damage pre-1 item, especially if you're in a 1v2.
Especially when it's against the Draven, who doesn't, you know, have defensive stats or HP or anything like that. I'm really loving how JackeyLove and Crisp have been playing these playoffs. JackeyLove and Crisp have been absolutely absurd. I think that Crisp, earlier into the tournament, I think it was against NIP in that deciding game that they had, was arguably the best player on the Rift.
Sorry, really good. I don't know why I said sloppy.
No, not sloppy at all. No, in fact, he was the MVP on that Lulu game. It was absolutely insane. Guys, we've seen a lot of games that can be... Look, we normally say, oh, Crisp, sloppy. No, he's been fantastic on Enchanters so far. JackeyLove and Crisp, so cool to see them play at this level again. If they can reach their upper potential, which we rarely see from Crisp nowadays, this team could go all the way.
That's what I get for not letting finish your sentence. I say, because the Lulu, you were absolutely right, it was insane. First pick worthy, in fact, when they did it the last time.
Game 4 versus NIP.
Yeah, it was really, really good. So there you go. My apologies. That's what I get for speaking too early, guys. swiftly proven to be wrong. It happens on a regular basis.
Good comment in chat as well from Nan in chat. Jinx just finished Cull. Have to talk about that one too, because it means that now suddenly gold advantage over things a little bit more potent. Draven has a Bloodthirst, so Draven needs a cash in, but Draven, I don't know whether they can get that easily. Draven gets a kill with 331 stacks. They're going to get 1,500 odd gold between kill and cash in, which is insane. If he dies first, though, oh dear, yeah, that's a whole lot of axes caught for nothing.
Herald, I don't know if that's come up quite yet. No, 15 seconds on that one. Might be something to keep our eyes on. It will also be sole point for Top Esports if they get the Cloud Dragon. Kanavi finds Shun. Misses the E as well. The Grasp Spear as well. Kanavi has to back away. Needs to now find an angle out here.
Pays. They really
where
want to
does
give
Kanavi
Pays.
go?
Not many
Ult
places.
over the wall.
Ult over the wall.
Whirling Death.
Important.
Whirling Death!
Gets the cash in with the stacks. The stacks give the execute. Massive mistake from Kanavi. And suddenly the Draven's on the board.
Huge gold swing. That's 1,000 gold swing right over. Holy moly, from 600 gold high into 600 gold ahead. It was about 1,200 to him.
Pays, gets paid. I don't know what Kanavi was thinking there. The whole team from JDG comes over. Suddenly now, Kanavi off the board for the Herald. The Herald's going to be taken. I guess Top Esports can come around for the Dragon, but that's exactly what you didn't want to do. They've been doing so well up until that point to deny Draven value.
And Kanavi gets a decent initial start onto Shun, assuming his timing's in a position to play, and they weren't quite. Cream spotted by Missing.
Cancel with his teleport. That's the big thing there.
Oh boy, that's still Crisp being on the bot side. Arla in danger. Tries to go all out. Misses the Q3. Massive shield. The polymorph down. Arla tries to continue trading. My days, this healing is ridiculous. Arla gets one with the Q3. Slows will come on through. And the Rocket secures one back.
The Omnivamp from All Out saves Cassante and gets the kill in the 1v2 despite the great polymorphs and slows from Crisp. 369 goes down. Getting a bit messy now. JDG pulling ahead in terms of gold, and Top Esports, I suppose they'll get themselves the Dragon after this. I'm not even sure about that one now with the random stuff that's gone through. With all of this, remember, it was the Aurora that ended up getting their teleport cancelled at some point, and the teleport from mid lane from Scout also helps kind of cut Kanavi off. Has to get the stun onto Arla, then just doesn't manage to sidestep that quite in time. Doesn't have the vision to see it over the wall.
He had Crisp and Jackie in the river, but they didn't respect the control ward bush just off mid lane, and Hayes and Missing was sad in there, and they got to move first and caught Jackie Love and Crisp off. They couldn't join in time.
Hayes, very strong now, full Collector.
Oh,
Second
yes.
item. Problem is that Collector going to do nothing against the Poppy, needs to hit someone else. Guessing even in the best case scenario, you don't kill through hyper tanks that well. Hayes has an awful lot of responsibility now. Cashed in, has the gold straight in his pocket, that 2 items. Hell's going to come through. Poppy comes through. This could be a fight.
Missed it, but it ducks the minions away. Chompers onto Missing, forces him to flash. Stranglethorn's up onto 369, but he gets a shield courtesy of the Whimsy. Be okay. Shove out bot side from Scout. Cream no teleport, but can walk down the river and has done so. Arla has teleport, maybe has to join on short order.
369, no ult now, remember, and he's at 2/3 HP. Not the happiest ever. Cream looking for a flank. Pace does have both summoners. That's important. Hard to cut through the Bloodthirster and the barrier.
Cream now shoving out this mid lane wave. Hayes eats a W combo, but there's a Bloodthirst. As long as he can hit the wave, should be okay.
It's the QE combo, didn't end up using invisibility just there. The electrocute though, nasty stuff on top of that. But you can see, just heals up completely. Very hard to get through the Draven.
That will be feat of strength now to JDG. They got the turret, they'll get the
recall stop. Nice.
Recall stop comes on through as well. Nice moment here for JDG. Feet secured. Shove into mid secured, kill on Kanavi. Secured.
Top Esports, losing the plot a little bit. For all we praised them in games 2 and 3, JDG starting to pick up the pieces now a little bit. Pays very far ahead. Top Esports not exactly sure where they're going. Pays has both summoners here. Hard to get much out of this.
Yeah, he gets the blood rush away, doesn't overstep onto that turret. I guess the vision control now for Top Esports is really dicey.
Yeah, it is, and particularly when you've got stuff like the Zyra giving you the false wards as well, basically with the plants. Spot a lot of them there, which is nice. Grip's gonna take that one away. Overall gold not that far away. I don't think they look for a big fight here. I'd surely not with everything kind of coming along there. Kanavi gets himself his own blue buff.
Nicely done. Arla comes mid. Jackie and 369 now trading onto Arla, who's stepped forwards, and those Chompers made it an awkward retreat, but Pathmaker keeps Arla safe enough.
Keeping the mid lane turret alive, that is important. You can see that side lane push going pretty well for Top Esports because Aurora is doing well at kind of walking back through the fog of war. Victor can push out waves well, but he needs to do it a little bit more safely. He has to check a lot of corners like this. You see, using that death ray to make sure he's a little bit more safe. He needs to play very respectively
right now.
This is death ray, Sam. I'm sorry. look, Arcane can change a great many things, so I enjoyed the show, but my Victor still has a death ray, Sam.
Yeah, just the way it is. Hang on, blue buff comes on through, Q3 on the bottom one, the screen gets on the wall, but there's a hook waiting. The choppers prevent Pace from getting involved straight away. Death charge down to Jackie Love, who may need to flash very fast. Between worlds is good. Turnaround by going to come on through his double flashes now from Jackie and Cream. They get out. Turnaround comes on through, and JDG pick up a member.
It's the vision control game you're talking about. Kanavi does not respect the members moving across the map. Mid lane turret will fall. It's not a cash in for Draven, I suppose, luckily for Top Esports, but getting another kill onto Kanavi's Viego, important moment here. Top Esports trying to overforce their hand a little too much, and they lose some important summoners, losing the Aurora Flash, the Jinx Flash as well. Important, especially against a Nautilus, which can force the play so much.
Look at this replay as Kanavi went onto this blue buff, and Oleg gets a wonderful two-man Q3 in a second here.
He does, as Cream gets rooted as well as the Q3 into the Zyra ult, into the Nautilus hook, so Cream can't save him. Again, it's just not having quite enough deep vision to really play around it, and that Q3 sets up exactly as you're saying for a wonderful moment for them.
And what I also want to say is Kanavi's actually not gone for a Collector second, which I thought he might do with a Dirk. It's Serpent's Fang. I guess to try and manage the Locket and the Bloodthirster shield.
Bloodthirster, Locket, the Seraph's coming in from the Victor. It does, and the Cassante as well, a little bit unorthodox, and it's a fairly cheap item. Missing hooking there, gets the E out.
Nice waiting to buy some time, but the Arcane Storm comes on and Cream now low, but that's a very deep teleport. 369 shoves one back, gets a W down, gets pushed back briefly. Keep trying to play when the pace comes across between worlds, a solid flash away. Into the backline, but hops back away. Arcane won't chunk him out.
Oh, Cream very nearly set himself into death. Got to be so careful. You give another cash in to this Draven in strange plays like that, and the game could just fall apart. Very lucky to get away with that one. Top Esports didn't really want to give up control of the Atacon, I suppose. 369 not here now. They don't have the best front line. Jackie Love needs to play so defensively without his talent with flash.
Stops Arlo finding the angle. Cream has come back on in. You can start to play this one out. Missing very low, though, and that's your engage option.
That's important. That is important. Actually, Top Esports, they've overcome the first bit of this fight. 369 back with full HP, strong front line. Now Top Esports might even fancy themselves an Atacon start with the HP bars being low. 369 will spot them out. We'll want to spot a recall or two.
Grasping roots just wide. Plans still come on down. And they've got control. Here we go. Messi just backed. He's not here.
Yeah, but they didn't see him backing. That's the important thing. And I think the fact that they don't know means they get away with it.
Here we go. No, wait. Hang on. Paige just backed.
Paige just back. Paige did just back, and maybe they did see that. There was a blue trinket. The Atacon start is known. They will be getting shredded. Shun does have flash and has a lot of damage. Shun might have another Atacon steal.
Needs to try it again. The Chompers by a lot of time. I think it's just gone. Needs to get the secure. And Kanavi gets it. What about the fight after? Because it's all well and good getting the withdrawals. Doesn't matter so much if you lose them all. Missing, knocked up, and between worlds! Strangle Swords is solid, but the withdrawals continue to fly. Missing just about alive! Just about alive! They finally get a couple backers. Jackie Love begins to get excited. Jumpers come on down, and they'll take 2 kills in trade for a couple withdrawals.
It's 2 kills, 3 withdrawals. Remember, they're about 2/3 value, so Top Esports trade up, and they still get onto the map quicker too. Missing an Ala off the map. Top Esports somehow get their way towards this Atacon. I thought the fight before this was so perilous for them, but they managed to get 369 back out onto the map and take a fight while Paze was back in base. Shun couldn't get himself close enough for Silly, went towards the bot side instead. And Draven can't quite get to it. See how long it takes to get through the Poppy. It allows the wall stun to come through. A fantastic 4-man, I believe. Aurora Ultimate gets a ton of damage. Cream, we said he has a lot of responsibility here. I think he paid it off.
Oh, Kanavi nearly got that last Q off to kill Missing and then get the Nautilus body, which would have been huge. The thing is, Jinx got a couple kills out of that. She's now actually ahead of the Draven again. It's very, very scary. Dragon's up. I think Top Esports might just have found themselves back in command of this game.
Cream looking for a combo. Doesn't get himself the electrocute. Misses out on that E. Gets the Q onto 1, but still scary stuff. Cream, no flash. That's a big thing. They don't have as many summoners. The bot lane from Top Esports.
Hang on, that's on the pace! They can keep jumping. He flashes away. Polymorph stays alive. Now 369 on the front line. Could be in danger. Between worlds, though. Gets Cream into the back line. They murder him. The burn's there. It's wonderful stuff for Top Esports. We'll make sure that Jing Dong Gaming are ringing the bell that tolls their own death. Kanavi will go and make sure the Heartbreaker is true. They can get mid-tier 1. They can go for Baron on spawn. Cream got everything.
Cream playing some of those old retro arcade games. Hops off one side of the screen, turns on the other. It's like he's playing Asteroids and slaps Paze with the celestial object. goes down. The Draven can't play. The fight is won. The Baron is won. Top Esports in command.
Has Shadow Flame now. The Dark Seal's getting stacked. And again, he plays with the Between World wall hops so well. Pays down for the count. Earns them everything they could ask for and more.
Hayes throws his ult out and
Desperation.
desperation. Didn't get the laning lead that they wanted. Did get the mid game they did. Got that cash in. But Top Esports have just been that more decisive, that more creative when it came to the angles on the map. JackeyLove on Chris, particularly for me, moving around the map to make sure that they are safe and effective. No deaths on the Jinx Lulu versus the Draven Nautilus is absolutely absurd for this point into the game. See if they can keep themselves a clean sheet. Dragon has spawned. 369 is tanky, but doesn't have flash. Needs to be a little bit careful approaching that fog of war. Doesn't get hooked this time. Missing, sadly, not the best accuracy this game.
Kanavi with an additional Dirk in inventory for a collector build means if Kanavi gets a moment onto someone scaring the backline, it's a lot of damage. 369 goes in, gets a decent knockup.
Cream.
Mystic's also nearly dead. Cream between worlds again. 369 charges all into a wall. And there's no way to stay alive. Shun tries to get on out to safety. 369 ulting away. Cream in danger. Gets the Nautilus on the way, but it's still a cash in for Pace.
Oh, that's important. He did die before, so he lost some of those stacks. JackeyLove took so much damage from Shun that the HP bar advantage will be enough to force top Esports away from the Dragon itself. Kanavi's taking a red buff, which will affect the entire team and give them some regen.
On Shun.
Shun needs to be very, very careful. He's puts it now. Oh my god, Kanavi, very, very strong, but does not want to be walking into Pace. He's going to blast over. Where's 369?
Needs to use it onto the Draven, I think. Uses it. Gets out.
That's important. 369 could have flashed onto Shun. Oh, 369's Poppy. What a game 369 has had on this little Yordle with a hammer. So critical. Great in the lane swap. Great in the fight.
Scout.
And now Scout is caught out. He doesn't have a flash.
Oh,
Scout.
boy. The teleport's supposed to be forward, but I think it's going to be too little. It's going to be too late. The walkover is back. The zap over the wall. Body secured. Kanavi steps forward as a mighty victor indeed.
Top Esports, they have found themselves the needle to thread. They're so well. Kanavi gets himself out the unstoppable. Missing, not able to be the difference. JDG will be... Hang on, Shun doesn't have that flash. Tries to get rid of the ball. Can't quite do it.
Hex flash. Crisp is low. Can't walk towards that spot, my friend. The ward spots him out.
Close enough. We'll calm down for now. Hard to go over into Poppy, especially when JackeyLove has both summoners as well. They're teleporting though. Shun's walking around the back. He's looking for something.
Onto 369, not the easiest target. Aurora not here, doesn't have the teleport himself. 369 the back away. Kanavi now comes back on over. Jackie still free firing though. The massive, the help of the picks. Doing so much work. Kanavi tries to get one of the backside, but it's a good side step from Shun. Jackie still free firing, still alive. They lost Poppy, but between worlds, not enough to get the kill. Shun goes golden, but he's on top of choppers. They're armed and dangerous. And Jackie gets another. The gravity field is good, but Cream goes across the veil to get out of the zone control, and Scout now in danger. Tries to get an Arcane Ray and a Hex Tech Storm. That's not enough. They pick up the tier 2. And JackeyLove is very excited about another return to finals.
This is your public service announcement. Top Esports are back. JackeyLove is back. 7-0-5 on the Jinx. The LPL AD carry that won them their World Championship back in 2018 is absolutely on form.
Plays at 2-1-1. Could be a threat. The problem is he's now an item behind this Jinx. Missing goes forward to get on the Nautilus. Will die for a 5th time this game. Pays! Is another body.
And it's another kill. Top Esports still deathless in the bot lane. Incredible game out of Cream as well, gotta say. I think later into these fights, Cream has found those angles to open up that reset, to get just the rip roar of the excited off. Who are we focusing on now? Pays. Minion taxis, knocks up, gets the Q on the ground, and the W after to make sure that Missing can't even hook his way out of it too. Incredible combo. Cream, second person into the play. Between worlds, hopscotches over and plays some asteroids. Goes off one side of the screen, kills him, goes off to the other. A retro gamer in the modern day.
It is fantastic stuff. I don't think you can play League with an old school joystick and buttons. It feels like Cream might be able to pull it off one way or another. Scout.
Needs to be so careful now, man. He's got a decent amount of HP, but like Cream's got a happy hat to go on top of that. Misses out on it now. Needs to actually hit his skill shots.
Doesn't have flash. When is the Between Worlds available? Needs to use it. That's fairly significant. Of course, with the Malignant, not the longest cooldown, especially at level 16.
That is important to know. Yeah, and he's been getting 4-man ultimates consistently. That is insane to me. Huge gold lead across the board now. The Zyra very far behind. Shun not really able to determine most of the series. I think I don't think Shun's had a bad quote-unquote series.
No.
I just think that Kanavi has been a force of nature despite his deaths in this game.
He's got collected now as well. Like, this guy
Collect
will
and service
pop
back.
someone.
Yeah, he's a man with a couple of knives to shank with. 369, not be able to find a wall stun there. Top Esports might return to their first finals since this time last year. Bombed out of last summer. Top Esports, though, I think at this one, unlike their other finals, might come in even as favorites. We'll see. Anyone's Legend will be close to them. What a great series it'll be. Missing hits the hook.
Kanavi, 12 up the way. Cream throws a weirding. Needs to go across the veil.
Doesn't have his ult yet. Doesn't have his ult yet.
Be careful. I think he could just be dead here. I think this is Cream going down.
Cream goes down. Didn't have his ult for another few seconds, and Top Esports can't support him. The Benoi has been slain as JDG get themselves a brief respite. 30 seconds till the Baron spawns.
Cream's dead for 40. They could potentially rush this here.
Oh, I don't know about that. That one feels quite bold. They might want to look for another fight. Look for an uneven number.
Teleport available for Arla if they can find a good angle. They're shoving up the mid lane. They're basically 369 said, look, we're just shoving this out to make it as hard as possible. But yeah, they are, I think, looking to head over towards this Baron pit. They don't use the man advantage where they have it.
They don't have the Chaos Storm. That's a big thing. I think Cream being able to teleport in is scary because they have wards behind them. Top Esports, they're just going to push out this mid lane. They'll play it safe until Cream can get himself the respawn and try and survive any initial plays. 369 getting Lulu shields means that the poke from the Zyra isn't that impactful.
Hook lands on the 369, not the easiest target. Their nice body block. Shun eats a rocket, and it's about a third of his HP after the zap comes through as well. Rocket.
Cream is up in 5 and is teleporting in. The Benoi is back for revenge.
It's Killer Bunny Rabbit season, but do you have a holy hand grenade? Paige has only got a couple axes, and Kanavi is saying, never mind rabbits, how about Ruined Kings? Body secured, missing is missing in action. Maybe replace that to KIA. Flash, heroic charge, and the keeper's verdict is Paige is sentenced to death. The game is over. Jackie Love is stone cold. They are going to finals, and Jingdong Gaming fall here to the might of Top Esports.
Your finals matchup will be Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. Scouts. Oh, Scout, can he do enough? He clears out a wave, gets a Chaos Storm. Maybe something said.
Jackie Love got a GA, not quite burned out. Flash from Shun gets that GA, but they still kill off the Zyri. Scout now in danger as they go between worlds. 369 still low, trying to kill off this Victor, and they do so, but they can't end the game. Oh, Scout holds the line.
It saves the game. Scout. Oh, Scout. What a legendary player he is in the LPL, but this series has not been about him. It has been about Jackie Love. It's been about Kanavi and Top Esports. Scout, new team for him. Oh, he would have loved to make finals himself, but it looks like that chance is slipping oh so ever further away. Chris finds his first death in the game for the bot lane of Top Esports. 32 minutes in, 9-0-8, 0-1 and 18. What an incredible performance from this bot lane of Top Esports in such a hard draft to play. Jackie Love outstepping, getting the damage down, the red buff, the damage after. Ow. Jackie Love escaped the early game and has completely held an axe over the side, over the head of JDG. It's been incredible to watch this bot lane play in this game.
And Paige was going to deal with Queen, but that's a lot of your gold, that's a lot of your damage, and the whirling death does so little this game, and Kanavi is in the body of Cassante zoning other people off. At least you can see what Scout's doing. He's trying to clear the way, but by the tier 2 all the while.
He has to try. Teleport's now back in. It's from 369.
Yeah.
He is tanky enough to do whatever the hell he wants at this point. He can go in, maybe look for another minion taxi again. Walks up with his W, just tries to stop Cassante from going completely out. Soul now up for Top Esports. They've taken that. Cloud Soul gives them the extra movement speed. That is terrifying when you get excited. But Jinx, if you get that Lulu speed as well, you are not running away from these carries.
You are not. Shun coming on over.
He's
not here.
Not there.
And that means your front line has to flash away. And Cream finds the plant. It's horticulture assassination. Missing. Flash over off the direct time. Pace has to do the same. But Kanavi wants more. He's pretty bloody deep though. The wild growth just about not enough. Missing still falls. Yes, you got the cash in. But Jackie Love does it better. The excitement is off the charts. Jackie Love just about alive. Gets the zap for the triple kill. And they will ace JDG. It took them another fight, but the threat was sealed already. Top Esports are going to finals.
Jackie Love is going to finals. Kanavi is going to finals. 369, Cream and Chris are coming with them. Top Esports 3-1 the series, and we'll say goodbye to Jingdong Gaming.
They have had to do the run all the way through. We said how many best of fives you need to win if you were doing a lower bracket run. Top Esports are on the verge of doing it. They have defeated everyone that has stood in their way.
Top Esports have beaten the Invictus Gaming Super Team. They have beaten Doinby on his return. They have beaten BLG Esports and now gone through JDG. Only anyone's legends stand in their way. Maybe unlikely participants for some people who know the teams less. But if you watch this split, this finals is cooking up to be massive.
Be here on March 1st, folks. It is going to be white hot LPL action, and I can't wait. It's going to be so damn cool.
Folks, it has been so cool watching this split of LPL, and we hope that you've enjoyed watching our coverage of it as well. My name is Nymaera, this is Initialise, and we have just brought to you the lower bracket final. We will be bringing you the finals as well here on Nymaera and Onivia on YouTube as well. This finals is set up to be absolutely crazy to me now. We have Kanavi and Hom versus Tarzan and Tabe as a coach jungle duo. We have Hope looking to get to his first title since he beat Jackie Love for his last in 22 summer. Folks, these stories write themselves. JDG were clearly the second best team today. I'm so impressed by Top Esports as an overall unit.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, it wasn't flawless. We saw some games they had to come back from. We saw some fumbles around that particular game one where things were a bit slow, but the players have all been turning up, and I think the pieces we had questions about have been playing really well in playoffs. Cream and Crisp have stepped up. They are looking to be on the caliber level of their other companions, and that is not easy to say considering how damn good Kanavi, 369, Jackie Love of all players are.
So folks, we really hope you've enjoyed our coverage here of the LPL. It's been wonderful to reach so many of you and have you enjoy it. I cannot wait for these finals now. The finals will be on Saturday, not tomorrow. We will have a day break. It's still close to come around, and we will we'll have a great time covering that, folks. I'm looking forward to it so much. At this point, I think I put Top Esports as favorite. I think I put Top Esports as favorite, folks. This is a hell of a matchup now, and I think Top Esports, for the first time in a long time, come in as actual favorites to a finals. It's taken a long time for them to get to this point. 2022 is like the last moment where Top Esports were truly favored in there. They got blasted by BLG. This is an incredible moment, and I think it is off of Jackie Love back in championship winning form. I think this is off of Kanavi, the one-man army, reaching full fruition as well. 369 is looking incredible. Crisp is looking the best I've seen him since he won Worlds. This team is on form. This team is absolutely on form. There is not a weak link here if they're playing on form.
The thing is, it's still going against anyone's legend who, I think for a lot of us, after we saw how they played in the upper bracket, went, no, actually, they could still just win this all. It could all be one of those. We've seen less of them. And I can't wait for that matchup because I look at the players on anyone's legend and go, yeah, no, you guys are also really fucking good. It means this finals should hopefully be a real scintillating knife's edge type of series. And that should be great to watch.
Sam, you going to stream today?
I am not, because I'm going to the airport shortly because I'm flying back to the UK.
Sam, if you would like to see
fans.
more of Sam, you can catch him on the NLC. You know Cadrill's team? He casts them. You can go catch him in the NLC. You can catch him on a stream as well. Follow him over at Initialise Casts over on Twitch. If you want to see more of me, I will be on the LEC after the LPL finals on Saturday. And if you want to catch more of us both, you know, come watch us on our socials, come watch us on our streams as well. It's been wonderful bringing this to you. We'll wait until the MVP comes through and we'll go find someone to raid. But we really hope you've enjoyed the series today as much as I have. I love the LPL. I love the LPL. Jesus, man.
It's so cool. I'm actually going to get out of here because I've got packing to do to make sure I'm ready to go for this evening. And Mabby, glad to see you're flying with me, even if it's on the other side of the world. Plain buddies indeed.
Oh, man. Righty. Well, we'll wait until that comes through. Top Esports do all this to choke at Worlds. Well, they have Kanavi, not Tien. That was a big problem before. Lots of changes. I'm just saying, I think this team is looking like it's on form. You need to not drag the wheel over the max stand. No, Sam, no, you hadn't. Oh, man. Let me put Sessions Diana back on. Oh, man. Oh, what a series. What a series. Who is your player of the series if you're watching in chat? Who's your player of the series? Player of the series, I think, is actually Jackie Love. I think Jackie Love over the course of the games was insane. Jackie Love is so insane, man. So insane. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I love these team fights. LPL team fights are just the best. Where was Chris before joining Top Gears? Was Weibo. He made a World Finals on Weibo, made a Finals last summer as well. Except the thing with Chris there is that he occasionally had awesome games, but largely was very bad in a lot of the deciding moments. Oh, what a special game, folks. What a special series. I hope you've enjoyed the stuff today. Have we had... I actually was zoning out for a bit. Did we just get MVP? I don't think we did, right? Yeah, Crisp and Light were the bot lane of Weibo last year. Okay. Okay, guess we wait for MVP. For that last game, it's got to be... I mean, Cream was exceptional in the Aurora. The next game is AL versus Top Esports. Yes, that will be the finals. The finals is Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend. If you give Jackie Love to Crisp, it'll be a better fit than Light. I think, yeah, they've been perfect together. They've been fantastic. Yeah, you did say that, Zaref. You did say that. I do actually remember that, weirdly enough. That's a hell of a prediction. Player of the game, who we got? Yeah, Jackie Love. Of course it's Jackie Love. Oh, I love watching this guy play. I love watching this guy play. Hope Reunion versus 369 Kanav. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Hope was on JDG back in 22. I'm so excited for Top Esports. This version of Top Esports feels like it's got something special. Any idea when the first match is? Is it on the 10th? I think I said on Leaguepedia is on the 10th. Oh, someone was asking if I'm casting first stand earlier. No, I'm not. It's quite a small event, so they don't have that room for that many casters. So I wasn't expecting to, I suppose. But no, just to confirm, I am not casting first stand. But hey, I would like to co-stream it, but I'm not sure what the process is. I did reach out to 1 or 2 people, but I'm not sure if it's like a they have to reach out to you kind of thing. Oh, Scout. Scout tried. I don't even think Scout was that bad, you know. Okay, folks, I'm gonna end the stream there. So if you're on YouTube, thank you so much for joining me. And if you're on Twitch, I'll raid you over to someone else as well. Thank you so much for joining me. And we'll go find someone else to go watch. Go spread the love around a little bit. Who's online? Sam's not streaming. Normally go raid over to him, but we can find someone else for now. Right, is Top Esports baiting first game to see their opponent's try? BLG thought they could do that. Didn't work out for them, did it? So well, they didn't do that with Top Esports. They smashed the first game. They're actually thinking about it. Go on, who's online? Seko online? Not right now. Well, I guess I'll send you over to Quick Shot. Yamato's on. He's got a lot more viewers. The thing is, like, I don't know whether he'll stay on for that long. I guess I could. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't rate him that often. Yeah, I'll send it off to Yamato Cannon. Okay, folks. See you in a bit. I want to spread out the raids a little bit just because it's nice to shout out different communities and stuff. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye, folks. See you next time.
AC capitalized and mechanically looked really, really good. I think that's fantastic. So, on Casey's side, I do think that the main issue for them is just their preparation. I think the series Casey versus G2, it's been the biggest draft gap I've seen in a long time. For sure, the biggest draft gap of this